This is an interesting and exciting story that happened on Earth. We can say that this is the distant future. So imagine a land where people, orcs, elves, and aliens from another planet live. Our hero's name is Mike. He went into the store. It was a big, beautiful flower shop. You could buy anything here. Both flowers and plants were sold here. The store was very beautiful. I want zamioculcas, Mike told the seller. The leaves of this plant look like coins. Large leaves look like banknotes. That's why this plant is called the money tree, the seller said. Great, give me one, please, said Mike. This is a good choice, the seller said. People often buy it to start a business or just to have good luck in business. It's not about me. I just don't want to work. Let me be lucky, said Mike. Suddenly, the radio that was in the store started working and breaking news from our city. A strange storm was spotted on the beach in our city. The government tells everyone that this is natural. This is not a phenomenon. This is a natural phenomenon. My God, will anyone really believe this? The seller said. Who in this city can believe that this storm is just a natural phenomenon? Just nonsense. Did she really see the video on YouTube? Mike thought. He began to remember one very large-scale battle. Mike thought and remembered. It's not easy, of course, to hide all this, told myself, Mike. He remembered seeing a huge, big dragon. The dragon, with the span of its wings, simply accelerated into the water beneath it. He caused a storm and a thunderstorm. Mike began to remember everything. He was involved with these dragons. He searched for them and hunted them. The laws were very huge. Their wingspan reached several meters. It's been a long time since Mike fought dragons. Knew about it. Almost no one knew about this. But Mike knew a lot about this. He remembered how he hunted dragons. It was very difficult because the hunt was for 2 dragons at once. The boy's eyes immediately filled with anxiety from these memories. It was a very difficult and treacherous battle. 2 dragons, red and blue, against 1 boy. The dragon's eyes were burning. The number of sharp teeth was simply countless. The top of the back was not covered with thorns. The dragons attacked the boy, sometimes in turn, sometimes simultaneously. Mike had only 1 knife in his hands. With the large span of their wings, dragons caused a storm at sea. Strong wind and rain began. Thunder and lightning flashed over the sea. The sky was illuminated with white and blue. The waves reached several meters in height. The storm at sea was so strong that it seemed that everything around was about to be covered by a sea wave. It was like a terrible apocalypse. It's a strange world, isn't it? The seller said. Constant natural disasters. They constantly attack each other, first one, then the other. Mike didn't know what to say or what to respond. He just wanted to pick up his package and get out of the store quickly. He extended his hand to take his package. Mike took the package in his hands and looked at the seller. It was stupid to remain silent. I completely agree with you, Mike told the seller. He had nothing more to say. Mike took his bag and left the flower shop. He looked around. There was worry on his face. Memories of dragons never left his mind. He went out into the street and stopped near the roadway. It was a long, big street with many shops. There was a road ahead where a taxi was passing. He decided to hail a taxi. Mike got into the taxi. To me in Seoul, please, he told the taxi driver. Okay, sir. I'll deliver you in no time. The taxi driver answered him. Mike looked out the car window and thought what a strange world it was. The taxi stopped at a traffic light. People were passing across the road. Mike thought this world was crazy. People, orcs, animals, and elves were crossing the pedestrian crossing. Is it normal? Mike said. What kind of world is normal for you, then? The taxi driver asked. The taxi driver was green with ears. It was an orc. I understand that you did not come to this city to relax. The taxi driver asked the boy, Why are you here? For what purpose did you come to our city? What brought you here? The taxi driver continued to ask Mike. Nothing special, to be honest. I just came here for work. I'm surprised by the population that is here. This is very strange, unusual, Mike told the taxi driver. A city is like a city. There is nothing strange, the same as everyone else, the taxi driver answered calmly. Not sure, Mike said. The main thing is that I'm here only for work. This story is about what turned out to be one simple boy named Mike. He worked a lot undercover. At this time, the elves were watching him. He He was looking for where evil would take place in this city. I tried to find this place and those who would commit it. These were usually evil rituals and sacrifices. Mike tried to stop it. This story will be about a distant star from a distant galaxy, a star that is very similar to the Earth. Looking at it from space, it is very beautiful, and about a man who has been working at this job for 800 years. To be honest, I really don't want to work, Mike said to the taxi driver in a tired voice. My God, I don't want to work, Mike continued to say. Young man, you won't believe it, but I don't want to work either, the taxi driver said in a tired voice. But, unfortunately, this is the reality. Everyone should work in this city. On another, it is impossible. Everyone must work for food, leisure, and a good life, isn't that right? The taxi driver asked. Personally, this is the case for me. I work to eat and survive in this city. The taxi driver said, Yes, in this world you are forced to work only to eat and survive. You're right, said Mike. Indeed, our thoughts are the same with you. The taxi driver kept up the conversation. Mike arrived at the hospital. He walked along large long corridors up the stairs to find his doctor's office. The lighting in the rooms was very dim. It seemed that only the light from the window illuminated the inside. Mike found the same office, it said, examining the patient. He went inside. The doctor was waiting for him in the office. Mike sat down on a chair and they began to talk. It's so boring here. I just can't do this anymore. The monotony of life is driving me crazy, Mike told the doctor. There is no option on this earth to just live and not work. I don't understand this. Mike was very sad and depressed. There was no joy of life in the eyes at all. I think I'm just burned out. I've just been doing this damn job for a very long time, Mike told the doctor. What do you say to this, doctor? The doctor was not a person at all. It was an orc. He sat at the computer and typed text. Mike, I think you're just mentally tired, the doctor said. The doctor took out a bottle of pills from his desk. Tall, oval brown jar with a lid. Your diagnosis is burnout syndrome, the doctor said. Need rest. But you are not able to do it yourself? Yes, my mind really needs a rest, said Mike. What needs to be done? Tell me, should I take these pills as before? This will definitely help me. It seems to me that I am already addicted to these pills. Take these pills and take them without further ado. And remember your next visit to me in exactly 23 years. Be quiet. Don't tell me anything. This is not discussed, the doctor said loudly. This is your assignment for 23 years of service. The doctor sat calmly in his chair. He leaned back a little and looked at Mike with a dissatisfied look. His eyes were large and yellow like amber. There was a pause in the patient reception room. Maybe you have more questions for me? The doctor asked the boy. The boy was so tired that he didn't know what to say to him. Mike stood up from his chair, slowly looked at the doctor and said, I have no more questions for you, Mike answered. I think I will go. Sad Mike turned around and began to leave the office. Yes, go. I don't dare detain you any longer, the doctor said. I remind you that we will see each other in exactly 23 years. The doctor leaned back in his chair, put his hands behind his head, and looked at Mike. The doctor continued to sit in his office and work at the computer. He was reading various scientific articles on his computer. But all the time I remembered the boy's words. What is it like to live and not work? Is this even possible? The doctor was surprised. There was only one answer, and it was very simple. If you don't work in this world, then you will simply die. Mike didn't like this truth most of all. The next wonderful day arrived. Mike went outside for a walk. It was very warm outside. The weather was just wonderful. Walking through the park, Mike then watched as the others rested. People and elves were relaxing outdoors in the park. They laid out a blanket, put up sun umbrellas, and had small picnics. Children ran on the grass and played different games. Today is just a beautiful day, looking at the sky, Mike said. The boy looked at the sky and houses. The weather was really beautiful. The sky was bright blue and only white clouds floated across it. Suddenly a siren sounded throughout the city. This was a warning to the entire city about the danger. What's this? People shouted to each other about the danger. Then they announced over the loudspeaker. We ask all residents to immediately go to the shelter. How quickly this beautiful quiet day ended. Mike said indignantly. That was good. Mike put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly. I went towards the shelter. At this time his phone rang. He understood that now there would be a serious conversation. The boy picked up the phone. A woman's voice said on the phone, "Mike, you got a job. Is this a bank robbery?" Mike asked. A girl was sitting in the office talking to Mike on the phone. "Yes, this is a bank robbery, as we expected. This is all from a top agent in Korea," the girl said to Mike. "Tell me what the payment will be?" Mike asked. "Trust me, the payment will be the same as last time. Everything is stable with us." "Payments without fraud," the girl said. "How boring is all this?" Mike said out loud. He hung up and began to move towards the crime, where the bank robbery took place. The police have already arrived at the crime scene. Quite a lot of them came. All of them were wearing bulletproof vests and carrying weapons. We all moved back. The policeman shouted loudly. People stood around the police and watched what was happening. One of the policemen was simply furious with anger. "Everyone, move away from the building," the policeman shouted. "The safety of residents comes first." The policeman's eyes were simply mad. They were filled with red paint and blood. It seemed like he was simply turning into the wildest monster. "Hey, Johnny, what's going on here?" Mike asked loudly. Johnny was a police inspector. He was an orc. "There is a criminal in the building," the inspector replied. "Is he alone there?" Mike asked. "Yes, one," Inspector Johnny answered. "Many people have already run out of the building. Judging by the latest count, there are 4 people left in the building. 4 hostages. Everyone is missing. The hostages are unconscious, except for one," the inspector said. "Everything is clear. I'll take it upon myself." Mike said to the inspector, "What do you mean, take it? Will you take what? Are you going to do this alone?" Inspector Johnny continued to be interested in Mike. "Certainly. I'll take this case. That's why I work." Mike stood on the street and looked at the bank building with an appraising gaze. He thought out a plan in his head. Mike wasn't a cop at all. He was an agent of the immigration department. Mike slowly walked towards the bank doors. Inspector Johnny stood and watched what was happening. "I just don't believe that he can handle this situation alone," thought Inspector Johnny. Mike walked slowly to the bank doors. Everything around was calm. No one screamed. No shots were heard. The hostages were also not heard. He stood, examined the building, peered into every window. He stood and listened. Mike narrowed his eyes and reached into his chest pocket with his hand. Those around him did not understand what he was doing and what would happen now. Mike took an eye to his pocket, but still continued to watch the windows of the building. Mike took some tickets out of his pocket. He slowly threw them up, and the tickets flew in the wind. The boy whispered something very quietly under his breath, and followed with his gaze the flying tickets in the wind. Suddenly the tickets began to glow. There was neon blue light all around them. At this time, everyone on the street just froze and watched what was happening. Everything on the street lit up with blue neon light. It looked very beautiful, but also very scary. None of those present had seen anything like this before. What is this magic? City residents standing near the bank began to ask. Everyone froze, practically did not breathe, and watched what was happening. The street was still lit with blue neon. This was truly our Mike's magic. "All is ready. Now I'm off," Mike said loudly to Inspector Johnny, and he headed to the bank doors. Inspector Johnny began issuing commands to his subordinates. "Convince all residents to stay away from the building," the inspector said. "Does the immigration department allow all this?" The policeman asked. "His name is Mike. We have known each other for a long time. As you can see, he is a difficult cop. He has magic. Just do your job, my boy, and everything will be fine." "Trust the professionals," the inspector said. "I thought immigration only caught foreign criminals," the policeman asked. "How did their department even end up here?" "Do they really do such things?" the policeman asked. "Didn't you learn the difference between an immigration office and an immigration department in school?" The inspector asked the policeman, "What were you doing at school anyway?" "I hope I attended classes, at least occasionally. At night I worked part-time. I worked night shifts and worked at various jobs to have money. That's why, sir, I slept very often in class." the policeman said. Okay, don't worry, Guy. Yes, and you will learn everything. You are still very little, your whole life is ahead of you. Everything will come with experience, believe me. Just remember what I tell you, and that's all. As you said, the immigration office deals with complaints from foreign citizens. But an agent like Mike deals with special people and foreigners, if you understand what I'm talking about. The inspector asked the young policeman. Yes, my young colleague. People like Mike deal with special foreigners who come to us from abroad. Perhaps these aliens are from another planet or galaxy. Sir, are you saying that there are aliens from another galaxy inside the building? The young policeman asked the inspector. Yes, that's right, my boy. Exactly, the inspector repeated. The two of them stood and looked at the bank building. There was another level of illegal immigrant in the building. He was clearly from another galaxy. He grabbed the hostages by the hair and dragged his side across the room. It was a foreign visitor from very distant places. He didn't know the feeling of pity. He did not recognize that there is goodness and love in the world. His name was Ken. Mike walked into the building, stopped, and began reading information from his phone. So, Ken has been unemployed for 21 years. He awakened and registered as a user of special abilities last year. Mike continued to read the information from the phone. He used this to go work for a security company. This is already interesting, said Mike. He failed there, but there he failed miserably. Now everything became clear to me. He's special. He has superpowers and strength. The rumor said the words Mike. The young man became thoughtful. I concentrated very hard. Mike entered the building. He saw a burning, glowing green coffin above him. The room was illuminated with green light. What it is, Mike thought. Beams of green light illuminated the entire room. There was an eerie sound, like the hum of a transformer box. The room suddenly became very cold and damp. It was telekinesis. Mike understood right away. It's not as simple as he might have thought. It was urgent to take the right action. At this moment, Ken stood and held the victim by the hair with one hand. It was a bank hostage. Who told you that you can come here loud and angry? Ken asked Mike, who looked like a zombie. His body was quite strong and covered in muscles. The head was turned to the side. His eyes glowed green. The sight was not pleasant. Let's first release the hostages and then we'll talk, Mike said. Hostages have nothing to do with it. Say what you want, Mike said. Fuck off. I don't want to listen to you, said Ken. I promise I won't kill you if you give up right now, said Mike. But if you do anything bad as a hostage, I will simply kill you, straight away. Ken continued to hold the hostage's hair with his left hand. The hostage lay helpless on the floor. With his right hand, he wiped his forehead. Shut up and do what I tell you, Ken shouted. As I understand it, this is your last warning in my direction, Mike said calmly. Let the hostage go, I'm telling you, and we'll talk like real men, Mike said loudly. Ken continued to hold the hostage by the hair. Are you an idiot? Don't you understand what I told you? Ken got angry and shouted loudly. I told you to shut up and listen to me. Ken continued to scream. His eyes glowed green with rage. Do you think I'm joking and playing around here? Ken continued to speak loudly. You think you can treat me like crap if I'm unemployed? Are you very much mistaken about this? Ken said to Mike. I thought my life would turn upside down with the appearance of this power. But I can't even get a job. I get paid $65 a month. It's just like a scholarship for the dumbest student. How can I survive on this earth for such little money? Ken was indignant. Do you even understand that I'm just surviving here? Why should I be the only one to suffer like this? Let everyone suffer, Ken shouted very angrily. It turns out that my life on this earth is useless. She's worth nothing. I just have to survive. Now that I think about it all the time, I feel even worse. That's why I came here to this bank to pick up my scholarship, what he deserved. Ken was indignant, but then an unfamiliar grandmother came up to me and said that I had something dirty on my back. She said that she would wipe this dirt off my t-shirt. I felt terrible pain when she touched my back with her hand. Ken said, Keep talking, Mike said. This is already interesting. What happened to you next? What happened? Mike repeated, asking. At this moment, the hostage raised her head. It turned out to be the same grandmother. In a terribly nasty voice, she said, Hello. I had a lot of fun here, Grandma said. I'm glad no one recognized me. although you saw me at first sight." Ken was surprised. I was a little scared. There was confusion and a little fear in his eyes. My face was completely sweating from fear. Beads of sweat ran down his cheeks. Now he didn't understand what was happening. "Oh my God, my hand feels so hot," Ken shouted. "She's all on fire." Ken let go of the hair of the grandmother he was holding. It was as if an unknown force was pushing him away from this old woman. "What is this? What kind of power is this? I don't understand what's happening to me." "God, it hurts," Ken shouted loudly. He had a high fever. My hair and face were wet with sweat. "What is this? Stop this," Ken asked. "You have a very good sense of smell. Smell like an immigration dog. Navit." This grandmother was very scary. A very ugly face and many wrinkles on it. Her eyes glowed with a green, bright light. "I'd be a complete fool if I didn't notice you," said Mike. "I have been working for too long. I have a lot of experience behind me. It was simply impossible not to notice you." "I brainwashed this brawler well," Grandmother said. "He handled it well." Grandma laughed. "I thought you were saying all this nonsense for no reason, but with your words you awakened my hypnosis." This was said very unexpectedly. Mike didn't expect this. A green, streaming light came from the old grandmother. The whole room was illuminated with green light. The boy crouched down in fear. In an instant, the old grandmother began to turn into a demon. She looked like a black and green demon. She completely left the human form and body. The eyes and mouth glowed with a bright light green light. Then she began to turn into a red and black demon. It looked like a blurry silhouette. The demon made terrible loud screams. Ken was very scared. He was completely out of his mind. He did not understand what was happening to him and what was happening around him. His eyes were almost white. His pupils were not visible. Green slime-like shoots began to appear around. The room had a terrible smell from it. Green slime dripped directly onto the floor. These sprouts began to sprout directly from the Ken's arm and hand. It was a terrible sight. Ken screamed very loudly in pain. He was also very scared. "Save me, please," he shouted. "The criminal everyone wants, oh dense measurements," said Mike. He began to straighten the sleeves of his shirt. "Free your hands from her." Green sprouts were sprouting from the old grandmother. They glowed green. It looked like the tentacles of an octopus. And there was a very large number. It was Daphne. She has 3 attempted murders behind her. 12 murders and 49 robberies. She is also charged with possession of contraband, entering a primitive dimension without permission. And this is not even counting the crimes that were committed on Earth. Mike took the knife and hid it behind his back. It was a long gray blade, so sharp that it could even cut hair. "I gave you a chance, Daphne," shout out Mike. "I'll tell you honestly, you missed your chance. We need to end these unnecessary conversations. I am not a negotiator with terrorists. I have a completely different job, Emission, for which I get paid." "Good," said Mike. Mike grabbed his sharp knife with both hands. Next, he severely cut his palm on the inside. The knife was all his blood. Blood flowed straight onto the floor. Mike clenched his hand tightly into a fist. He clenched his fist as hard as he could. Blood flowed down in a large stream. It hurt, but he didn't show it. Blood oozed through his fingers. "It's an ominous aura," the old woman screamed loudly. "You wield dark magic. I did not know that." The blood began to emit a red light. Now the whole room was lit red instead of green. "Dark magic comes from pain or sacrifice," Mike said confidently. "To the side." He held his hand out to the side. Blood flowed onto the floor. All this is the absorption of life force. "Of course, this magic is banned in some countries," Mike said, "but it is allowed in case of self-sacrifice for the good or self-defense." Mike unclenched his fist, and the blood continued to drip, said Mike. The old grandmother named Daphne laughed. "But the life force that you lose will never return to you," Grandmother said. "It turns out there is so much vitality in people. Simply amazing. Look at him. Now he's just lying on the floor. Until recently he had so much strength that many could envy him." "And what happened to her now?" Daphne said. "I will make this life force mine too," Daphne said evilly. She turned into a black and green demon again. The large mouth and narrow large eyes glowed with green light. Mike was unhappy with this turn of events. It seemed to him that he was in control of this situation. It seemed that he had already solved this problem. However, the old woman did not give up. The green light began to fill the entire room again. Then Mike raised his hand up. She began to grow in size very quickly. Instead of nails, claws appeared. Blood flowed from the fingers of this hand. The red light began to replace the green light. Mike stood and looked at his grandmother. Real magic was happening behind his back. A silhouette resembling a man and an animal appeared behind him, black-red color with glowing red eyes. It made a terribly scary sound. What is this? I can't listen to this anymore. My head is about to explode. Daphne screamed loudly in hysterics. You did it, Mike. This is simply incredible. Mere mortal people are not capable of this. I know that for sure. How do you do it? What kind of power is within you? Daphne asked in horror. Mike just stood calmly and looked at his grandmother. It was clear that she was in shock and did not expect this. How can an ordinary person use so much dark magic? Just wondering how much life force you spent, Daphne asked. If you think about it, you've wasted half your life force, just for the sake of dealing with me. I think this is too stupid for you, Daphne said. At this moment, blood was still dripping from Mike's hand. Who are you? You're not a human. What are you? Daphne screamed loudly. This is simply unthinkable. She was too surprised and shocked. The old woman did not expect that there would be such a rebuff, and so much black magic directed at her. I'm not sure what you're saying. I'm only sure that you're wrong. This is my job. Look for evil spirits like you. Rid the world of this, Mike said confidently and calmly. At that moment, his eyes burned with red fire. It's unthinkable to even think about it. Life. You specifically spent decades of your life just to find me. This is crazy, the old woman said. What are you? The old woman screamed in horror. I can't do anything against you. I also have dark magic, but it does not work against you. Mike stood calmly and looked at the old woman. Next to her was just a giant humanoid monster. He was black with red glowing eyes. It made growls and sniffles. I'm ready to spend my whole life on people like you, Daphne, Mike said loudly to the old woman. Understand, I'm just doing my job, for which I get paid well. Although I'm very tired of working, it's people like you that make me do this again and again. Rid the world of evil spirits. I don't fully understand what you want to do with me, the old woman said. You see that I am powerless against your warm bug. Your strength is just off the charts. I have never encountered anything like this before. Believe me, I will not sit idly in one place, the old woman said. As far as I understand, this will not happen without a fight, so let's not wait. I'm ready to take the fight. Mike began to use his dark power against the old woman. His black monster with red eyes began to attack an old woman named Daphne. He constantly struck her with energy blows. What's happening? Daphne screamed. I don't understand how to deal with this. My strength is leaving me. I'm burning inside. Daphne continued to scream. More wrinkles appeared on her face from the pain. Mike's black giant monster continued to attack the old woman. He shot red lightning at her. He enveloped her from all sides with his hot energy. Well, I'll continue. I want to see what you can do. How much will you be enough? It could be for an hour or just 30 minutes. Perhaps I'll finish in a minute? I have enough strength for this, said Mike. Daphne was already lying on the floor. She did not have the strength not only to defend herself, but even to stand on her feet. You are too strong, the old woman screamed. Her face became completely pale. Mike boldly put his hands in his trouser pockets. He walked along the old woman and looked at her. What hurts you? This is worse than you expected from me, Mike asked. Yes, I didn't expect this. But wait. I'll pay you if you let me live. I can give you a lot. Think carefully. Don't refuse such a lucrative offer, the old woman said. Will you pay me? I wonder how. Mike smiled. The price I will name for your life you may not be able to bear. Trust me, it can't just be money, Mike said. Mike, do you know why only a lot of criminals gathered on Earth? I know this, and I know this secret, the old woman said, barely audible and barely breathing, as she continued to lie on the floor. The old woman began to tell the story. One day, The main predictor of the dimension prophesied that in the farthest corners of the dimension there is a part of the soul. It was dropped by the worst criminal in the history of mankind. Listen to me, please. I have a clue that will lead you to her, and there will be riotous queues for this reward. This will happen if you just decide to sell it. If you promise that you'll let me live, I'll tell you. The old woman spoke. I'll tell you honestly, I'm not interested in this at all, and this is not my topic, said Mike. If I sold it, my committee would immediately start looking for me. I don't need this at all. I do my job honestly. Plus everything. I have someone right in my hands, said Mike. Who is this? Who are you talking about? Didn't understand, Grandmother said. Are you trying to trick me right before I die? Mike asked in surprise. The life force that has fallen victim to dark magic will never be restored, Mike said loudly. He stretched his hand to the side, made a fist in his palm, and instead of red blood, a colorless liquid flowed down. I didn't come up with this. This is such a law of the universe, said Mike. He lowered his hand down. She looked like a dead man's, colorless, gray, dry hand. Who are you? What race are you? The old woman asked with the last of her strength. She was lying on the floor and practically dying. Mike's eyes were still glowing red. Behind him was a black giant monster. This terrified the old woman. Mike looked down at the old woman. His eyes burned with red fire. I'm telling you, I don't know what race I am, Mike answered loudly. How many unearthly criminals I have on my account. They simply cannot be counted anymore, Mike said out loud. He looked at his hand and fingers. Black-red smoke came from the fingers. My God, I'm so tired of all this. I'm so tired of working. How I want to just lie down and rest in a park in a clearing. Just listen to the birds singing. Just lie down and watch the sky as the clouds float by, Michael said. Mike turned around and looked at the man who was lying on the floor. It was a hostage. He was breathing and showing signs of life. It was very good. Is the hostage still alive? He said out loud. Mike, is it really possible to forgive such a crime just for a couple of robbed banks? Mike thought. I don't know how to forgive. This story is not about me, he said out loud. Mike? He put his hands in his pockets and began to walk out of the bank building. Mike walked out of the bank building with a confident gait and slow steps. He was very pleased with himself. A job well done should be well paid. He knew this very well. There was still a white and blue fog around the bank. A strong wind blew. Passers-by stood on the street and looked at the bank building. There was blue around the building. It seemed as if the building had been illuminated. The wind swirled around this building. Suddenly, in the white fog, Mike appeared coming out of the bank. As always, he kept his hands in his pockets and walked confidently towards the police. He was very confident. Mike, is it really over? Inspector Johnny asked. A young policeman stood next to the inspector. He had a confused look. He had never seen such magic before. Yes, it's over, Johnny. I ask you to take care of the consequences of my work. Need to tidy up there a little, Mike said to the police inspector. So the hostage, is he alive? Is he dead? What, don't be silent? Inspector Johnny asked. It's okay, he's alive. Don't worry. Everything went well, Mike spoke, reassuring the chief police inspector. God bless. What a relief he didn't die. And thank God he wasn't a robber. Relieved, said Inspector Johnny. It would be painful to look at a guy with a hole in his head. Yes, his whole body is already shot through. I obviously didn't do this. You and I have a difficult job. We have to see a lot of troubles. Maybe we can have a glass and drink sometime, Mike asked. I support. I agree, Mike, Inspector Johnny said. Be careful there. I really don't like your mood. Try to rest, the police inspector said. Mike went to catch a taxi. At that moment, a message arrived on his mobile phone. He heard the message ringtone and knew it was a sign. This meant only one thing. The money we promised for the work had already been transferred to the card. Mike was very pleased that he quickly received good money for his operational work. He loved getting paid for his work, but he really didn't like to work. Mike stood on the side of the road and hailed a taxi. Very soon a taxi arrived. Mike calmly got into the taxi and didn't think about anything bad anymore. At that moment he just wanted to rest so that no one would call him. I didn't say a word to him about work. He could enjoy nature and silence. although the local residents had already dispersed, and it was quite quiet near the bank building. The young man got into a yellow taxi. The streets were empty. There were practically no cars left or right. Mike didn't like to walk long distances. "Where we go?" the taxi driver asked Mike. "To the bookstore." "Please," answered Mike. Mike was sitting in the back seat. He threw his head back. His eyes were tired and sad. Sometimes he looked out the window. A very small circle of people knew all the details about Mike. He is a famous agent of the Bureau of Immigration. 99% of cases solve successfully. However, this was not always the case. He opened his profile. It was a questionnaire from prisoner number 666. He was sentenced to correctional labor, criminal under limited influence on the mind. This questionnaire contained a complete dossier about Mike. There was a photograph of him in the dossier. In the photo, Mike stood in prison clothes and held a 666 sign in front of him. This is what few people know about, that Mike is not a person. One day Mike committed a crime. He was tied up and put in prison, instead of just finishing him off on the spot. Mike's body and mind were taken from him, and they sentenced him to correctional labor. All the very important work, which is too dirty and hard for other workers, is given to people like him, people with altered minds. So Mike's entire biography consisted of only this: first work, then prison. Next came dismissal and then release. As a result, Mike received a deposit of plus 200 shdalants. This is such a currency. Mike's life followed only one scenario. Everything was banally simple. Every time Mike successfully completes his work in this hole called Earth, he received a universal currency called dalant. He earned this currency and constantly paid taxes. If he fails to pay taxes and his account goes into the red, he will face the death penalty. Mike checked the receipt of currency into his account. There was a very large sum there. "Wow, I have a whopping 5 million dalants." "Delighted," Mike said. Here the meaning of tax payments differs from those on Earth, Mike said to himself. Today Mike caught Grandma Daphne. It was not an easy job. "There you are paid that too when you retire, but here you have to pay it yourself, to get that damn pension. This is the reward that I received for today's work." Mike thought very hard. Most likely it will be several thousand dalantas, Mike thought. And if the dalants' earnings turn into hell as soon as you become a prisoner, still, one day the thought appears to steal earthly currency. Then quickly exchange it for dalanta and pay for your release. Mike spoke to himself. The weather outside was cloudy. There was a little fog. It was going to rain soon. A strong wind was rising. Mike continued to drive in his yellow taxi, continued to think and reflect on life and work. For some time, the taxi driver and Mike drove simply in silence. Then he asked for a taxi. "Young man, is something bothering you?" "Did something happen?" "I am a taxi driver. Talk to me, and you will feel better," the taxi driver said. "Only one thing happened." "I'm tired of working on this earth," said Mike. Mike continued to look at his notes. He looked at everything that was on his bureau's website. "We need to do something, just not to live like me." Mike continued to think. "I'm tired of this life. I live to work and work to survive on this earth. My God, how tired I am," said Mike. Mike began to review all his payments. He checked everything, all his accounting. Everything that came to him was due for his work and for the difficult missions he completed. "The payout for my mission is not even close to 5 million. It's just a nightmare," Mike thought. Mike saw that he was offered to receive and deliver the soul of a criminal under the identification number ASIF-1 for 7 million. One day, the main predictor of the dimension prophesied this to him. She said that part of the soul of a terrible criminal was lost. ASIF-1, if only I could complete this mission. "Damn office," Mike said out loud. The taxi driver looked at Mike and saw that he was very upset. "Sir, this must be a very difficult time at your job. Don't worry so much. Everything will be all right. You just need to hang in there. You're a man," the taxi driver said. Mike continued driving in his yellow taxi. "No, I think it's time for me to get out of here. I think I've been sitting here too long. I cannot go on. I don't have enough patience," said Mike. "Who would have thought that I would work here for 800 years? Mike thought to himself. Mike clasped his hands in front of his face. He laid his head on them. He looked very thoughtful. The taxi driver saw that the young man was very worried. But now, I'm definitely leaving this damn company. That's enough. I'm tired of it, Mike thought to himself. At this time, the actions take place in the police station, in the chief's office. Here's a tricky question for you. Do you know the 3 most effective ways to kill your boss? Waiting for your answer? Inspector Johnny, if you're ready to answer, I'm looking forward to your options. Inspector Johnny got a little worried. Sir, I'm not sure if my answers are correct, but maybe so. First, you can kill with a shot to the head. I think this is a very reliable method. The second is simply cutting the throat. It's best to use your abilities. Am I right or wrong? The inspector asked. No, my friend, the policeman said. Firstly, not good. Do your job. Be lazy. Let them die of hypertension. Secondly, create confusion in the department. Don't do your job so he gets fired or starves. Third, completely ignoring the chain of command and telling everyone complete nonsense about the boss. The police chief slammed his hand down hard on his desk. He was very determined. Remember, my friend, only one thing, the police chief said. Make your boss so nervous that he gets sick with the most terrible disease and dies. These are the main points in a work environment. Trust my experience. And in this case, it is not at all necessary to cut the throat and shoot in the head with a pistol. Sir, why don't we ask for even more manpower? We're clearly not coping. There is not enough strength in people. Or I'm talking complete nonsense, Inspector Johnny asked. The territory of the 4th Brigade is too dangerous for civilian personnel, the inspector said. The chief of police began to get nervous. That's what you think, the boss said. Just forget everything you told me. I hope you understood me. Stop annoying me and making me nervous. Just get out of my sight. You understand me. Do it. What are these documents? The inspector asked. He began to read everything that was written on the piece of paper. This is about a missing person. We already don't have enough workers, and even this work. This case was assigned to the 2nd Brigade. Why do we need it? Why should we do someone else's work? Why should we take this upon ourselves? I'm telling you, we don't have enough time, energy, and people, the inspector said. The chief of police became very angry. He was no longer himself. With his hand, he threw away all the papers that were lying on his desk. Did they fly all over the office? He started shouting very loudly at Inspector Johnny. Stop making excuses, I told you. You will do this, and that's it, even if you lack something. I said to do it. Police Inspector Johnny stopped. He froze and continued to look at the piece of paper and read what was written there. He did not understand why the boss reacted to his request this way. He told him the whole essence of the problem in their area. But he didn't care. The main thing is indicators. The police chief stood up from his chair. He had a very angry face. The boss doesn't like it when his orders are not followed. The chief of police started yelling at Inspector Johnny again. Why are you standing here? Have you forgotten or lost something here? I'm asking you. Go and execute the order. Police Inspector Johnny did not understand how this order could be carried out. After all, the police station really did not have enough strength and staff. They didn't have enough time to solve their cases. Why take other people's affairs from other areas? He didn't understand this. Why are orcs so slow? Cannot understand, the chief of police shouted loudly again. I'm already leaving, said Inspector Johnny. At this time, events began to develop in the bureau where Mike worked. It was a small, inconspicuous building. The building looks like all the others, so as not to attract attention. But it was wonderful weather. Along ended, the sun was shining, and only white clouds slowly floated across the blue sky. Mike walked into the office where he worked. It was an ordinary office building, with many offices. The doors were an inconspicuous gray color. He opened the door and slowly walked into the office. As always, Mike kept one hand in his pocket. Are you really here, Mike? I'm tired of waiting for you. A woman's voice asked Mike questions. Mike looked very tired. It was clear that he did not want to do anything. He was too tired. There was disappointment in the eyes. A young girl was sitting on the office sofa. She looked to be about 30 years old. She was dressed in a soft pink pantsuit that elegantly emphasized her slender, beautiful figure. She was sitting on the sofa and reading the latest newspaper. Her name was Katie, or Kat. She was only 25 years old. She is an assistant at the bureau. When will you, Mike, finally change your phone? Katie asked. The girl put the fresh newspaper aside. Mike stood in the middle of the room near the table. Mike, do you even know how difficult and tiring it is to text you? I write each message to you separately. Is it really impossible to change your phone to a newer model? We need to keep up with the times. Katie was indignant. Katie indignantly showed her mobile phone. Almost all the messages that were shown on it were messages to Mike. Now you have become the second most important contact in my phone. Who's the first? Mike asked. Credit card company, of course. I write and call you even more often than my own beloved mother. Don't you think this is strange? Katie spoke. What is it with us? Not understanding the situation, Mike asked. Why is this big box in our office from? And why is it on my table? Is this package for me? There's nothing illegal, explosive drugs. You checked. Mike started asking questions. Are you talking about this box? Katie asked. Sorry, I completely forgot about her. Trust me, there's nothing scary there. Don't expect to find explosives or drugs there. There is nothing like that in this box. Calm down, I assure you of this. And don't be so nervous, Katie said. Then Mike carefully opened the cardboard box lying on his desk. After what he saw, he was very surprised. It was a full box of potatoes. How many potatoes? Why did you buy so much? Mike asked Katie. Okay, I'll ask more. Why does a person who lives alone need so many potatoes? Can you really eat that much? Look how skinny you are. Thanks for the compliment, Katie said. In fact, I bought an entire box of potatoes just to share with my boyfriend, who also lives alone. I hope you understand who I'm talking about? Katya smiled. You should like simple, cheap food. You're already an old man, Katie continued to smile. Mike took a deep breath and said, Katie, don't be such a spender. Learn to save. Mike sat down in his chair and began to look at Katie. She was holding a blue folder in her hand. Since you have come such a long way and come here, I hope this is for work matters, Mike asked. You are a very smart boy. Simply amazing, laughed Katie. You guessed it. Katie handed Mike a blue folder. A request was written on it in capital letters. I asked the immigration office to hold off on this, Katie said. I just wasn't sure whether you would take on this matter or not. If you say that, then there is something dubious here. Missing person? Mike asked. I guessed it again. That's right. Missing person, Katie said. This man is President Hassan. I think you yourself understand that this is a very influential and rich man in our world, Katie said. Everything is very serious. Just so you understand, Mike, his company has a net income of $300 million. He hasn't shown up for work since last week. No one saw him or heard him. There were no calls from him. You could say he dissolved. And now the most interesting part. Listen to me carefully, Katie said. Our bureau suspects that he may be an alien who lives on our soil without documents. Just imagine this, Katie said. Mike, listen to me and remember. Katie spoke. They want proof, even if he doesn't come back. Because without this, the government cannot lay claim to its shares. Here's the diagram. Is there any heir? Mike asked. He has no close relatives at all. There are rumors that there is a will. But the bureau must get it first, Katie answered. Mike and Katie leaned their hands on the desktop, looked at each other and talked. If inheritance is possible without blood relationship, then it seems to me they want to get it even before that. How will this be found? What an interesting scheme, said Mike. They stood so close to each other that their foreheads hit each other. Oh, it hurts. Now I'm sure I'll have a bump all over the forehead. Katie was indignant. So, then I draw my conclusions, Mike said. If you brought me such a boring case as just a missing person, this means that perhaps the government really needs these shares, said Mike. Perhaps this seems to be true. Katie answered. Mike took the blue folder in his hands. He rushed to the exit from the office. Katie simply watched him go. Maybe getting out of debt this time would be a good idea. said Mike. Well, then I'll go, Mike said. And most importantly, Katie, don't forget to close the door after you leave. We don't have a walk-through yard here. Katie sat on the table and looked at the t-shirt receding in the back. Mike, have you decided to start right now? Are you serious? Katie asked loudly. You are clearly a crazy workaholic. Katie said the last thing. It was wonderful, sunny, warm weather outside. Mike was leaving his office. A small green orc stood near the building. He was still just a boy. He helped clean and sweep the streets. Mike looked at the little orc. Hey, baby, how are you doing? What's new? Everything is fine? Mike asked. Hello, my master, said the baby. Everything is fine. Thanks for your concern. I have nothing new. Everything is stable. My affairs do not change in any way, the baby said. Mike immediately became very angry. He started shouting at the baby orc. Baby, I asked you to stop calling me master. I was outraged, Mike. Just call me Mike or boss. Choose one of these. People may misunderstand me, the kid said. This pronunciation is very difficult for me, and the boss is on the first floor. The baby continued to talk. I'm a little confused. The first floor is the boss. The second floor is the owner. The little orc continued to speak. And why did Mr. Likefield need to introduce me as the owner of the store? I was outraged, Mike. Baby, think of something other than the owner. Mike asked. As a sign of respect, the baby bowed low. Okay, I'll try. Take care of yourself, master. The baby said again. Mike realized that talking to the baby orc was useless at the moment. He turned around and walked into the bookstore. It was a large, spacious store with many different books. Good afternoon, Mike said. It was a bookstore where only elves traded. In the store, Mike was met by a long-haired elf with pointed long ears. Last time you came into my bookstore, you touched the cactus and it completely dried up. It didn't take much effort to revive him, said the elf. I'll ask you, Mike. Don't touch any flowers or plants in this store again, okay? Of course, I'm not sure what you did to this cactus, but after you did it completely dried up, said the elf. His name was Likefield. His race, elf. He is the boss of the bookstore. Mike smiled. He felt a little awkward, and it's a shame. He began to scratch the back of his head with his hand. Sorry, buddy. I don't know how it happened, but I definitely promise you that I won't touch anything else. And I won't bring my flowers here either, said Mike. Right. There is no need to turn a bookstore into a vegetable garden. The bookstore boss said. Like two old friends, they sat down and began to communicate. They told each other who had what happened. By the way, I saw a baby near your store. I see he's helping you. By the way, how does he do his job? Mike asked the elf. At this time, the door to the bookstore was open. The boss and Mike sat and watched the little orc dancing through the open door on the street with his broom. He had a lot of fun. He swept, danced, sang songs. With his broom, he raised all the dust that was on the road. He's simply Employee of the Year, laughed Elf. I'm telling you, he's doing great. Yes, I see this is definitely Employee of the Year, laughed Mike, and the little orc continued to sweep, dance, and sing his songs. Mike, I don't think you came into my bookstore just to talk to me about life, the boss said. So how can I help you? Tell me, the boss asked. Yes, you're right. I'm here for a reason. I came to you on business, said Mike. I need to find someone urgently. I know very well that it is your part to look for people. Was he our agent before? So you know he's very smart. There was a slight pause in the air. The elf and Mike just sat and were silent. Then Mike held out and handed him his blue folder. Inside there was a lot of interesting stuff in the dossier. Please take it and have a look, said Mike. Okay, since you're asking, go ahead, the elf said and took the blue folder. I won't be in debt. In exchange, I will reduce your rent, said Mike. Stop it, Mike. You're so too kind to me. I thank you, of course, but my pride will not allow me to do this. My rent from you is already too low. You have a kind heart. And if you reduce my rent, then I won't have to pay you anything at all. It is not right, said the elf. At this moment, the elf began to wave his arms and say spells. He began to use his magic. Beams of blue and white light swirled around him. Help! Help me! Help me! The elf spoke. Suddenly it began to appear. In these rays there's a little fairy. She was also an elf. But she was the size of an inch. Small stature, small hands, small dress. She was all just a baby. Mike sat and was surprised. His eyes were wide open from the miracle he had seen. He always liked the elf's magic. They say that when you summon the spirit element, it takes the form of the one you miss most right now, said Mike. The bookstore boss and Mike sat and watched as a little fairy flew and fluttered on her wings in the middle of the room. Boss, how can you summon a spirit so quickly? Tell me your secret, said Mike. The main thing here is complete concentration and, of course, practice, said the elf. The elf took the blue folder and began to show the documents that were inside. The little fairy flew up and began to read everything carefully. So she had a file about the missing President Hassan. The elf said, "Can you help us find this person?" asked the elf. After the little fairy studied the entire dossier, studied all the documents about President Hassan, she quickly turned around, flapped her wings, and disappeared. After it, only a light blue trail of light remained in the room. The bookstore boss and Mike sat and watched what was happening. The first part of your request was simple. All I had to do was call my fairy assistant. Give her the right task and send her off to do it, the boss said. He handed the blue folder with the dossier back to the T-shirt. I will definitely contact you as soon as I receive a response, the boss said. Thank you very much, Mike said. Evening came. The sun was setting below the horizon. There was practically no wind outside, and it was very quiet. Only the cries of birds broke this silence. Mike liked this weather best. He was heading back to his office. Mike went up to his office. He walked in and sat down at his desk. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Mike didn't really like guests, especially if these guests are unexpected. The door kept knocking constantly. Mike shouted loudly, "Yes, yes, come in." The doors to the offices opened, and a small green orc head appeared in the doorway. It was a baby orc. The kid began to get confused in his words. "Master." "Oh, not so, boss. That's not it either. Mike, my owner. My boss asks you to urgently come down and see him. Urgently. My boss is asking for this. He's my master." Repeated these words, baby. Mike, hoping that the boss had already found out everything, quickly went downstairs. "Did you really think about it that quickly, Mike?" He walked through the open doors to the bookstore. As always, he walked with his hands in his pockets. This was his favorite walk. "Mike, everything worked out. I found what you asked for. Do you hear me? You found me," said the elf. Mike was very surprised and happy. "Boss, you're just a genius. Boss, you are simply the best in the business." "Thanks a lot," said Mike. "Stop praising me so much and so much. I feel embarrassed. In the end, it didn't take much of my time and effort, so just please, do not thank." "By the way, why are you looking for this person?" asked the elf. "In general, this is a mystery of the investigation, to be honest," Mike said in a quiet voice. "But I can reveal this secret to you. I am completely confident in you. You always help me, boss. I want to interrogate him. I need to ask them a lot of questions," said Mike. "Now, are you seriously saying this now?" the elf asked. "Do you want to interrogate this man? Then you need a specialist in another matter," the boss answered in a serious voice. Mike was shocked by his boss's response. "Can't be. Is there something wrong with him? Damn it, I need him so bad. Told you, Mike." He became very worried and nervous, because this was not part of his plans. The elf looked at Mike with very sad eyes. "You know, I always tell the truth. This time I won't lie and deceive myself either. I'll tell you everything I learned. It doesn't look like this man is still breathing," the boss said. "Are you telling me he's dead?" Mike asked in an excited voice. "Tell me everything you find out. Is this even a person?" Mike asked the boss with excitement. "You know, Mike, I'm not sure about that," the boss answered him. The elf telekinetically transported Mike to where the man he was looking for was located. "It's hard to call someone like that a person," said Mike. "Did he see it in the forest in the evening? Hangs among..." He saw the man he was looking for hanging in the forest among the trees. There were no shoes on his feet at all. Apparently it has been hanging here for a long time, Mike thought. Mike stood and looked at the man's body. He looked at all the smallest details so as not to miss anything. I wanted to grab hold of every little thing, to understand what happened here. It was already quite late in the evening. The sun was already setting behind the mountains and beyond the horizon. There was a beautiful red sunset across the sky. Mike decided to quickly remove this body, inspect and search him. The body lay on the ground. Mike examined and searched it. Then he took out his phone, dialed the number, and called his assistant Katie. "Listen to me. I searched the whole body and found nothing. I only found a letter in my pocket." "There is nothing useful there other than the mention of the will," Mike said on the phone. At this time, Katie was in the office in her study, but the Immigration Bureau has not yet found the will. Katie said, "I heard that it is kept in the main office of the city's main bank." Katie continued to speak. Mike was sitting on the ground next to the body of the missing man. He was very upset. "It's there, so then we can't get it if it's there." Mike said on the phone, "It's best not to think about a will just yet. Instead, we should check the president's house," said Mike. "Got it. Then I'll contact the bureau and submit a request for a visit." Mike answered the phone with Katie. Mike sat and thought about what to do next. All his plans collapsed. We should try to retreat if it becomes difficult to prove that he is an alien, Mike thought. The boss elves teleported Mike back to the city. He appeared on the roadway near houses and a police station. It was already early morning. The sun is almost completely risen. Mike met Police Inspector Johnny. "Where have you been, Mike? Do you look very bad? What happened to you? Where were you and what did you do there? Answer me." Police Inspector Johnny asked Mike. Mike really looked tired. The hair was disheveled. The clothes were slightly wrinkled and dirty. "What's Inspector Johnny?" Mike asked. "Don't worry, I look fine," Mike answered. An officer in a brown suit approached Inspector Johnny and Mike. He clapped his hands with joy, and I sat and thought about how I could pull this off. "Since both of you have requested a visit, and I received such a wonderful bonus. It turns out that you have known each other for a long time. This is wonderful," the employee said. "Do this yourself and I'll just leave. Only then give me the keys back." Police Inspector Johnny and Mike went to the house. They opened the door and left. "Let me get this straight," Mike said. "There's not even anything to clarify here," Inspector Johnny answered. "I know that they will just give me to help you, and that's all." "I should have guessed this right away." Police Inspector Johnny spoke. "Since he is such a bastard, the leader of the 2nd Brigade handed this matter over to me," the inspector said indignantly. "It turns out that the 2nd Brigade was doing this at first?" Michael asked the inspector. Police Inspector Johnny began to talk. "Shall I tell you something? We recently had a big spike in missing elves. Photos of all the missing elves hung in our area. Therefore, the 2nd team was sent to the Special Investigations headquarters." The police inspector continued to talk. "And the case of missing person was left to loners like us." The police chief didn't care. He shouted that orcs were disappearing every day. "This is the norm." The inspector and Mike were walking up the stairs. Mike, as always, kept his hands in his pockets. This was his favorite position. Police Inspector Johnny continued to talk. "The leader of the 2nd Brigade most likely found out that all the honors for this case will go to the Bureau and decided to throw this case at us," Inspector Johnny said. "To be honest, I'm very glad, Johnny, that you were assigned to me," said Mike. Mike was actually very pleased with this appointment. His eyes shone with happiness. There was a smile on his face. It was the face of a satisfied man. "Better to work with you, Johnny, than with those empty-headed cops," said Mike. They approached a large house with balconies. It was very quiet on the street and in the yard. "Trust me, I really appreciate your words, Mike. They are worth a lot. I know that you rarely praise anyone. And here are so many compliments, my honor. I appreciate your words," Inspector Johnny said. It was quiet outside. Suddenly, very unexpectedly and very loudly, the phone in Inspector Johnny's pocket began to play. This broke all the silence. This phone ringtone could ruin all plans. Police Inspector Johnny quickly took the phone from his pocket and pressed a button. The chief of police called him. "Johnny, there must be someone from the bureau there. They told you to cooperate," the boss said. The police and Johnny hung up. Police Inspector Johnny was too angry with the chief and upset. "Don't worry so much, Johnny," said Mike. Let's split the reward after this investigation is completed. It just seems to me that there will simply be nothing to divide there." "I know that, Mike. Just buy me a drink and that's it," Johnny said. "Wonderful. I like your thought process. Then, Johnny, let's go and earn money for this drink together." "Will you support me in this proposal?" Smiling, Mike asked. Police Inspector Johnny and Mike went into the house. It was a very large house with many rooms. They began to search the house. We started our business from the living room. Mike began to search the shelf, which was located under the large TV. "How?" Then Mike went to the window. He began to look at the blinds and the windowsill. He checked everything carefully. He was looking for any clue that could lead to the end of the investigation. So far, nothing interesting has caught my eye. Then they went into the next room. It was much smaller than the previous hotel. It wasn't so light here. Our heroes realized that this was most likely a library. There were shelves with books around sofas and armchairs, so that these books can be read comfortably. Inspector. Police Inspector Johnny noticed a computer standing on the table. He sat down at this desktop and turned it on. The computer booted, and I opened a lot of interesting files. The police inspector sat and looked through everything that was on this computer. So far, he hasn't found any clue either. While Inspector Johnny sat at the computer. At this moment, Mike was checking the next room. In this room, there was a large bookcase that covered the entire wall. He began checking every shelf, every book, and on the very top shelf, he felt something with his hand. "Mike, did you find something?" Johnny asked. "No, I thought it was a box, but it's just an interesting book," answered Mike. "I got you," Johnny said. "I got on the computer and downloaded something. Tomorrow I'll send you the hard drive, everything I dig up there." "Agreed," Mike said. "See, we've already worked with you, Johnny. We are practically a team. We are partners." Mike smiled. "Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. Take care of the hard drive and everything that was on this computer. I trust you completely," said Mike. Suddenly, Police Inspector Johnny heard a sound, an incomprehensible sound. At first it resembled a grinding sound, then like the sound of wind, then a howl. It was impossible to make out. "What it is, I can't make it out. This reminds me of something, but I can't remember what," the police inspector said. The police inspector and Mike stood and looked at each other. Suddenly Johnny screamed loudly, "I remembered! Does this sound like a sword crying?" "Don't you think so, Mike?" asked the police inspector. "I know that ego swords make similar sounds." The inspector continued to speak as a police inspector. "Hush, be quiet for a second, let me listen." Told Inspector Johnny to shut up, Mike. Mike stood and listened carefully to what was happening around. He wanted to catch this sound to understand what it was. "Do you understand where it is published from? Who is it published by?" He was completely focused on that sound. But this could be evidence," Mike said to the inspector. Police Inspector Johnny and Mike walked down the corridor and began to peek into yet another room. They did it very carefully, like spies, so that they cannot be seen or heard. They peeked around the corner and watched what was happening in this room. But then Police Inspector Johnny and Mike boldly entered the room, realizing that there was no one there. They began to look around. There was a little excitement. "What is this, really?" Inspector Johnny asked. Police Inspector Johnny and Mike looked at the wall where the kitchen utensils were hanging. Among them was one frying pan. There was a slight vibration coming from the frying pan. It was the frying pan that made the sound. Without thinking for a long time, Police Inspector Johnny came up and took this frying pan in his hands. He carefully examined her from all sides. "How is that? Why is the cry of the sword coming from this frying pan? I do not understand anything." The police inspector spoke. Suddenly, Police Inspector Johnny simply froze in place. He was like a kettle that was boiling. His eyes began to bulge out. Smoke came out of my ears. And then he just screamed very loudly in pain. This scared Mike very much. Police Inspector Johnny screamed very loudly in pain. This frying pan seems to have glued his hand to itself. The inspector felt as if he had grabbed a hot metal with his hand. It burned his hand and was very painful from the heat. He waved his hand with all his might and threw the frying pan on the floor. Mike stood there simply in shock, but he did not understand what was happening and how he could help the inspector. "You scared me. What happened, Johnny?" Mike asked. "Is she talking or what?" "She can talk. Or what?" "I don't understand. Answer." "Yes, she can talk, and not only that," answered Inspector Johnny. "I understood you. Okay, she can talk. Well, why immediately throw it on the floor? This is a good thing," he said. Mike crouched down to pick up the frying pan from the floor. "This creature, this frying pan, makes very strange noises," Police Inspector Johnny said excitedly. At that moment, Mike took the frying pan with his hand. Literally a second later, Mike screamed in pain in an inhuman voice. He screamed in pain because this frying pan was talking to him in a nasty voice. Mike continued to scream and did not know how to get rid of her. "Oh, you're such a bastard, not a frying pan!" screamed loudly Mike. He began to wave his hand with all his might, and he managed to throw the frying pan out of his hands. The frying pan flew and hit the floor. "I told you so," said Police Inspector Johnny. The frying pan was lying on the floor. Police Inspector Johnny and Mike moved a little further away from her. They didn't know what else this frying pan could do. They didn't know what else she was capable of. Johnny and Mike just stood there in silence and looked at a seemingly ordinary frying pan lying on the floor. Mike felt good to me. His body felt as if he was holding a red-hot piece of iron with one hand. On the one hand, it was painful, but on the other hand, it was scary, because this frying pan began to talk to you. Mike took a deep breath and exhaled almost warm steam from himself. Mike realized he needed to use magic. This had to be done here and now. Something very light, just so that you can pick up this frying pan. And of course, I had to overcome my fear. After all, it's not every day you talk to a frying pan. Mike tuned in to the desired wavelength and picked up this frying pan. Now, it didn't hurt him at all to hold the frying pan in his hands. Now it turned out to be an ordinary frying pan, like millions of them. So I looked at her for so long. "What are you?" I asked for a frying pan shirt. A smiley-like design appeared inside the frying pan. It was a smiling emoticon. It was a smile. "Thanks for asking. I am a great cook from the Elidum dimension. I have a partial copy of the memory you need. I am a cooking utensil with built-in intelligence. You have already noticed that I am not an ordinary frying pan," the frying pan said. Mike stood and held this frying pan tightly in his hand. This was his first experience of talking with a frying pan. From the outside, it looked very strange. But this is the reality of this world. He listened to everything the frying pan told him. She was partly right. Mike began to think, remember, and reflect. He remembered finding a body hanging in the forest. Even then he realized that something was wrong here. At that moment he could not understand what exactly. It turns out they worked quite well, Mike thought, remembering all the details. Mentally he teleported back to the place where he found the body. He collected bit by bit all the data that he already had about what was happening. Mike stood and remembered. He began to remember everything that he had been told about the old woman named Daphne. Then he began to compare data regarding the will. Now the frying pan told him a lot more about everything. It was necessary to assemble all these grooves. "Homunculi," said Mike. "So that's it." Mike began to reason. Because they use the same DNA as the chairman, but the results will then be positive. If they decide to do a test, if the test is done, then the DNA will be positive. Mike continued to think. Mike stood there and couldn't understand just one thing. Why did they hang the fake on a tree in the forest a week after it went missing? I wonder why anyone would need this. Mike continued to think. If the death of a person is revealed, then the only benefit will be his heir, who will receive all these 300 billion, and the loser will be the country that cannot get these riches of an illegal alien. And even if the alien who hung this fake is for a company worth 300 billion, creating a homunculus is simply impossible. In Korea, you must be one of the 7 richest people, or have the technology to make it all happen. I thought to myself, Mike. Mike continued to reason. How much are the company's shares worth that they create this problem? Especially now that a homunculus is involved. The situation is completely out of control. At this rate, I'd better not get involved in this." Mike continued to talk. It was deep night, and it was very quiet. There were practically no stars in the sky. Only a few dark clouds floated across the sky. There was some fog on the tops of the mountains. "It would be very nice if I could get at least some evidence from this house," thought Mike. Mike began to remember this house. I began to remember details and imagine the whole picture of what was happening in this house. Skovoroda continued to talk further. "Ted seems like an ordinary person. I once saw him leave the house in the middle of the night. I also wondered what kind of meeting he went to so late at night." The frying pan said, "I am cheerful on my wall on a hook and relaxing." The frying pan spoke. "The next day I felt movement in the house. I clearly heard footsteps and rustling. These steps were heard in the living room. I calmed down because I thought nothing was happening." Mike was very surprised. "What?" he asked. "Then perhaps he is an alien." Mike was completely lost in his thoughts. "Listen to me, Inspector Johnny. Tell me, did anyone come into this house after the incident?" "Told you, Mike." "No, no one entered the house. Today we came in for the first time since the chairman left this house," Police Inspector Johnny said. The frying pan suddenly spoke again. "I'm telling you, I'm always at home. I see everything, I follow everything, and I remember everything. I'm a smart tech guy. I have a memory stick. I'm just sure it wasn't the chairman." The frying pan said, "We always just come, search the house and leave before dawn. He came for 5 days in a row, but then he simply disappeared." The frying pan continued to talk. Mike held the frying pan tightly in his hands. "Tell me, have you seen his face?" he asked the frying pan. "I didn't see it. Unfortunately, I didn't see it. I don't have a night vision device. But judging by the silhouette, it was definitely a man." The frying pan said. The police inspector and Mike began to discuss everything they had heard. They began to compare all the facts. "So what do we have? Let's talk," said Mike. "To come and leave unnoticed, without using the door. This requires warp magic," Mike said. "Mike, what did the frying pan tell you? Be careful," asked the police inspector. "She told me a lot of interesting things. For example, listen. She told me that there was someone else here who had already searched the house before us." "Can you imagine it?" said Mike. "And most likely he entered and left the house using warp magic," said Mike. Mike began to use his magic, his superpower. His eyes lit up with a blue light. They became darker and lighter. Blue smoke began to emanate from it, which scattered throughout the house. "I was just looking for traces of magic in the present," said Mike. "But we had to look for them in the past." Mike continued. Police Inspector Johnny did not understand what was happening now. He was a little scared. He had never seen Mike use his dark magic up close and personal. Blue and blue smoke flew through the air throughout the house. "Mike is my friend." "What are you doing?" the police inspector said in fear. "Listen to me, Johnny. There is a spiritual world that intersects with the material. Help leaves traces in the spiritual world," said Mike. "It's too difficult for me to understand," said the inspector. "Now I just have to find traces of the use of warp magic. But then find out who broke into this house," said Mike. Mike walked around the house and compared all the facts that were already in his head. He walked around this room like a real detective. Blue smoke swirled around him. It worked his magic. Mike stood near the wall. "So he entered the house here," said Mike. "Yes, he always appeared here. I remember that for sure." The frying pan in Mike's hands spoke. Mike held the frying pan tightly in his hand. He walked around the room of this house and looked at all the walls, ceilings, and everything that he could get his attention. There was blue smoke around him. The magic continued to work. Police Inspector Johnny walked quietly behind Mike. "Find her," Mike told the frying pan. Mike walked to the corner of the room. All of his blue smoke dissipated into this corner. So, 10 traces of warp magic. Based on this, considering that he has only been here 5 times. "Then everything matches perfectly for us," said Mike. Suddenly May screamed loudly. "Johnny, partner, I think I found traces of magic. Let's just try to track them down," said Mike. Micah directed his magic towards the wall. "What does she keep telling you? This frying pan?" the police inspector asked loudly. Mike squeezed the handle of the frying pan very tightly with his hand. He held it tightly so that it would not jump out of his hands. "Come with us," Mike said to the frying pan. "Otherwise it turns out that I am the only witness here," Mike said out loud. Mike put the frying pan in the trunk of the car. He closed the trunk well and securely. "Do you want to tie me up and kidnap me, take me with you?" A frying pan screamed loudly from the trunk of the car. Police Inspector Johnny got behind the wheel of the car. Mike sat next to him in the front seat. They started the car and drove off. "I suggest you not touch her unless absolutely necessary." "Do not touch this pan," said Mike Johnny. "I completely agree with you," answered the police inspector. "You and I are truly like partners." The police inspector and Mike were driving at very high speed. They drove like this for some time. They drove and were silent. They were a little shocked by everything that had just happened to them. "Please answer me, why are all magicians capable of doing this?" asked the police inspector. "Actually, no. I did this simply from pure experience," Mike answered the inspector. They were driving a white police car. "This is understandable since your life is so long. Even if you're only a quarter elf. I understand that you have been using this magic of yours for a long time. Your abilities simply amaze me," Johnny said. Police Inspector Johnny and Mike were driving and talking. "Answer me one question, partner," said Mike. "Are you really going to retire in 5 years?" Mike asked the inspector. "Certainly. Orcs age slowly. But then it happens very suddenly. The old ones quickly come to us." The police inspector said, "This is of course very cool and interesting," said Mike. "I don't know about the rest of the orcs, but you are my friend and partner. You are just doing great, just like a cucumber. You are simply amazing at what you do," Mike Police Inspector said. "I'm not kidding. I'm really telling the truth about you." Mike continued, "Listen to Johnny, and you don't want to work with us later as soon as you retire." Mike asked the police inspector, "Mike, you know our rules." Police Inspector Johnny answered. "What are the rules?" Mike asked. "You can't piss off a troll." "Not at all. Completely different," the inspector answered. "Then I need a book with all your rules." Laughed Mike. "How do you think I should remember and know all this?" "I definitely need a book like this," Mike continued. The fact that everything Mike said made the orc very happy. Police Inspector Johnny was driving the car and smiling. For him, it was the first time it was so fun and easy with such a partner as Mike. "I'm walking with a partner. I'll tell you this, partner, there's only one rule. Just act according to the situation," she said. Inspector Johnny laughed. Their police car stopped at a crosswalk. The traffic light was red. People, orcs, and elves crossed the road. "Do this only if the occasion allows you. Forget the rest. Otherwise my mother will throw a tantrum at you," Police Inspector Johnny said. Police Inspector Johnny and Mike continued to drive in the white police car. They continued to have a pleasant conversation with each other. They talked like real friends. "Isn't your mom still worried?" Mike asked. Their conversation continued. "Wait, remember when you detained a drunken orc officer who was beating a man? Wasn't your mom worried about you back then?" "I think I was even very worried. Told you, Mike." Their police car stopped next to a small truck containing large concert speakers. It was heard from these speakers. Loud voice and calls, "The whole party is for the people, which is also created by people. The land has always belonged to us." It came from the speakers. "People, give power back to the people. The main human party is candidate number 7, Choi Taik." Mike started listening to all this loud nonsense. He pressed the button to close his window so he wouldn't hear it. "The light has already turned green. Let's go faster. I don't want to listen to this nonsense. My ears are just drooping," said Mike. The traffic light turned green. Police Inspector Johnny pressed the pedal and they quickly drove off from the start. Our heroes rode and were silent. They were a little tired from their conversations. It's just that we've never had to communicate so much close to each other before. Mike began to look at the dashboard of the police car. "I suggest we listen to the radio. I hope you don't mind," Mike asked the police inspector. "Yes, come on. That's a good idea. I'm already tired of driving in silence," Inspector Johnny said. Mike pressed the radio button. The radio turned on. The voice from the radio spoke. And now we move on to the main news and the main events. A visit from the Galanko dimension. Princess Berme of the United Royal Family was announced. The radio continued to talk. According to rumors, this visit is about preparation toward mass immigration. However, the United Nations currently denies this. The Ghost is calling a protest in front of Congress today, Mike said, and this request is valid, and the bill concluded that it would violate their privacy, said Mike. Mike sat in the front seat and carefully examined the road ahead. He tried not to even blink so as not to miss anything important. Then Mike began to use his dark magic again. Mike looked forward in the direction of their car. "Inspector Johnny, stop!" Screamed loudly. Mike, Police Inspector Johnny, abruptly stopped the police car. The squealing of brakes could be heard all along the street, floated around the car. Blue and blue smoke, it looked like fog. "Their tracks diverge here," said Mike. Police Inspector Johnny opened his driver's door. He got out of the car and looked carefully ahead. Inspector Johnny said in a confident voice, "I know this place very well, Mike. I know it very well. Are you sure we've arrived at the right address?" the inspector asked. There were a lot of orcs on the streets of this area. They were everywhere. This was their area. There was a community of orcs here. Several adult orcs were sitting outside playing board games. Mike also got out of the police car. He looked around. "So, Johnny, let's talk together," said Mike. If they came every night for 5 days, then most likely they settled here for a while. Mike continued to talk. "If you look around and think carefully, this area is ideal," said Mike. Therefore, blue and blue smoke was flying around the area. It looked like fog. It covered the entire area of the region. This was Mike's dark magic at work. It's very good that there are no traces of invisibility magic here. "So let's check the CCTV cameras," Mike told Police Inspector Johnny. "Of the two of us here, only you are police officers," said Mike. "I think this is not the first time for you to do something like this. Therefore, I entrust this important matter to you, my dear friend Inspector Johnny." The police inspector combed his beard with his hand. It was clear that he was not ready for such a proposal. "Fine. Got it. I'll try," the police inspector said. The next day came. The weather has completely deteriorated. The sky was overcast with gray clouds. It seemed like it was going to rain soon. Police Inspector Johnny and Mike were walking down the street. We looked at everything around and were surprised. Why can't this be? Mike was surprised. Mike and the police inspector. We walked around almost all the streets, all the houses. Mike looked around very carefully. He looked at every house. Mike walked up to store windows and examined them. "I can't understand one thing. That there is not a single video surveillance in the entire area?" Mike asked in surprise. They went through almost the entire area. The police inspector turned to Mike. "Unfortunately, this is an orc area. It happens here. It's the norm here," Police Inspector Johnny said. At that moment, Mike understood everything. "So that's why you had that look on your face when I asked you to take video surveillance of the area," Mike said to the inspector. The police inspector and Mike continued to walk through the area. "Well, this is how it all happened, if everything is against us." "Then let's use the good old proven methods," said Mike. "Good old methods? What else are they?" I asked Mike the police inspector. "Yes, this can be said to be the traditional method," Mike answered him. Mike extended his hand forward. He held a bottle of water in his mouth. "Just think, it's better to poppy in the 21st century." "Decks carry out research manually," said Mike. Police Inspector Johnny and Mike went to Orc Pub. It was a local small bar. There was a lot of good, cheap booze, and there was always music playing. This place was very popular with the orcs. Police Inspector Johnny and Mike went inside the bar. There was practically no one there. Most often, the orcs gathered in the bar in the late afternoon. The bartender was so funny. "Was he an orc too? Haley, are you there?" the police inspector said. From the look of the bartender Bell, it is clear that he is, firstly, surprised by the appearance of Inspector Johnny here, and secondly, he was unhappy that he saw the inspector in his bar. "I don't understand it. What are you doing here, Johnny? Did you receive the report?" the bartender asked. Now Mike looked with surprised eyes at Police Inspector Johnny. He was slightly shocked. "Do you know each other, Johnny?" Mike asked in surprise. "Yes, this is simply part of my powers as a police inspector," the inspector replied calmly. Police Inspector Johnny walked up to the bar. He took a photograph out of his pocket and placed it on the bar counter. "Don't worry so much. I'll just ask you a bunch of questions," the police inspector said. "Tell me, please, did you see anyone suspicious nearby?" The police inspector sat down. Police Inspector Johnny moved the photo closer to the bartender. "Look carefully. He has the same build as this one in the photo." The police inspector asked Genya, "The main thing is now." "It works mostly at night and has a wizard scent," Johnny said. The bartender took a photo of his hand. He began to look carefully at the photograph. "Of course I work at the bar. In just one working week, almost all the orcs pass through my bar." "Well, if not all but most," said the drum. He thought about it. "But I don't remember this," the bartender said. "Okay, since you're inspect, it was Johnny who asked me for help. So be it. I'll think about it and watch it for you." The bartender turned around, opened the curtain of his bar, and began to leave. "1 minute, please. I'll make one call now, and I will return to you. Wait for me, please," the bartender said and left. After a while, the bartender returned. "One of my friends said that he saw someone similar in the third quarter, so my friends, go there." The bartender said. "The bartender gave it back. The bartender gave it back. To the photography inspector." To the photography inspector. Beacon really hoped that the bartender would know everything that was happening in the area. "It will be much easier than I could have imagined," Mike thought. "We don't have to look into every house and every apartment with this photo. We could have lost a lot of time this way." Police Inspector Johnny and Mike went with the photo to look for this man. They asked the first passerby where their third quarter was. Which way should they go? The police inspector and Mike walked on. On the street they met several passers-by. The police inspector began asking questions. Show a photo, ask questions. The orcs began to indicate and guarantee which direction it was better for them to go. Mike and the police inspector stopped. "There is poor security in the orc area, and there is no video surveillance. So they don't even go out at night," the inspector said. "If the criminal praised, he did it every night. It would obviously be very easy to notice." Inspector, inspector, inspector. "It follows from this that the orcs sit at home at night. They don't go outside. Then they just look out the windows to see what is happening on the street. If he walked down the street alone, then everyone could see him," the police inspector said. "Wait, please, Johnny," Mike said anxiously. Mike began to use his dark magic. His eyes became light blue again. A blue tube began to spread around the city. This blue fog flew into almost every house and every open window. "Johnny, I think I found it," Mike said loudly. Mike stopped in front of a tall building. All balconies faced the roadway, and so the dark magic worked very well. Blue fog began to seep along all the balconies. Then it began to accumulate into one large glowing lump on one of the balconies of this house. "This is the guy who used warp magic," said Mike. The police inspector and Mike approached the door of this house. Mike's dark magic worked so well that the entire door was illuminated blue. It was also painted with some strange drawings. He used the barrier. He must have really wanted to live," the police inspector said. "Looks like he doesn't have enough skills since he cast several at once," Mike answered. At this time, Mike was very serious. His eyes were still blue. Samaya emitted a blue mist that seeped through the doors. His magic worked well. "Let's deal with them one by one," said Mike. Mike understood what needed to be done. Mike knew he needed to act immediately. It was impossible to wait. Any minute of delay could ruin their plan. Mike concentrated very hard. His eyes glowed blue. Something went wrong and the door did not open. Police Inspector Joe Lee stood nearby. He watched with great interest everything that was happening around him. He had already begun to gradually get used to the magic that he had seen so often from Mike lately. "And he's smart," Mike said. Mike was very determined. He understood that the police inspector did not know magic at all, and in this situation he was not his assistant at all. Therefore, he decided to take care of it. And Johnny's side, "Step aside, please," Mike said. "This smart guy is trying to escape," Mike continued talking. In the city, the sun suddenly disappeared on the street. A red glow appeared in the sky. Large black and red clouds also began to appear in the sky. The streets became dark, and everything began to be illuminated with a dark red light. Suddenly, unexpectedly, a strong wind blew from the high floor of this house, right from the balcony. The stream of strong wind was colored black and red. The movement was so strong that it looked like a red tornado that came straight out of the balcony of the house. The flow of this red air became larger and larger. It was gaining speed and scale. This red cloud began to spread throughout the city. Mike was more focused than ever at that moment. He seemed to be in complete control of everything. There was a short pause. "Take him!" Mike shouted loudly. Mike channeled his dark energy and magic towards that red cloud. A white light flash began to occur inside the red cloud. It was as if something was exploding inside that wind. Police Inspector Johnny stood and watched everything that was happening. I've never seen anything like this before. In his entire long career, he sees this for the first time. Mike just stood there and watched. The red cloud has cleared. Everything turned blue and blue. The police inspector and Mike saw a young guy. It was clear from his body that he was in good physical shape. This guy in the wall opened the portal with his hands. A black narrow hole appeared to escape. This guy turned to face the police inspector and Mike. His body had large muscles. He had already managed to stick one hand into this black hole, which looked like a portal, in order to escape. "What do you think you'll catch me?" this guy shouted. Mike looked at this young guy very seriously and angrily. It seemed like another moment and he would run away. "This!" the police inspector shouted loudly, and he quickly ran to grab this guy. Police Inspector Johnny didn't understand what was happening. He had never seen anything like this. There were tongues of red and black fog around him. They enveloped him from all sides. His eyes became very large in surprise. He didn't understand what to do in this situation. Then Police Inspector Johnny saw how red tongues of fog began to bind the leg of this young guy. They wrapped themselves around his leg like octopus tentacles and tied him down. He tried to escape, but he didn't succeed. The young man jumped high to take off. He stretched his arms up into the sky, but tongues of red and black smoke and fog hampered his movements. They swirled around his body. "What's happening?" the young man shouted in fright. It didn't take long before he was completely shackled and tied around his entire body with this black and red mist. Like ropes, they entwined his entire body from head to toe. He fell to the ground, completely bound. Police Inspector Johnny and Mike stood and looked at this young man who was lying completely tied up on the floor. "Oh, Police Inspector," my eyes almost fell out. He was shocked and very surprised. He's seen a lot in his life, but he's never seen anything like this before. "Mike, we've got him, and he won't run anywhere else?" the police inspector asked in surprise. "I think so, Johnny," Mike answered. Police Inspector Johnny and Mike dragged this young man into the house. They went into his room and sat him on the bed. Was he sitting with his hands tied? The police inspector and Mike stood opposite him and looked at him. "What are you?" the police inspector asked the young man. "Why do you care who I am?" The fugitive answered very boldly. This young man had a tattoo on his left chest. It was a circle with beach symbols written inside it. "Are you a member of the community?" asked the police inspector. Mike looked at the criminal and began to remember. "This society, if I'm not mistaken, is a criminal organization that consists of very capable and daring prisoners," said Mike. "You are absolutely right. This is a gathering place for the scum of society," the police inspector said. The young fugitive continued to sit with his hands tied. The police inspector and Mike continued their interrogation. Johnny had a phone in his hands. He scanned it quickly. "What can I say? His phone is clean," Johnny said. "It's clear. And there's nothing in his room either. There's nothing special," said Mike. Police Inspector Johnny quickly grabbed the criminal by the throat with his hand. Since we have confirmed that you are a criminal to members of a super-powerful criminal organization, then, according to Article 4, provided for by the Constitution of the Republic of Korea, as a citizen, the inspector spoke and his words were interrupted by the criminal. "Go to hell," said the criminal. Police Inspector Johnny laughed loudly in the face of this young criminal. "You weirdo! You're not even human, do you understand?" The police inspector said. "You're just a piece of shit who thinks he's human." "Knowing this," Police Inspector Johnny said. The young criminal was sitting in his underpants. He looked at the police inspector with a very angry look. "What do you think? If you put on the uniform, you become one of us," the criminal said. "You have no idea how angry I am. I'm so angry I just want to tear you apart," said the young criminal. Mike looked at all this happening with a very calm gaze. He, as always, stood calmly and kept his hands in his pockets. "I won't be able to help you if you say something like that again," said the criminal is Mike. "You better believe his words." The police inspector confirmed this. The police inspector held the criminal tightly by the throat with one hand. In his other hand, he took a large hammer. He began to swing this hammer towards the head of the young criminal. His look was very serious and angry. "This is already some kind of barbarism," Mike said to the inspector. "Isn't that your style, Mike?" asked the police inspector. "No, that's definitely not my style," Mike answered. "Remove it immediately," he told the inspector. "Believe me, I have something much better," said Mike. "Even better." "What is this knife?" asked the police inspector. "No, of course not," Mike said. "Come take a closer look. It will be just ordinary magic. Although for you, it is, of course, unusual," said Mike. Mike held out his hand. "We give the boy a big boil." Then it burst, and something incomprehensible appeared from the finger. It looked like a small worm that had wings and a beak. It was a very disgusting sight. The spectacle is not for the faint of heart. Mike began to extend his finger, on which this vile insect was sitting, directly to the young criminal's face. The young criminal did not understand what was happening. There was wild fear in his eyes. "No, that's not what you won't do," the young criminal shouted. "No damn bastard, I'll do it, trust me," said Mike. "Why are you scared?" "Where did your heroism go?" Mike asked the criminal. "It was given. I already see that you have guessed everything. Then maybe it's time to share with us everything you know," said Mike to the criminal. The young criminal continued to pretend to be a big hero. He was scared, but he tried not to show it. He was silent and did not say anything. "Well, of course you are a complete idiot," said Mike to the criminal. Then Mike, with his magic, sent this insect straight into the criminal's nose. He inhaled it and screamed loudly in pain. "Johnny, please give me the recorder." "It seems to me that she became his time," said Mike. The police inspector put a voice recorder in his t-shirt hand. "Here you go, partner," Johnny said. This insect was crawling all over the young criminal's head. It was unbearable, painful, and disgusting. The criminal made a face in pain. He screamed and screamed. White foam began to come out of his mouth. The young criminal began to say something very unintelligibly, to the best of his ability. Mike very quickly picked up the recorder, turned it on, and began recording. He needed to write down everything that this bastard could say inaudibly. He kept the record button on. Mike began to use his black magic. He made sounds unknown to anyone. These sounds were similar to microwaves. The young criminal began to tremble all over. His body was shaking very violently. "Mike, what's going on? What is this?" the police inspector asked very excitedly. He watched everything that was happening. He was scared again because he had never seen anything like this before either. "Don't worry, Johnny. Everything is fine. It's just a lucky bug," Mike answered very calmly. The young criminal sat with his head thrown to the side. He was practically unconscious. "I'll explain everything to you now," Mike said. "This bug goes directly into the criminal's brain. Then it causes dopamine to explode. And it begins to cause a big surge of happiness in the body. Told you, Mike." Mike brought the recorder he was holding in his hand closer to him. He looked at the recorder screen. "Just great. I wrote down the spell." So now I can use it for a while. Satisfied, Mike said. I understand almost everything, the police inspector told Mike. The young criminal began to scream loudly in pain. No, stop it. Stop mocking me. What are you doing to me? It hurts me. Stop. The young criminal screamed in a wild, terrible voice. The young criminal remained seated with his hands tied. He screamed loudly. Please let me go. Now I can't go back to this place. The criminal shouted. Let me go back. The young criminal continued to scream. Great. Then I'll ask again, said Mike. Mike put his recorder right in front of the criminal's face. Do you want to go back to your happy memories? Mike asked. It's just a happiness bug control spell, said Mike to the young criminal. At that moment, the happiness beetle that Mike had planted in the criminal's head crawled into the very brain. He was sucked into it. He fed on the energy of a criminal. Just tell me everything you know and I'll let you go, Mike said confidently to the criminal. Mike stood and recorded on a tape recorder what the criminal was saying. I have no idea where Taijun is. I just had to find the secret vault with magic hidden in his house. The criminal continued talking and bring all the contents to the customer. The young criminal spoke. Secret vault, Mike asked. I didn't see anything like it when I explored the whole house. Mike continued talking. The young criminal remained sitting with his hands tied in his underpants. Only dim light fell on his body. Police Inspector Mike listened carefully to everything the criminal was saying. I'll tell you, by the way. Tell us who the customer is? Michael asked the criminal. The criminal listened as much as possible and continued talking. I don't know his name, but I know what he is. The criminal fell silent abruptly. Mike didn't understand what happened. Why did he suddenly stop talking? Then Police Inspector Johnny grabbed him by the neck and was about to punch him in the face. What is he what? Asked the police inspector loudly. This asshole is still lying to us right now. The police inspector was indignant. But it's true. I'm really on orders from the center, the young criminal shouted loudly. Police Inspector Johnny was simply shocked by what he heard. Mike, did you hear that? What do we do now? Asked the police inspector. Are you going to continue this? The inspector continued to ask. It's too dangerous, you know. Johnny spoke. Police Inspector Johnny continued to hold the criminal's throat with his hand. To be honest, he had a desire to just strangle him and that's it. And it's done. Well, the police can't work like that. At this time, Mike came up with a very strong idea. He began to scratch his chin with his fingers. Things get much more complicated. Mike thought to himself. Is there a dragon customer? Yes, if the customer is a dragon, then things are very bad. After all, dragons are creatures of the highest class. Mike, what are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? What other dragons? This bandit is sitting in front of us. Let's take mine to the police station and then let the center figure out what to do with him, Police Inspector Johnny said. Mike started talking. Dragons are creatures that can become superior creatures in just one generation. Believe me, they have not one or two people who disappeared because they were simply not pleased with something. These are powerful beings who now rule society. They are very, very rich. They have very enormous power and control everything like puppets, said Mike. The director, the police inspector, and the mech stood in the middle of the room. Mike, what are you worth? What are we going to do? Tell me, he asked the police inspector. Wait, Johnny, I still have questions, said Mike. Mike suggested that the police inspector take this young criminal to the police station. They took him outside and left. There were a lot of people around. There were also a lot of policemen. Near the police station, they saw the main one and approached him. If you don't want to listen to me, then at least listen to the tape recorder. Told you, Mike. Please follow the rules. Told you, Mike. But few people listened to him. Mike, are we going to leave this guy like this? Johnny asked about the criminal. He's enjoying himself. I don't care about him. Let him enjoy the happy bug, said Mike. Reporting everything to the police and bringing the criminal here was indeed the right decision. 2 policemen took the young criminal by the arms. His hands were tied and additionally handcuffed. They put a towel over him to keep him warm, and so that he does not scare away passers-by on the street with his appearance. He had a bug inside him that made him happy. The police inspector asked Mike. They usually just die, right, Mike? No, if he receives decent treatment, then the chance of survival will be somewhere around 50%. Mike told the inspector. But it all depends on what effect the magic potion will have. Mike continued talking. The young criminal looked like a mentally ill person. A large number of wrinkles appeared on his forehead. The nose stretched out. The eyes became white. The eyes were large and protruded outward. It was a very scary sight. Mike and Police Inspector Johnny took the young criminal to the station. Then they got into their white police car and hit the road. Inspector Johnny, as always, was behind the wheel. Sitting in the car as they drove, Mike began tuning the radio. He wanted to listen to the news. The radio wave was very poorly received, and so Mike did it, and the radio said, "Let's move on to the next news." A decision was made for the visit of Princess Vernus. The radio didn't finish speaking because the wave got lost, and there was interference. Then the radio continued talking, and this is Korea. There was interference again, and nothing was heard. "I think there are only about 4 culprits, told you, Mike. However, I still don't understand their motives. What the hell is this?" "Most dragons don't claim to be like that," said Mike. The radio started talking again in the car, and this will be at least 15% of the market capitalization. This is a new big record for Hassan Industry. They continued driving in the car. Mike repeated the word he heard on the radio, Hassan. Then Mike was suddenly surprised. "What? Hassan? Hassan Industry?" Mike was too surprised. "Mike, don't you think this is Taijun's boss's company?" the police inspector said. "This is a common occurrence for such big shots. Will they cope while the boss is away?" said Mike. "Or maybe he approved everything even before he disappeared?" the inspector asked. The police inspector and Mike continued driving in their white police car. "Johnny, aren't you hungry? Maybe we can eat together," Mike said and handed the food into his hand. "What is this?" Johnny asked. "Ham and cheese sandwich," answered Mike. "Yes, I heard Katie did it to you. Does she know how to cook?" Johnny said. "I'm not sure," answered Mike. They arrived at Mike's office. We went into his office. There was a talking frying pan on the table. There were a lot of different pieces of paper with notes lying around the frying pan. We're only basing this on what the guy told us. Taijun's house to find the secret storage room. "But I didn't find anything," said Mike. "Skovoroda is also silent about this." Mike continued talking. "Therefore, we return to the office with you to discuss our further actions." "Told you, Mike." Max sat down on the sofa and thought. "And what is the result now?" said Mike. "It's clear it's time to give up. Very upset, Mike." "I'll lose before I even get anything," Mike said in a frustrated voice. Suddenly the door to Mike's office suddenly opened. A disheveled Katie ran into the office. It was clear from her that she was late. "Mike, I'll visit the immigration office tomorrow. And most importantly, I came," Katie shouted proudly. Inspector Johnny and Mike smiled. "You burst into the office like a demon," Inspector Johnny said. "Uncle Johnny, what are you doing here?" Katie asked. "Uncle, why did you start calling me that?" Johnny asked, not understanding and indignantly. "Have you seen your face?" Katie answered. "I'm actually an orc," the police inspector said quietly. "Why a frying pan? Do you want to cook something delicious? And then eat it without me," Katie said. Mike sat and looked at Katie with a calm gaze. "If you touch it, you will want to wash your hands urgently. That's the minimum," said Mike. Katie began to look at the documents that were lying on Mike's desk. She sorted and rearranged all the papers. Katie started asking, "Mike, what is this? What kind of document is this? What is this? Do you need this or can you throw it away?" Continued asking Katie questions. Unexpectedly, "Katie, I took the frying pan lying on the table." She rose to the city above the table. A red smiley face appeared inside the frying pan. Eyes and smile. "Hello, I'm glad to meet you," the frying pan said. Katie was shocked. She brought the frying pan closer to her face to take a closer look. "Did the frying pan tell me that? What is she saying? Can she speak? Is she talking? So it turns out that she is alive?" Katie kept asking. "You can call me stupid," the frying pan said. "Hello, stupid," Katya said. Because I laughed, No, that's wrong. Wait, don't you have another name? Katie asked. Is it okay to call you stupid? I think no, Katie said. Mike was sitting on the sofa. Katie, don't even think about taking her. Do you hear what I'm telling you? Do not even think, said Mike. I wonder why, Katie asked. Is this the big problem? She asked, rolling again. No, there are no problems, answered Mike. Katie walked closer to the table where Mike was sitting. She was holding her handbag on her shoulder. Katie looked at Mike with a friendly look. It seems to me that something is definitely going to happen soon, Katie said. I'm really glad I took this with me today, Katie continued. It's just no wonder I was so eager to have a drink today, Katie said cheerfully. Boys, why are you sitting so sad? Maybe you girls will answer? Katie asked. Sorry, I'm not in the mood today, said Mike. I can't do it today either. I've been driving all day, the police inspector answered. At that moment, Katie suddenly took out a large red bottle of good, expensive alcohol from her purse. She was proud and enthusiastically raised it forward at arm's length. And if so, 37 years old, seasoned, Kingsley Aston. This is the best collection of gnome maestro. Yes, Katie said proudly. The boys quickly ran for food. I needed something to snack on. They also got hold of dishes and glasses. A luxurious table was quickly set. There were light snacks on the table. Chips, fresh vegetables finely chopped on a plate. There were also several types of good cheese. They took some more bottles of wine and placed them with ice buckets. Mike was sitting on his favorite couch. He held a glass of red wine in his hand and leaned back well on the sofa. It was a wonderful break for today. This spontaneous party in Mike's office lasted several hours. Very soon it was deep night. It was very dark outside. Mike's office building was illuminated only by the bright white moon. Judging by what happened on Mike's desk after the party, conclusions could be drawn. Every last drop of alcohol was drunk. The ice in the buckets melted, and there was just water. Empty bottles lay on the table. Several pieces of different food lay on different plates. Empty packets of eaten chips were also lying on the table. The table was a terrible mess. At this time at night, next to this table, on which there had recently been a party, stood Mike's favorite sofa. He was lying on his side and sleeping very soundly. There was a very terrible and foul smell in Mike's office. Mike really wanted to go get a drink of water, but he simply didn't have the strength. I feel like just a corpse, told myself Mike. Maybe I was just poisoned? Mike lay there and thought. No, I don't think so. It's just a slight hangover, Mike reasoned. Oh, God, the hangover, and why did I drink? Crown Prince Graham forced me. Wait, no. That was 250 years ago. Mike continued to lie and talk. Are you really going to do this alone? 'Cause you are a necromancer who is under a spell. No, it was a long time ago, when I was very weak and just starting to work. Mike continued to talk to himself. Yes, but now I'm here, said Mike, and he extended his hand forward. I'm on the ground, said Mike. Mike opened his eyes and was indeed lying on the ground right on the road near his office. He looked very shabby. And my name is Mike, said Mike. Mike continued to lie on his back. He hardly opened his eyes and looked at the sky. He felt very bad. He was generally weak, and his whole body ached. Suddenly, a baby orc appeared in front of him. The kid leaned over Mike. Was he alive or not? Making sure Mike was alive and breathing, the kid said, Hello, I brought you a cold soda. Drink and you will immediately feel better and get up faster. You can't just lie here and be seen like this, the baby said. Mike drank the cold soda my baby brought. He felt better. He went up to his office, opened the window, and looked out into the street. The weather was wonderful. He just wanted to get some fresh air. Mike had a piece of paper in his hands. It was a letter demanding that he urgently appear at headquarters. Something must be going on, Mike said. We arrived by car. He got out of it and headed towards the headquarters building. Several people met him. Mike asked the driver to wait for him. One of the guards who met Mike said, It's you, Mike, then follow me. The guards led Mike towards the headquarters. It was a very large glass building. It looked like a skyscraper. There was something written on top. The guard always walked next to Mike. Mike walked down the corridor towards the doors that were held open by two girls. Something is clearly going on here, Mike thought. Most likely this is because of what we discovered yesterday with Police Inspector Johnny. Thinking again, Mike. The girl standing near the door invited Mike to go inside. "Thank you," Mike said. At that moment, Mike heard a woman's voice. "Come in." Mike realized this was the CEO's office. At the end of the office, Mike saw a beautiful girl. True, it was not a girl, but an elf. She sat elegantly on the windowsill. "I've already been waiting for you." "Agent Mike," Elf said. Her name was Blair. She's the chief secretary of the Jenkins Corporation. Jenkinson is also a dragon. Next, the story develops in Mike's apartment. Katie cut the potatoes and thought about it. She thought about making something so delicious for dinner. Mike was in the kitchen. He also helped her cut vegetables. Katie walked up to him and said, "Mike, why don't you get another knife? Because this knife is the best." Mike answered. Katie continued talking to Mike in the kitchen. Katie says, "But I heard that it was used before as a relic for human sacrifices." Katie immediately remembered and imagined this picture before her eyes. It was, of course, a terrible sight. She immediately felt scared. Mike turned to face Katie. He was holding in his hands a large, sharp knife with a purple blade. "Katie, my friend, don't worry. I can easily neutralize him with my magic." He smiled and said, "Mike." "So clear, it's clear," Katie said. She didn't quite like this answer. In the living room, Police Inspector Johnny was sitting on the sofa. He carefully watched what was shown on TV. They said the following on TV. "Let's move on to the next news from the entertainment industry. Actress Elf Miss Rent. Zarafi was chosen as the Xme's muse, and is currently finishing filming a perfume commercial. She presents a new fragrance with the scent of an elf's body." Police Inspector Johnny sat attentively and listened to all this. He was slightly shocked by this news. These people almost went crazy. She grabbed her hair with both hands. She really liked the smell of this perfume with the scent of Alpha's body. Katie sat down on the sofa next to the police inspector. She turned her head towards where Mike was standing in the kitchen. "Mike, I actually like this smell. I had never imagined that elves smelled so fragrant," Katie said. At this point, Katie asked, "That's what I thought, Mike. Please tell me why you don't smell like that?" I asked Mike these questions. Mike froze and didn't know what to tell her. "You're an elf in the prime of your life, or am I wrong?" Katie said. "Well, it won't feel much if you're only 1/4 elf," Mike answered. So, our action is again transferred to a beautiful, tall glass building. It says Jenkinson in big letters. The building was so tall that it seemed to reach the sky. White clouds floated beautifully across the sky. Blair stood in the CEO's office. She bent her elbows and crossed her arms over her chest. She was wearing glasses. "Listen to me, Mike," Blair said. Mike sat down on the sofa and carefully watched and listened to her. "Something happened, say. If I came here, it means I'm ready to negotiate," said Mike. Then Blair adjusted her glasses with her hand. "The case of the disappearance of Chairman Chan, which was assigned to you, so here it is. Chairman Jenkinson was very interested in him," the elf said. Mike continued to sit on the couch and listen carefully to what the elf was saying. After being told in a speech the identity of the arrested HS member, Mike began to tell me in great detail. Then I was told to contact the agent who was assigned this case. A serious conversation ensued in the office. It was a conversation between two professionals. The elf continued to ask, "What do you think, Mike? Who is that dragon? Who hired a member of a criminal organization? What is your answer to Agent Mike?" the elf asked loudly. The chief secretary of the corporation took the control panel in her hands. She turned on the large screen that was in this office. "We believe that these three are the main suspects," the elf said. "These are Halispade, Vitravia, and Edeline," said the elf. "That's what I thought," Mike said to himself. He looked attentively at the screen. "But I still can't understand. Why did the chairman do this, and why did he want to see me?" He didn't have an answer to this question yet. The chief secretary of the corporation stood and looked at Mike with a serious face. "Please tell me everything you know about Hassan Industry." the chief secretary asked. I thought it was a pharmaceutical company, said Mike. This is true for everyone. However, Hassan Industry, which is led by Chairman Gaijun, has a secret mission, the chief secretary answered. But this is a business. Obviously, they do these things. Mike answered. But there is a problem with their research, the secretary said indignantly. Mike, the fact is that they were doing dangerous research. Mike moved to a chair. He looked carefully at the secretary and listened to everything she said. Mike realized that the research was about the genetics of the dragon family. Everything is clear. Dragons are immune to all poisons that exist. They are strong, so it is therefore possible that they are interested in them. However, dragons are too proud to allow research to be carried out on themselves. Possibly the one who attacked Taijun. This is a dragon embittered by research. And this dragon was very proud of his noble dragon family. Chief Secretary, I don't understand something. So you think Little Dragon did it? As far as I know, Jenkinson has always sought attention, so I don't think he would risk his reputation, said Mike. The conversation began to take place in a raised voice. What makes you think that Chairman Taijun is an alien? Said Mike. Yes, but we have no proof, she answered harshly. Chief Secretary of the corporation. The Chief Secretary approached the screen and began to show the T-shirt. On the screen was a complete diagram of the disappearance of the director of Hassan Industry, and then I built a campaign. We are very suspicious of his sudden success, the Chief Secretary said. Mike sat and showed everything he had on the screen. Taijun is an alien. The Government and Immigration Bureau have known about this for a long time, said Mike, but they will clearly deny it, because that's the best-case scenario for them. This interesting information was displayed on the entire screen. Director Hassan Industry, Kim In-ju. She's still doing that dangerous research. The investigation will end when Taijun goes missing, the Chief Secretary said. A very large photograph of the director appeared on the screen. With her strength, she can cover any traces. Trust me, Mike. Jenkinson, the corporation's chief secretary, said. Mike began to carefully examine the photograph and all the data that the chief secretary of the corporation provided her. He loved to talk quietly to himself. I want to say that she is also a rather suspicious person, said Mike. In the photo we see Kim and Chan. Is Kim Youngju-mi devoted to Chan Taijun? Why did she do this? The chief secretary of the corporation kept asking Mike. There's only one thing I don't understand. Why doesn't she leak all the information she has on him? I think this is the best and fastest way to make money from this. The corporation's chief secretary adjusted her glasses, and she continued talking. Mike, what do you think of this option? What if she wants to take his place? Why not? A good option. The main sector continued to speak. That's why she killed her boss. That's all. I thought she could get away with it, but no. Regardless, this matter is being investigated, the chief secretary said. The series is, of course, a very interesting story. But wait. In fact, now we are talking about something else. Don't you realize there are dragons involved, said Mike. Although there is probably a matchmaker, Mike thought very quietly to himself. My God, how I don't like working. Mike repeated several times. I wish I could stand in the park now, listen to the birds singing, watch the children play. Eventually I would lie on my back and look at the sky and the sun. This is wonderful. I should have given up on all this in the first place, said Mike. Mike collected his thoughts in fear and began to speak again. Sorry, but I should have said it in the first place. This is as expected. If you are a little in doubt, then you should read this letter. Michael took out the letter and handed it to him. To his chief secretary. The chief secretary tilted her head and looked at this letter. This interested her. Mike, I suggest we do this right now. Why waste time? The chief secretary said. Damn, that wasn't my plan, said Mike. He gave the letter to the girl. Now, I understand that I don't have a chance, Mike thought. Thanks. I'll read it, the chief secretary said. After this conversation, Mike went down to the street. Inspector Johnny was already waiting for him there. They got into a white police car and drove off. They went to the office where Director Hassan is. Police Inspector Johnny and Mike drove up to the large office where the president was. It was a beautiful skyscraper. They walked together towards the front entrance. Mike and Inspector Johnny were invited into the meeting room. The director wasn't there yet. They were offered sweets and drinks so they wouldn't get bored. "I wonder how long we will wait for her," said Mike. People came into the office. They were men and women. The first to enter was a woman in a beautiful formal business suit. "Good afternoon, sorry for being late," she said. "It was Kim Youngju, Director Hassan." "My God, she is magnificent," said the police inspector. He stood up from his chair and began to say hello. "Good afternoon, madam. My name is Johnny. I'm a police inspector," he said. Mike, as always, was thoughtful. He looked at Director Hassan and thought, "This scent, I've heard it somewhere before," Mike thought. The police inspector, Mike, and the director sat down at the negotiating table. This familiar feeling did not leave my mind. T-shirt. "I need you to remember a few things," said Police Inspector Johnny. "I will only speak to the human police," said Director Hassan. Mike looked at the director carefully. He paid attention to every little detail. The first thing he didn't like was that this woman said very strange things. "I am now in such a state that by cheating, it is easy to drain all my energy," the director thought. Suddenly, Director Hassan stood up from the table. "Let's leave it at that." "Sorry, I'm very tired," Director Kim Youngju said. Mike crossed his arms over his chest. "I heard another manager is missing," Mike said. "But for some reason you didn't say anything about it. It was never even mentioned." The director stood and continued to communicate. "Perhaps he just left and is not in touch," Director Kim Youngju said. Everything that director, Mike said, was quickly analyzed in his head. Mike turned to the director. "Director Kim Youngju, I have a unique ability." "Director, perhaps you have heard the word MPF?" Mike asked. The director thought about it. MPF is an interspecific sex pheromone. This is an unexplained biological mystery. Mutants capable of spreading a pheromone that attracts other species are called MPF developers, Mike thought. "Director of the Ministry of Health, since when have you had such a relationship with the dragon?" Mike asked. The director stood there and didn't know what to answer. Mike continued. "Usually the MPF is released only upon frequent contact with the species," said Mike. "Jackinson and I had concerns. We considered those three as prime suspects. The dragon, which could be associated with Kim Youngju, is a developer." Mike listened carefully to the director. "It's none other than him," said Mike. "When did you start being friends with Edelins?" Mike asked. But the director simply turned around and silently left. Police Inspector Johnny and Mike came down where their car was parked. They sat in it and began to communicate. "I can't believe she just got up and left without answering. I was outraged, Mike." "Yes, this is indeed very strange," said the police inspector. "By the way, Mike, tell me how you figured out the dragon?" Inspector Johnny asked. Suddenly the frying pan spoke. "Sorry. Since you are heading to Hassan Industry, I want to tell you something. I can't restrain myself any longer," the frying pan said. Mike and Johnny sat in the car and listened. The frying pan continued to talk. "I just thought I knew the one you were talking about," she said. "You know?" Mike asked. "Yes, this is Yeonju. She often came to the owner's house. Then she started coming once a week to spend the night," the frying pan said. At this moment the director was talking on the phone. "Why didn't you say anything? What are you going to do now? How have you still not been able to find one person? We must, at the cost of our lives, find him faster than the orcs. Is it a dragon that he can't even summon spirits? Idiot," the director shouted into the phone. "I wiretapped my office, so I know everything and heard everything." Mike said to the inspector, "I'm doing everything I can." "Do you even realize how many elves were looking for Chan Taijun?" said Mike. Mike began to remember that stent on the wall on which the photographs were hung. Quite recently there was a case of a missing elf. Mike said to the inspector, "You cops and orcs blame them for being useless. You cops and orcs blame them for being useless." But one today became very useful. Mike said to the inspector, "I'll tell you an interesting story now. An old elf with very unusual abilities is currently hiding in the bookstore." Mike told the story. Mike had a very serious face. "I came there to catch this interesting creature." Mike continued talking. "I always want to be one step ahead of events. Of course, this doesn't always work out. but I try really hard, said Mike. At this moment, in the doorway of the bookstore, a slender girl appeared. She was talking on the phone. Yes, I came. I found this place. I see him. A girl spoke on the phone. A baby orc came out to meet the girl with a box in his hands. Oh, we have a new client. Welcome to our store, said the baby orc. The kid with big eyes stood and looked at this girl. It was not his first time seeing this in the area. Mike, through his wiretap, heard what was happening in the bookstore. He heard the description of this girl. He heard what she was talking about on the phone. His face was very worried. Mike needs to go urgently. Let's go, Police Inspector Johnny said loudly. No, wait a little. Johnny, Mike answered. Give me 1 minute to think, Mike continued. Mike began to reason. If we drive 10 kilometers through all the Seoul traffic jams, but when we arrive, it will be too late. So, Inspector Johnny, listen to me carefully, said Mike. Okay, Mike, I'm listening, Johnny answered. Mike began to use his dark magic. Everything around began to turn red with red smoke. It's warp magic, Mike said. As soon as I move completely, you will immediately head to Hassan, said Mike. Micro cut his palm once again. Blood was coming out of his hand, and immediately dark magic began to work. Johnny, you have to keep Yeonju safe, and at this time I will resolve some issues, said Mike. Just lock her up somewhere until I contact you, said Mike. Because if something goes wrong, we can use her as a hostage. The police inspector began to worry and worry. Hostage? Johnny asked. Tell me quickly who you are planning to blackmail. Johnny continued. Of course, the dragon said Mike. At this time, a tall girl in heels entered the bookstore. She had short hair and was wearing a jacket and jeans. She kept her hands in her pockets. Hello, elf, the girl said. The elf was sitting on the floor in the lotus position. He was reading a book and meditating. Peace and tranquility spread throughout his entire body. I'm telling you hello, elf, and you are silent in response. It's rude of you, the girl said. Call the spirit better, she said. The bookstore boss closed his book. He continued to remain calm. The elf sat on the floor in the lotus position and continued to meditate. For the spiritualist, perfume, said the elf. His alter ego and like-minded person. I will never summon one of them next to someone I don't trust, the elf said confidently. The girl resisted and listened carefully to everything he said. So, elf, let's express our thoughts more simply. The girl shouted at the elf. Let's take it easy and without any of your nonsense, the girl continued. Find me this freak, as quickly as possible, the girl said, and threw a printout with a photograph and a dossier of the missing person on the elf's table. Didn't you understand my words? The elf answered. The girl became furious. Her eyes became very big. They glowed, the pupils glowed blue. Na opened her mouth wide. Her fangs looked like the fangs of a vampire. The girl began to take the form of a demon. She grew up and turned into a giant. The girl laughed very loudly and terribly. This is an insignificant creature, the girl screamed. It was already evening outside. It was quiet and calm. The entire bookstore was illuminated with blue light. The light was so strong that it illuminated the roadway near the bookstore. It was a roar filled with the magical power of a dragon. It literally shakes the body and mind. This spectacle is certainly not for the faint of heart. Blue smoke enveloped the baby. The baby screamed and remembered Mike's words. If strange evil people appear in the store, which will frighten you and hurt you, then the huge explosion of the black book will save you. The kid ran to pull out the book carefully with his right hand from the shelf. He was not tall enough. He stood on his toes and reached for the book. When you get it, a staircase will open for you. Just go down it. I remembered the words, baby. At that moment, the girl grabbed the elf's throat with her left hand. She was so strong that she managed to lift it up with one hand and hold it. So where do we start? The girl shouted. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the girl turned to the side. With one left outstretched hand, she continued to hold the elf high. The entire bookstore was illuminated with a bright, white and yellow fiery light. There was a very big explosion. Flames engulfed the entire store. It was a cactus that was sitting in a large brown pot that exploded. Mike recently brought it to the bookstore. The cactus was not easy. It was a trap for unexpected and uninvited guests. The explosion was so large that flames flew out through the windows onto the roadway. The entire street was lit with fire. There was a deafening explosive bang. The boss of the bookstore approached the little orc. "Baby, let's quickly go to the second floor," said the elf. "Yes, sir. Okay," answered the little orc. There was a lot of smoke in the lower bench. It was a good job the kid did. The stunned girl sat on the floor, leaning against the wall. She had practically no strength. "Enter, you freaks," the girl said very evilly. The girl began to rise a little to her knees. She had wild eyes and a very angry appearance. There was a lot of smoke around her after the explosion. "I'll tear them to pieces." "Very angry," the girl said. She tried to get up and fell to her knees again. There was practically no strength. Most likely she was concussed from the explosion. She didn't understand what was happening. The whole sky turned red and black. Among all this, the body began to be clearly visible. It turned out to be Mike. He was flying across the sky. "To help your friends." This was his dark magic working. The girl raised her head up. She smiled hysterically. The girl saw Mike high in the sky. "So you're the boss here?" The girl laughed and asked. Mike hovered in the sky and looked at her. The girl from the ground looked into the sky at Mike. Mike was simply silent. "Are you completely deaf?" The girl screamed loudly. Mike landed and stood on the roof of the house. A wind-colored red and black blew behind him. "I'm not deaf at all," Mike answered loudly. Mike's eyes glowed with red, bright fire. He was furious, because Mike began to remember who this girl was. He definitely knew her. Mike began to shout loudly from the roof of the house down. "You are Edelins. You are 64 years old. 6 years ago you received temporary citizenship," and then she moved to the ground. "There was no way for you to obtain official citizenship," Mike continued. "This is all due to measurement problems. You don't even know who I shouted, Mike." "How did you find out all this?" the girl screamed. "If you are so brave, come down to me. Let's talk." The girl was very angry. Very angry. She was just furious. "You're obviously unfamiliar with the customs of dragons," said Mike. "Don't want to show your real face?" "I'm sure the elder dragon will like the troublesome cretin," said Mike. The girl did not expect such a turn of events. She didn't expect Mike to know everything about her. On the street behind her, city residents began to gather. These were ordinary onlookers who were interested when something incomprehensible was happening in the city. "Follow me. I know a place." He said Mike is on top. The girl raised her head up to the sky. The sky was gray and red. Mike's magic was all over the sky. "I'll make you regret this," the girl thought, and went after Mike. They flew into the forest. It was already deep night. Mike sat and talked to her. "I take it that the elders are clearly intimidating you," told you Mike. "Since you were so scared and followed me, I just had to start talking about them." The girl stood. The girl stood and scratched the back of her head with her hand. "I get the impression that you have led me into a trap," the girl said. The girl's face suddenly began to change. Her eyes began to glow with white light. The teeth began to change. "You know, Mike, now you will definitely come to an end." The girl screamed loudly. A large explosion was heard from the place where the girl stood. A large, wide, bright beam flew straight into the sky. The whole forest and the whole sky broadcast its light. The girl began to turn into a huge dragon. The dragon's head and mouth alone were 10 times larger than Mike himself. The dragon opened its mouth and growled loudly at Mike. Mike just stood there and kept his hands in his pockets. The dragon flapped its wings so hard that the trees shook in different directions. Earth, sand, and stones flew up to the sky. The forest became dark, and there was a lot of dust. The dragon began to fly over the forest. Mike jumped over the trees, took off, and was also in control of the situation. He had everything under his control. "How much water has flown under the bridge since my last dragon hunt?" Mike thought. Mike looked at his hand. "Damn it, my arm is recovering too slowly," Mike said to himself. Amazing magic. Deformation costs a lot. It takes almost all your strength. Mike accelerated and jumped on the dragon. With his sharp knife, he cut heavily on his arm. A large stream of black liquid gushed out from the wound site. Mike was flying through the sky. From the wound, black blood oozed out in a large stream. Then it turned purple. He directed this entire flow towards the dragon, to Mike very quickly with all his might. The dragon opened its mouth and roared loudly. It was creepy and scary. Mike was still high in the sky. The place where he cut his hand was invisible. Black and purple liquid oozed from there in a large stream. Mike got very angry. He pointed his cut left hand forward towards the dragon. He turned on all his energy, all his power. I used my dark magic. Mike looked at the dragon as it flew towards him. Then Michael shouted very loudly, "You will pay for all the mess you caused on my territory." The dragon did and flew a circle around Mike. Then the dragon turned around and flew towards Mike to attack. A fight ensued. Mike hit the dragon's mouth with all his might. The dragon's teeth closed. It seemed as if they were just about to spill out of its mouth. The deacon felt severe pain. Most importantly, he did not understand what was happening. How did this even happen? Because the dragon was tens of times larger than Mike. Mike quickly flew around the dragon and kicked it again right in the jaw. He delivered his blows one after another. It was so fast that the dragon did not have time to react. White and blue light emanated from Mike. This was his dark magic working. "Don't expect mercy from me, even if you are a dragon. Shout out loud, Mike." Mike directed all his rays of light directly into the dragon's body. Everything sparkled and sparkled. The sky lit up white and blue. It seemed like there was going to be an explosion. "How can a person move so fast?" thought the dragon. Meanwhile, Mike continued to circle the dragon from all sides and deliver his insidious blows. Suddenly the dragon's eyes began to glow with a bright white light. It was clear that the dragon was very angry. "Then I will also use my magic," the dragon shouted. The dragon opened its mouth strongly and began to spew out not fire but something else. It was like a strong current of wind and air. It was dragon's breath. Mike looked at the dragon and shouted loudly, "Is this dragon's breath? Right here? Have you gone completely crazy? Or what?" He shouted to the dragon. The dragon continued to spew out this dragon wind. This wind turned into blue flames of fire. "Do you want to set the whole forest on fire with your breath?" Mike asked loudly. Mike quickly began to think and reflect. And from the 6 dragon brains, thinking and magic, only the hind brain is responsible for balance in the dragon. "You need to aim right there," Mike thought. "I will aim for the hindbrain and thereby cause earthquakes." Mike said out loud and directed all his blue and white energy to the ground. There was a small explosion. The blast wave turned everything on the ground upside down. There was also a dragon lying on the ground. "Hooray, it worked!" Mike shouted. Mike flew closer to the dragon, so the outer layer covering the entire body of the dragon. "He is now very weak due to the concussion," said Mike. Mike took his sharpest magic knife. He waved it around him very quickly. The knife seemed to cut the air and left behind a multicolored trail of blue, white, and black. Mike stabbed the dragon with his sharp knife. A bright, white and purple light began to erupt from Mike's knife. Mike decided to put a curse on this dragon. The dragon didn't expect this. In pain, the dragon opened its mouth and screamed loudly throughout the forest. His tongue practically flew out of his mouth. Mike stood near the dragon and looked at it. In his hands he had that same sharp magic knife. It was night in the forest, and almost nothing was visible. From the hole that Mike made in the dragon with his knife, a bright white and red light began to emerge. These rays were very bright, as if something was burning inside the dragon. "This is a blind spot where paraplegia can be caused," said Mike. "It's right here." "No, I don't want to die," the dragon cried. But Mike struck. "If you are a stupid and weak creature, but you don't deserve to live at all. I hope you understand me," said Mike. The dragon began calling Mike different names. It was even insulting. "How dare you say that?" "You're a dragon," said Mike. Mike's eyes glowed red. He was very determined. With his left hand, he confidently held his magical magic knife. "I told you that's enough," Mike shouted and struck another blow with his sharp knife into the dragon's body. "This therapy is for you from me," said Mike to the dragon. Then Mike saw the clouds begin to dissipate in the sky. The white moon was very clearly visible. Mike stood and looked at her. A voice came from the sky. "Think carefully. I'd like you to stop there." Mike's voice spoke. This voice, Michael, was very familiar. It turns out that he is always being watched from above. At this moment he was also being watched. Mike raised his head up and looked at the sky. "I'm afraid I won't be able to stop," said Mike. Jenkinson was watching Mike all this time. It was a slender man in a shirt and vest. He had blonde hair. He constantly watched Mike through his screen. "This thing has invaded my territory," Mike said. I understand, Jenkinson said. Then don't stop me. It's a race problem. I have no choice, Mike said. Mike, don't make me be any more petty than I already am, the man said. Should I remember the Dragon Code? Mike spoke. The Draconic Code supersedes the laws of mortals. It says that only a dragon can kill another dragon. To violate it means to declare war on all dragons. It must be hard being a dragon, especially one like the chairman, Mike said. Minjun, let's be honest, is no one listening to you? Told you, Mike. This would never have happened if you had done your job properly, screamed loudly Mike. Mike walked up to the dragon and placed his foot on it. He held his knife in his hand. Should I remember the Dragon Code? Mike said out loud. It's my business. I'm just dealing with whoever dared to touch mine. The voice came from above again. Mike, I ask you to listen to me. You're like an old friend. Please, Mike, just listen to me. It still won't stop my anger, said Mike. Shouldn't we just take care of it? I plan to just take some blood from this thing, said Mike. At this moment, the dragon was simply lying on the ground. Of course, this may shorten her life a little, but still, she is better off dead. Mike continued talking. Do you have this option? Mike asked. Okay, my old friend. I understood you perfectly. Okay, now I'll send a team of orderlies to you. It will be there. Don't go anywhere, Jenkinson said. Mike sat on the dragon's tail and waited for a team of paramedics. Soon, orderlies appeared in the forest. They were dressed in wetsuits, helmets, and masks. One orderly came up to Mike and said, Good job, Agent Mike. Mike looked up and saw a large number of orderlies ahead of him. There were definitely more than 10 of them. They were all wearing yellow suits. Don't worry, we'll take care of the consequences, the orderlies said. The orderlies used an excavator to dig a hole. Internal organs, lymph, and skin are very valuable. But their sale is prohibited by law. The Bureau will take all the remains after this battle for itself, not leaving a single drop. Mike stood and thought. He stood there and thought that the body parts alone would cost several million, but these are just trifles compared to their blood. May continued to look at the sky and think. Replenishments began to arrive in his account. For this case and work, I received half of my entire balance, Mike thought. At that moment, Police Inspector Johnny called Agent Mike. May, how are you doing there? Is everything okay? Johnny asked. I'm fine, Mike answered. How is Kim Youngju? I tied her up just like you asked, the police inspector answered. Listen, Johnny, can you send me your address? Mike said on the phone. I think it's time to put an end to all this, Mike said in a serious voice. Mike flew to the address that Inspector Johnny gave him. It was a big room. In the middle of this room there was a chair, and Kim sat tied up on it. The police inspector and Mike stood next to her and looked at her. Kim said, Telephone recording evidence will not help you. Don't worry about it, Kim, said Mike. I'll get all the confessions I need from you anyway. Mike, what are you up to? Johnny asked. My little beetle will again help me figure out everything that is in her head. The only question was, where did he get so much blood from? Mike quickly turned to the police inspector. Chairman Jang Tae-jun. He said loudly, like, Where are his other houses? Except which is in Hanadon, said Mike. However, the police inspector quickly ran and got into the car. The police inspector began to talk along the way. There is a tall, mixed-use building on the outskirts of the city. A small house in a picturesque location near a lake. There is also a villa in Gacheon. The police inspector spoke. Mike was sitting in the back seat. He took his phone and began to urgently call. He called the office. You wanted to contact the chairman very urgently. An employee picked up the phone in the office. Elf? Good afternoon, Mike, she replied. Today I take calls instead of the chairman. The employee answered. Mike got very angry. Get me the chairman very quickly, understood, said Mike. I don't care what he's doing there now. I need to talk to him urgently, Mike continued. This is all about the illegal immigrant, the employee said, who has a common ancestor with him, she said on the phone. Evening came. Mike and the police inspector were driving along the seacoast. They would have been a beautiful yellow and red sunset. The sea surf was noisy. They arrived at a house that was on the seashore. I went to meet them. Passenger car. The car drove up to the Mike. Stopped, the door opened, and someone began to get out. A handsome young man got out of the car, with white hair, This is Jenkinson's fire dragon. He is the chairman of the Jenkinson Company. He is an elder dragon. If only I had known that I would have to meet him like this, Mike thought. I would then go with him. Mike and Jenkinson. Let's go for a walk along the embankment. They needed to communicate, just the two of them, without unnecessary ears. Why did only Jiang Taijun disappear in the middle of the study, and he used a valuable homunculus as a dummy body for suicide? They continued talking. They walked towards the sitting fishermen. They were coming forward. They asked each other questions and answered them. The answer is very simple, because all the research has already been completed. They approached the fishermen. They continued asking questions, pumping out liters of your own blood. Did you set everything up, Mr. Chan Taijun? Mike asked loudly. A race capable of pumping out liters of its own blood. This fisherman began to speak out loud. This can only mean one thing, he continued to say. The fisherman stood up and took off his hat. Pumping out many liters of his own blood only means one thing, that Chan Taijun is not human. You are not the clients I was waiting for, said the fisherman. It was Chan Taijun, chairman of Hassan Industries. He is not a man, but a dragon. The sun was slowly setting below the horizon. A man stood talking on the sea embankment. Mr. Chan Taijun, you should be aware that the Immigration Bureau has already searched your home. I understand that you used Kim Youngju's MPF to create a virus. The one that penetrates the immune system of dragons leads to their death. Virus? Asked the dragon. He looked down and thought. He knew a lot. I didn't want to say everything right away. Yes, this is the only virus that can penetrate the dragon's body, and the dragon's body is unkillable. There is no analog to such a virus in the whole world. The sea has calmed down a little. The sun had almost set below the horizon. The research is not yet completed. They continued talking. Yes, I had very little time. Even if it is unsuccessful, this attempt is still considered a crime, said Mike, and it is very serious. And it cannot be disputed, even if we all recognize you as mentally ill. The dragon sat down and lowered his head down. You probably wanted to say mentally ill? Tell it like it is, Mike, the dragon said in a sad voice. Do you all really think I'm crazy? The dragon began to be indignant and ask questions. I did all this out of good intentions, one might say, for the good. It had to be completely another thing. It must be a breakthrough. For example, I don't think so at all. I don't think you're crazy, said Mike. Who would create a virus that kills dragons? Mike continued. The dragon looked at Mike. His eyes glowed with violet light. The dragon began to speak very slowly. Or maybe I just hate dragons. Have you thought about this? I thought about this for a long time and came to this conclusion. Dragons are destructive pests. The social ecosystem and all its layers, it's all the trouble from them, said the dragon. Mike stood listening carefully to everything the dragon said. There are such personalities even among people, Mike thought, and there are those who argue that the earth could have been saved if only all people would just take it and disappear. But even people don't kill each other to reduce their population. The dragon spoke. That would be complete madness, said the dragon. Mike listened carefully. The dragon really spoke the truth. Dragon, I think you've already gone crazy, Mike said. The dragon sat down and began to speak. Think about it. Dragons are bad. Dragons are the rot of society. And it doesn't matter how everyone defends against them. The dragons will subjugate everyone anyway. Other races are like colorful paints. Eventually they will mix together among themselves. But dragons are like oil. They always rise above the water. The dragon continued to speak to Jenkinson. Dragons suppress and dominate other races, polluting society. Am I wrong, Jenkinson? Asked the dragon. Taijun, I am not interested in your absolutely inadequate thoughts and speculations, Jenkinson said. He was very dissatisfied with listening to all this that the dragon was saying. Mike held his magical sharp knife behind his back. Mr. Chan Taijun, please tell me, do you have earthly citizenship? Agent Mike asked. Mike took his knife with both hands. Or can you provide me with your residence permit, allowing you to legally be on Earth? Agent Mike asked. The dragon was silent for a very long time. Then he raised his eyes a little and answered, I don't have any of the above. Unfortunately, I have none of this. Once again, said the dragon. May turns on her dark magic. Once again he cut his palm, and blood flowed in a strong stream, and carried on the wind. "I knew it!" Mike shouted. The entire coast, the entire sea, and all the buildings were illuminated in white and blue light. There was magic all along the coast. A very strong wind began to rise and blow. It was a very strong hurricane wind. "Jenkinson, why are you standing around and doing nothing?" Mike asked loudly. "I just don't want to fight with my species. It's pointless." Jenkinson said. The wind died down a little. Jenkinson took off his tie and held it in his hand. He looked at the dragon. "Who were you waiting for here?" Jenkinson asked. The dragon was simply silent. He turned away from them. He just silently decided to continue doing his job and sit quietly and fish. Jenkinson was very annoyed and hurt by this. "So then it will be so, since you refuse to answer and remain silent. Then I have no other choice," Jenkinson said. Suddenly, the sky and sea connected with a large, bright, fiery ray. It was clear what Jenkins began to include in his magic. He began to transform. He was very angry. Everything around went dark. It began to rain heavily. The water began to recede from the shore. Mike just stood there silently and kept his hands in his pockets. He understood what was about to happen. A huge, powerful dragon appeared in front of him. This dragon's eyes burned with fire. Drops of water that fell on the dragon's skin immediately hissed and dried, causing steam to escape into the air. This dragon had the longest wings. Agent Mike had never seen dragons like these before. He was especially impressed by the powerful front and hind legs. The dragon also had a long, thick tail. As expected, dragons are very fierce and vindictive, thought Mike. It was raining heavily. Mike also used his magic, and a bright light purple light flew along the entire coast. Mike stood on the ground and watched the dragon fly. It was Jenkinson. The dragon flapped its wings several times. It was so powerful that the water and the sea scattered in different directions almost to the very bottom. Then Mike began to watch as a seemingly ordinary fisherman on the shore began to turn into a brown dragon. This spectacle was not for the faint of heart. But Agent Mike has already seen a lot of things in his 800 years of work. Mike stood and looked at these dragons. "It's been a long time since I fought dragons. Not to mention 2 dragons," said Mike. Mike was very focused on this fight. Indeed, Mike hasn't had a battle with 2 dragons at once for a long time. 2 dragons in one day, said Mike. The dragons attacked each other. Their passions were always open. They breathed and growled at each other. The battle took place in the sky. Mike stood below and held his sharp magic knife at the ready. It was raining heavily and a strong wind was blowing. This distracted and disturbed Mike. He still remained fully focused. He held his knife ready. There was loud thunder and lightning flashing in the sky. There was a terrible storm at sea. The waves reached several meters. A squally wind tore down everything in its path and carried water straight to the shore. Radio began to be broadcast in houses. News. Attention, unidentified giant typhoon. It walked along our coast and touched the entire country. The radio was broadcasting. The Korean Meteorological Service is currently investigating the causes of this crazy typhoon. Highly recommended for residents living in the surrounding area. Please review our city's disaster evacuation plan. The radio continued to transmit. Most importantly, we ask all residents to refrain from any walks around the city. At that moment, in one of the apartments, a girl was sitting on the floor and looking out the large window. She saw what a storm was happening outside and said, "Taijun." There was a fitness center in one of the buildings. Mostly elves worked there. The lights were on in all the windows. The gymnastics mats were scattered throughout the hall. An elf was sitting on one of these. The elf was female. She performed complex gymnastic exercises and looked out onto the street from her large window. It was John Mian. She is 42 years old. She works as an elf yoga instructor at this fitness center. At the moment, she was alone in the hall. There were no clients yet. While performing her exercises, the instructor heard loud, incomprehensible sounds. The sounds were clearly coming from outside. The instructor stopped and began to listen. She felt a little creepy. Suddenly, a large black bird crashed into her window at full speed. She looked like a crow. The glass began to crack from the impact. The instructor was very scared because she had never seen anything like this before. The yoga instructor ran to her windows. She began to watch what was happening on the street. She was terrified. Oh my God, what was that yoga instructor screaming? Through the window, she saw birds circling on the street around her building. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them. After some time, the birds began to hit the window one by one. They hit the glass with such force that it seemed like it would break, and all the birds would fly straight into her gym. The birds hit the glass and fell down. Blue and white lightning flashed in the sky above the city. It was just raining terribly hard. The squally wind blew away everything in its path. It was a real nightmare cyclone. At this moment the sea was raging like never before. The waves reached 5 to 10 meters in height. We hit the rocks with great force. Stones fell down into the water. It was raining very heavily. Agent Mike stood on the road with his head down. He practically no longer had 2 arms. He cut them to keep his blood warm and dark magic to grow. At this moment, the large dragon turned to Mike. This dragon was simply gigantic. His green eye alone was taller and several times larger than Mike's, the dragon said, and he really is stronger than he seems. One large dragon flew across the sky above their heads. The other dragon continued to talk to Mike. To be honest, he really deserves to be called an elder dragon, the dragon said to Mike. Agent Mike looked at his hands, and there were practically none. He was bleeding, losing his blood, which meant that he was losing his strength. Something had to be done urgently. I can't screw up in front of him, said the dragon, so it's my time. I will now show him the power of a real dragon, the dragon said to Mike. 2 dragons began to fight in the sky. It was a battle for life and death. The energy and magic of dragons was all over the sky. Their rays and lightning intersected with each other. The sky was lit with fire. One dragon began to spew fire from its mouth. It was a big fire. It was very big. It seemed that everything in the path of this fire should burn and crumble into ashes. Another fire, on the contrary, began to use super magic. It emitted violet and white rays from its mouth. It was like electricity, something like a giant stun gun. Mike observed such an interesting picture. He stood on the ground and saw 2 dragons fighting in the sky above the sea. They directed beams of their energy and fire at each other. The purple beam and the fire beam met somewhere in the middle of the sky. Agent Mike also participated in this battle. He clenched his fist with all his might, so that as much blood as possible flows out of his palm. The blood turned into his dark magic and energy. He must be ready to fight at any moment. Mike, bleeding, continued to control the battle and help the dragon Jenkinson. He was covered in blood while his dark magic was working. She added strength and confidence to the dragons. Mike, what are you doing? Also not possible. Take care of yourself. So will you lose all your powers? Magic doesn't solve everything, but we still need you. Red beams scattered around Mike. They were everywhere. He was losing a lot of strength, but his energy was working. He couldn't stand by and just wait. He began to wave his arms vigorously. Fiery rays of light and energy were sent towards the dragon. They flew straight into the sky. He really wanted to help. Suddenly everything became quiet. Everything around Mike became bright. It seemed to him that he could be transported to another place. Was it really a teleport? Mean Mike? Mike hadn't seen this place before. He'd never been here. He was a little scared, unusual, and he didn't understand what had happened. He ended up at a bus stop. It was light, but it was raining. The stranger was still sitting next to him. This is the place where you spend your last strength before death. Mike put his hand forward to catch the raindrops that were falling straight from the sky. What kind of place is it? Mike asked the stranger. It doesn't matter, the stranger said. It's just a bus stop. You are not a person in your body, said a stranger. No, not at all, answered Mike. Great. Then you can decide for yourself what to do with this necessary information that I will now tell you, said a stranger. Listen to me carefully and remember every word. The stranger turned to Mike. The last time the will was in the private safe of the main bank of the city. A large bus began to pull up to the stop. Stranger. He got up from the bench and walked towards the bus to leave. I really hope that you will get to know it, said a stranger. Wait. Before you leave, please answer my question. This is about your plan. Who helped you? Mike asked. I don't know them. I just accepted help from them, said a stranger. And he left, so that my virus can spread without reaching the periphery. The green bus has left. Mike remained standing at the bus stop. There was a strong, thick fog around him. He, as always, reflected and thought about what he was just told. The roof, the bloody body of the dragon, lay in the sea. The rain was stopping. The wind was no longer so strong. The cyclone was leaving, and the hurricane was retreating from this city. It has been some time since there was a battle between two dragons. Another nice sunny day has arrived. The sun was shining, and the weather was simply magnificent. Mike went to the flower shop. In this store you could buy everything: flowers, seedlings, bushes, and trees. This would be a favorite flower shop. He went inside the store. The salesman met him in this store. Mike is interested in the price, what, and how much it costs. There was a radio on the table of this store, which started talking again. They spoke the news. We move on to the next important news. The government explained the unusual storm that covered the entire coast of the city last week as a natural anomaly. The seller became indignant. My God, but who believes in all this nonsense? Are there really such things? The seller said loudly. It's a natural anomaly. Don't make me laugh, the seller said. Mike stood nearby and was silent. Mike began to think. I expected this. It was never possible to hide the consequences of this battle with the dragons. This battle was too noticeable for all the inhabitants of this city. The autopsy was problematic. Mike remembered Jang Tae-jun. This was actually very important information. So Jang Tae-jun revealed one big secret to Agent Mike before his death. The secret was this. He infected the body of the homunculus, which was disguised as a corpse, with a virus. But the virus was actually not easy. The whole point of this is this. Magic works when it comes into contact with temperatures of 500 degrees and above. That was the whole point, Mike thought. Mike walked outside from the flower shop. He decided to catch a taxi. The lighthouse really didn't like walking. He continued to think about reflecting, and if the corpse was cremated, then the virus would have to begin to multiply. Mike continued to think. A taxi pulled up to him. Mike got in and drove off. Mike drove and continued to think. Then the virus would have to begin to multiply, and then mix with dust and spread everywhere. But this will not happen. He carried the corpse to the Immigration Bureau. They will announce the virus when they examine the body. Mike was driving to his office. It was already quite late. Evening came. Mike walked in to go up to his office. He sat down at his computer and began to work. It was necessary to reread a lot of information about what was happening, about what happened. He wrote a report on Jang Tae-jun on the computer. He wrote it long ago, even before he took the body to the bureau. Now I was just rereading it. A guess flashed through Mike's head. He thought it was better for him to leave the body, although he rarely relied on instinct. But 800 years of experience told him, now we need to act against our instincts. Mike continued to think. Mike thought about it. He needed to draw the right conclusions from all this. So we know, this virus only affects dragons, said Mike. But how can this be useful to me? Everything is clear. It's just the human smell that gives me away. Is Kim Youngju okay? Mike wondered. He began to remember all the events, everything he heard, and everything he was told. He remembered how he was sitting at the bus stop. He remembered not only all the words, but also the smell. What a person smelled like. Well, okay, Mike thought. She stabbed me in the back 3 times. The first time when she admitted that for several months in a row, she cheated on me with a dragon. The second time was when she used drugs on me, treating me like a lab rat. And the third, when she called me greedy for other people's goods. And one day she almost kidnapped me. At the same time, a stupid dragon. Mike continued to remember everything that the stranger at the bus stop told him. It was quite interesting. Looks like I'm the worst man in the world. Since she wanted to kill me alone 3 times, the stranger concluded. Mike sat and just remembered everything verbatim. Mine continued to sit at his computer. Let's sum it up, Mike said. Jang Tae-jun intends to donate his share of shares in Hassan Industries to a charitable foundation. Heir to all his property, including accounts, mutual funds, works of art, jewelry, patents, real estate, and so on. Mike continues to talk. A human woman appears who kept in touch with him until his death. Mike leaned his elbows on the chair. I started to think, that's what he's coming for, said Mike. You're just pathetic if you can't express your feelings, because nothing will matter when you're dead. It's just a fact of life. This is a simple truth and pattern for all earthly, all mortals. The girl stood on the coast. In the water on the shore lay only the hat that the dragon was wearing. She stood and was very worried about her beloved. "He left me," she said. Evening was coming. The sun was setting below the horizon. It illuminated the entire sky with a red glow. It was just very beautiful. The girl raised her lover's hat. "He left me forever again," she said. The girl pressed the hat that belonged to the dragon to her chest. She truly loved him. It was true love, although I often hated him. And she even tried to kill her several times. She pressed his hat even closer to her chest. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She cried, "I never stopped loving you." "Taijun, my boss." The girl on the beach continued to cry and grieve. She sincerely regretted that her beloved was no more. Agent Mike spread the cards on the table. "Damn it, why am I so unlucky?" said Mike. "Weather forecast. Without rain it will be too hot. Beware of sudden storms. There is an opportunity to reunite with a person you haven't seen for a long time. Strange drought," Mike said, "but it will still rain. By the way, the health forecast may also turn out to be incorrect." Mike continued talking. The night passed. The next day arrived. A beautiful red racing car came for Mike. She stood near the house and waited for him. Michael saw this car through the window. He knew who the driver was, so he hurried quickly to the exit. Katie was driving. He got into the car and they raced along the road at top speed. The speed was just crazy. The wind blew my hair back. They drove through puddles, splashes of water flying to different countries. Their car stopped abruptly. Katie looked at Mike and said, "Mike, we've arrived. We're on the spot." "Come on, it's time to go out." Driving so fast made Mike feel sick and vomit. Mike struggled out of the car. "Can you drive slower, Katie?" I was outraged, Mike. "If something doesn't suit you, then go ahead and get your license. First, get them behind the wheel and then you will point," Katya said. Katie approached the building of a large store. She smiled at Mike. "Mike, today is shopping day, right?" "Very affectionate," Katie said kindly. Really, let's go." Mike answered her. This establishment was called the Eastern Branch Witches Corporation. Mike and Katie stood attentively, looking at the beautiful sign on the wall. They went inside. Inside there was a very large variety of different racks and shelves. Katie was confused and didn't know where to start. "Mac and Katie, welcome." Agent Mike. These girls greeted Mike. "We have been waiting for your visit to us for a long time." Mike was a little surprised. Katie was simply shocked. Mike and Katie turned around and walked away. "The order you placed with us is already waiting for you," these two girls said to T-shirt. Mike and Katie hurried. Katie found a door with VIP written on it room. There was a gold-colored sign on this door. She tempted me to go inside and see what was there. Katie saw all the variety of products and was simply shocked. There's everything from premium rocks to enzymes, petrified mold, and dried brain mucus. There was snail secretion and fairy tree sap. Aren't these powerful magical catalysts allowing you to support spells? Katie said. Mike, please tell me if there are other similar things that you would like to buy, or other than the ones you want to buy, Katie asked. Actually, I was thinking about something more ordinary, said Mike. Mike continued to think. I think Katie didn't even suspect to see something like that. He wondered how much fresh dragon blood he would need to defeat her. Mike walked up to the cash register. A conversation struck up with the cashier. I will help you pay for $3 billion, the cashier told Mike. I would like to entrust you with the processing of some items, said Mike. No problem, the cashier said. Walk for about 1 hour and come back. Mike went for a walk and met a man in a blue suit. This man turned to Mike. Sorry, are you by any chance Agent Mike? Said the man in the blue suit. Yes, I answered Mike. She showed Mike that he had already seen this man somewhere, but he didn't remember where. Excuse me, but who are you? Mike asked. And I'm Young Mangyu. Max remembered that this was the lawyer in the case of Jiang Taijun. This was due to his will. And this lawyer helped him write the report. The lawyer handed the T-shirt his business card. Sorry I couldn't give you much time then because my schedule was too full, the lawyer said. Well, since fate has brought us here, I suggest we sit together and chat. The lawyer and Mike sat down on a chair at the table. They began to communicate. "So you're an Immigration Bureau agent, is that right?" the lawyer asked Mike. "Yes, this is absolutely true," said Mike. "Tell me, please, don't you do private orders, Mike?" The lawyer was very confident in his request, but Mike, on the contrary, was shocked by this question. Mike even leaned back a little in his chair in shock, but there were very surprised eyes. "Sorry, but if this is not some special case, then I will have to refuse you. Sorry," said Mike. The lawyer was a little embarrassed. "Oh, sorry, I didn't actually know about that," the lawyer said. "You know, Mike, there is one problem, but it's not mine. It's my client's problem," the lawyer said. "I completely forgot to say, I have one more thing to do on the 3rd floor, therefore I am forced to leave you and go to the 3rd floor. The lawyer handed the T-shirt his personal business card. "Mike, but if you still change your mind, then be sure to call me. I will be very much looking forward to your call. Be sure to contact me," the lawyer said. Max began to return and look for Katie. He began to think, "Is this really what I guessed? Although maybe not it. I met this troll just a few days ago." Finally, Mike found Katie. She was still in the store where he left her. "Katie is here. Are you still here?" "Come on, it's time for us to go back. Let's go too," said Mike. Katie was leaving the building. They walked through different floors and were silent. The mother had one hand in her pocket and was carrying a black suitcase in the other hand. Mike asked Katie. "What?" Mike answered. "I want to ask you one question, but I ask you to answer me truthfully," Katie said. "Okay, no problem, Mike answered. "Tell. You really haven't committed any crimes, have you? Have you ever done personal data laundering before?" Katie asked Mike. Mike thought very hard. At this moment, he did not know what to answer Katie. "Katie, do I look like any of these?" Mike asked. "I don't know. I considered both of these options," Katie said. "Although there is more, either you lived an absolutely innocent life, or have never been involved in serious incidents. I think you're quite ordinary," Katie said. "Mike, can you answer one question for me? Let's talk," Mike said. "Speaking of which, you're not women, right? Just tell me the truth." Mike couldn't stand the pressure and turned to Katie. "What are you saying? Are you crazy?" said Mike. "You're just hiding a lot from me. Are you sure you're not a woman? Just tell me the truth. Answer me. If you have seriously changed your gender, then this goes beyond all boundaries," Katie said. "Katie, yeah. What are you even talking about? I don't understand you. Which gender? Which woman? I didn't change anything," Mike answered. They wanted to leave the center, but there were a lot of guards at the door. The red carpet was shot at the entrance. The guards were talking to each other on walkie-talkies and headphones. One guard in the middle was shouting, "Delta Brigade, stand by. Alpha Brigade, be ready." All the guards were very tense. Mike understood that he was meeting some very important guest. One guard continued to talk into the microphone, into the earpiece. "Everyone is afraid at the ready. The chairman will appear shortly." Mike did not understand what was happening and which chairman he was talking about. Soon an old man appeared on the red carpet. In appearance he was many years old. They supported him on the left and right so that he would not fall. They helped him walk and move around. There were a lot of guards around. 2 employees of the center came out to meet the old man. "Welcome to the chairman," they said and bowed. "Good afternoon," the chairman replied. Mike just stood there with one hand in his pocket, and the other he was holding his black suitcase. Katie, for some reason, also bowed to this chairman. Mike did not yet understand what was happening and who this person was. Suddenly the chairman abruptly jumped out of his seat and ran towards Mike with quick steps. All the guards were shocked. They did not understand what was happening to this old man. Where did he get so much strength to run down this red carpet on this red carpet? Mike was shocked too. What's happening?" he said out loud. "Mike?" Mike remained in his place and waited to see how events would develop further. The chairman practically reached Mike. He stumbled and fell very loudly, falling with his arms outstretched. Mike and Katie jumped back in fear and surprise. All the guards ran up and stood around the chairman lying on the floor. They were shocked by such a run. Until recently the chairman could barely move on his feet, But now he was running, jumping up like a young man. "Hey, what have you done to our chairman?" the guards shouted. The chairman rose to his feet. He extended his hand towards the guards and shouted loudly, "Stop!" All the guards stopped and closed their mouths. The chairman knelt in front of Mike. He moved his hands to the side and asked, "You, Mr. Mike?" the chairman asked. "Yes," I answered Mike. Kneeling, the chairman smiled. His eyes shone with happiness and joy. He looked at Mike and said, "Sister." "I knew it," said Katie. "What kind of sister am I to you?" Mike objected. Actions are transferred to the security department. A respectable woman in glasses, a jacket and a red blouse, was sitting at the table. "I think I asked you not to call me when I'm at work, or you forgot," the woman said in a dissatisfied voice. It was Larissa Andreevna, head of real estate security at Jenkinson. Little fairies were flying around in the office. Her race is fairy, a little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. The ears were sharp like those of elves. "Well," the little fairy sat down and crossed her legs. "To begin with, I want something very tasty and sweet for my information. Like a cocktail. And then I'll tell you everything," the little fairy said. The little fairy sat and drank a cocktail through a straw. I was very tasty, so she even closed her eyes with happiness. "Everything is quite. Come on, tell me quickly. I'm tired of waiting. Why did you come to me so suddenly?" Larissa asked. The little fairy sat and blew bubbles from a straw. Finally, the little fairy began to talk. "I found traces of someone. Someone broke into the B-39 storage facility. Danilovich, which is located on Mount Buchan," the little fairy said. Larissa began to scream very loudly. What kind of idiots would enter the territory of the Elder Dragon? Apparently they are very confident in themselves. That's why it's quite dangerous. Larissa continued talking. "If they did this while the chairman was away from the ground, will they definitely start working soon?" Larissa continued talking. "I will inform the chairman urgently. In the meantime, increase security near the storage facility," Larissa said to the little fairy. "I don't think that will be enough," said the fairy. "But we have someone who we can always turn to for help," Larissa said. "This man was Mike. Everyone had hopes for him." "Little sister," spoke out little sister. "Why sis?" Katie kept asking. "Oh, sorry, I'm just used to calling the teacher that," the chairman said. The guys constantly called each other sisters. True, this was 30 or 40 years ago. "Yes, it was too long ago, as I understand it," the chairman said. "Long time no see, Teacher Mansick," very politely, Mike said to the chairman. "How are you? How are you, and how is your health?" Mike asked. The chairman was very happy. The guards ran up to the chairman to help him up. "How cool it turns out. Do you remember me, Mike?" the chairman said. "But I just run a small alchemy shop." "Mike, are you still studying magic?" Warned by the chairman. "I quit teaching and now just worked in the immigration office," Mike answered. "Oh my God, it's impossible to believe Teacher Mike is now an agent," the chairman said. "A man who wouldn't hurt a fly is now doing such cruel work," the chairman said. "So you're an agent from the Bureau. Do you accept private orders or only from legal entities?" the chairman's daughter asked. "Daughter, are you saying something like that?" the chairman said. The daughter leaned closer to her father. She was confused. "But, Dad, understand. I just wanted—" At that second, the chairman did not let me speak and interrupted his daughter. "That's enough. Stopping you," he said. "Don't poke your nose in." The chairman got up and left. The daughter followed her father. There were taps all over the center. "It seems I had some unfinished business on the 3rd floor," the chairman said. "Let's get started. Let's work." Customized from everyone else. Mike and Katie got into their car and drove across the city. At one of the intersections, they stopped at a red traffic light. Mike began to talk. "This is the first modern Korean educational institution, Goshung School." Katie continued to ask everything that interested her from Mike. "So, does that mean you worked as a teacher together with this Mansi?" "Yes, Katie was like that," Mike answered. Katie was driving and was simply shocked. "How interesting, Mike. You live the life of a teacher during the day, and at night, secretly catching illegal immigrants." "Yes, a book should be written about you. A teacher by day and a threat of illegal immigrants at night. For example, this name or something like that. Katie spoke. I'm not a hero. I'm sure the government doesn't want to remember his past. It's clear that you don't want to talk about your past, since it is such a past that the government itself does not want to remember it. Katya said. Let's look at the road, Katie, said Mike. A hero who defended the earth from dangerous criminals. And you are not so simple, said Katie. There is one truth that neither Katie nor anyone else knows. The truth is that the land has already been taken. Mike thought to himself. Some people say that darkness has swallowed the earth, appeared because of the dragons. This version is very plausible, because dragons could destroy everything. But the ones who actually control the earth, controlling these dragons like chess pieces, is the committee. The committee is a secret organization that controls this planet from behind the scenes. 24th October 1945. This is the creation of the UN. This day was the first when humans and aliens did not come into contact. That's right. The committee waited a long time. To create a UN for Earthlings, they continued talking in the car. And then the committee turned to the inhabitants of the Earth. They wanted to accept a large number of aliens from other dimensions. Katie continued talking. To accommodate such a large number of immigrants, they reconfigured the concentration of mana on the Earth. I read about this in a book once, Katie said. Thanks to the reconfiguration of the concentration of mana, very capable individuals began to be born among people. Using magic and controlling spirits, they were able to advance the Earth or something. It's interesting to promote this, Mike said. They must have left out the bad parts in the books and not written about it, Mike thought. Their red car stopped. We've already arrived, said Katie. They arrived at their office. Katie and Mike got out of the car and walked towards the door. On the street in a wheelchair, and they were met by an old elf. It was the owner of his bookstore. The first target of group immigration was the alphas. People invited elves for their appearance and knowledge of magic. This was the main selection criterion. Mike continued up the stairs to his office. But the path along which they moved to the ground, to be honest, was used not only for its intended purpose. Mike continued to talk. Criminals from other dimensions began to use this distant planet Earth as a refuge, or they just thought it was a new gold mine and just started coming here. Mike walked to the door and began to open it into his office. Katie, you can call it a day. Or do you still have some things to do? Mike asked. Katie was shocked by so much new information. It turns out she knows very little, Mike. To be honest, I want to listen to more of your interesting stories over tea. I understand you, Katie. Okay, go grab a cup and come. My office doors are open, said Mike. Mike went into his office to open his computer and read the message he had received. Katie came and sat and drank tea. Well, I listened carefully to the story that Mike told. You really won't tell me anything else? Katie asked. No. Finish your drink quickly and leave, Mike said. Katie left. Mike walked around his office, thinking and reflecting. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Who asked? Mike? Today I no longer accept and do not expect anyone. The door opened and a tall young guy stood on the threshold. Long time no see, Mike, he said. It was an agent of the earthly dimension of the American branch. His name was Bradley. Katie brought tea for everyone into the office. They sat down on the sofa. Nice to meet you. My name is Katie, she said. May I know the reason for your visit? The working day is already over. We do not accept, Katie said. The three of them sat on the sofas at the table and drank tea. Katie, don't worry, I just worked with him a long time ago, that's all, said Mike. Oh, so that's what it's all about, Katie answered. Bradley was in a good mood. Mike, you are so callous. I'm not even talking about all the others. But at least once in your life you can call me Bradley, Bradley said. I mean, this girl didn't call you? Which? Mike asked. She never contacted you. Bradley was surprised. Who are you even talking about? Mike asked. What do you mean? Who am I talking about, Dell? Her name is Dell, Bradley continued to tell. Mike became sad, took a cup of tea in his hands, and lowered his eyes. No, unfortunately, no one called me. She didn't even call. In general, why did she suddenly have to call me, said Mike. Katie didn't like this girl talk. She began to worry and worry. "Mike, is there something wrong with you?" "Who is this?" Katie asked. "It's just that she used to be my wife," Mike said. Evening came and it was already too late to stay at work. Our heroes went to a bar that was located on a nearby street. You could spend time there even until the morning. There was good drinking and music playing. Mike and Bradley walked up to the bar. They looked at the bottles with which they stood on the shelves, and they began to place an order for the bartender. "Double gin tonic, please." "And me too," they told the bartender. It was an unusual bar. Behind the bar, the bartender looked like a real tree. With his branch, he took a bottle from the shelf and began to pour it for the men. The tree bartender was mixing drinks. They had never seen anything like this before. It was a little wild, but it was new. They sat with their mouths open and watched as the tree poured water into their glasses. When the cocktail was ready, the tree handed the glass forward. Instead of a hand, the glass was clamped by a tree branch. It was very exotic. "Tree bartender, it's simply amazing." "Very happy," Bradley said. "So I'm having a toast," Bradley shouted loudly. "Let's drink a glass to Mother Nature," Bradley said. He raised his glass and began to drink. As soon as Bradley drank, he immediately screamed like crazy. Part of the drink, he managed to jump onto the floor. "How my throat burns," Bradley shouted. "What kind of swill did you give us?" he asked the bartender loudly. "Doesn't this remind you of our old days?" said Mike. "Do you remember the previous dimension where you and I worked together?" "I remember, just remember," Mike said and smiled. Bradley felt a little sick. "Yes, it's true that all the alcohol there is like that," Bradley said. "So strong that it is impossible to distinguish real alcohol from burnt alcohol." Bradley continued. "Since you've already drunk, you can start," said Mike. Mike did a little of his signature magic. A slight blue mist was drifting through this bar. He made a soundproof barrier. Mike began to think and reason again. "Mike Fogg, what is an agent from America doing in Korea?" For him, it was still a mystery. "Bradley, why are you here?" "Bradley." Mike continued to think and ask questions to himself. A large plate with various fruits was placed on the table. Mike reached out to grab some fruit to snack on. "What are you doing here, accompanying the princess?" Mike asked. "Yes, that's exactly it. You always knew how to guess quickly," Bradley said. "This Princess Vermi is from the GODLIKE dimension. I think this was broadcast on the radio a couple of days ago." Mike remembered that today Princess Vermi will honor our dimension with her presence. The first country where she will stop will be Korea, Mike remembered. "Please tell me your secret, friend." "Why is the American Bureau even involved in escorting the diplomatic party arriving in Korea?" Mike asked. "Probably worried that their local security guards won't cope," Bradley said. "Rumor has it that they turned to the Earth Immigration Bureau for help. Therefore, the reason why the Korean government turned to America for help is that the number of escorts requested. It was so huge that the entire Korean branch was missing." Bradley continued talking. "And then there is the rumor that this is to pave the way for Group 8 immigration." Mike was very surprised. "Eighth group?" Mike asked. "But so many 40 years have passed with the witch," said Mike. "Wait, but the rise of Princess Vermi's race, on average about 4 meters. So the 8th group immigration probably won't happen. They are even taller than trolls." The men continued to sit at the bar and talk. Even if we take into account the height of earthly buildings, it will still be difficult to implement. That is why there are rumors that the committee is preparing intensively. "Isn't it interesting?" Bradley said. "Yes, but I would be interested in hearing something a little different. About that girl Dell," said Mike. "When we completed our mission with you, we were sent to Earth, and Dell was sent alone somewhere. Her payout amount is about 500,000. I don't know where she found that amount. She was released a couple of days ago. Since she was released, I thought she would be looking for you." She was released. I can't believe she's already given away 500,000 dalins. Maybe she made it big there and got out on parole. Just what heights? Did you ask for Mike? "How's Telesia?" Mike asked. "Wait, Bradley. What kind of work comes out?" "No, so Dell has already regained her memories?" Mike asked. Mike was a little upset, and Bradley began to calm him down. "Why stop?" Bradley spoke and patted Mike on the back with his hand. You're worried about her because she's your ex-wife, right? Bradley asked. You liked her so much that you immediately got married. How could I have known that this would happen? She was absolutely normal for the first 80 years. Mike leaned back on the bar stool and threw his head back. She loved me so much that she wanted to kill me. Told you, Mike. All she said was that this was the only way to liberation. If she had killed a prisoner like I did, she would have been sentenced to death. I will never forget what she told me when we parted in the past dimensions. She said, "Wait for me, and I will come to you soon," said Mike. Mike, let's think logically. Calm down. Just think. She could have simply died, like Telesia died. Mike stood up from his chair and walked out from behind the bar. Bradley, my friend, it's too late. Let's go home to sleep, said Mike. Bradley agreed, and they left the bar. Bradley and Mike walked slightly drunk through the dark streets of the city. Mike walked in front, and Bradley walked behind. Speaking of Telesia, Bradley continued talking. I wanted to tell you, friend, that you definitely won't end up like her, just like Telesia. Bradley stopped and began to scratch the back of his head with his hand. Mike turned towards Bradley. Thank you, friend. Supported. Okay, it's all right. See you. Let's see you. Goodbye, said Mike. After that, Mike walked alone towards his house. The house was already very close. Mike, as always, had his hands in his pockets. He walked and reasoned. Mike was already approaching his house. It was late at night. However, the phrase Bradley said could not get out of his head. I wanted to tell you, friend, that you definitely won't end up like her, just like Telesia. What did he mean? Was wondering Mike. Mike took a can of beer and sat down on his favorite couch. He sat down to think and reason. This was his hobby. He liked this job because it helped him in his work. Mike walked around the room from corner to corner. He constantly thought and repeated the phrase, "You will never become like Telesia." Her ability lay in exceptional administrative skill and politics. She gained control of the committee. A few days later, another ship with immigrants arrived on Earth. There was a lot of talk about this event on television and radio. Those damn immigrants again. Wherever you spit, there are only migrants all around. People were indignant. Soon there will be no normal people left at all. People stood and looked at the ship that brought immigrants. Some wondered why they were constantly being brought in, and some simply did not understand who they had brought, why they had brought them. People didn't really like it. Hansan himself! People screamed very loudly. Someone in a crowd of people recognized him. He wore glasses that were so big, his eyes were very big in surprise. All the people went out into the street, stood and looked at the sky. They didn't understand what was happening because a bright light flash appeared in the sky. Everyone was waiting for what was going to happen or how it would end. It was already very late. Almost night. People have never seen such a starry sky. The whole sky was dotted with stars. After the flash, smoke appeared in the sky. It was painted different colors. It was like the Northern Lights. At this time, events are developing in Larissa's office. A little fairy flies next to her. They are preparing for a teleconference. They will have a meeting with Jackson. So let's start, Larissa said. Jenkinson sat on the other side of the screen. So let's now talk about the treasure of Area B39 in Bukhansan. Did we lose everything there? The criminal left no traces, and he cannot be tracked even with the help of a fairy. That's right, I'm asking you. Yes, that's the chairman, Larissa answered. Chairman Jenkinson began to pace around the room. He was nervous. Don't you understand why I personally came to the committee headquarters? And I've been racking my brains over all this for several days now. I came here for only one reason, because of the materials that were stored in this warehouse. This is a very big loss for us. This is a big blow to me and my company. Do you even understand this? Larissa and the little fairy stood and listened to the chairman. Chairman Jenkinson was very upset. He looked very tired, but from anger his eyes began to fill with a red light. They just glowed in the dark. Larissa Andreevna was very angry with the fairy. She began to make big claims against her. She began to resort to personal insults. Do you know how much money I spend on you? Larisa Andreevna asked. How much? Answered the little fairy. 10 billion. Jenkinson joined, and I didn't consider it a big expense until now. You believe that you can boast of your knowledge in the field of spirit research. Elves do not trust creatures beyond the line, which they themselves drew, but I still hoped that you would be taller and better than your relatives. However, even in such a situation, I did not bother with elven methods. Even if he is considered my most useful ally, Jenkinson said harshly. I may not know the motives of the criminals, but I am sure of one thing. They are all trying to leave the Earth as soon as possible. Therefore, I will inform the committee about this immediately, so that they close all spatial exits on Earth. Campbell, contact them. Tell me that I agree to any conditions. Make a note of this to yourself. As soon as we finish the dialogue, contact him immediately. Chairman Jenkins said. It will be done, Larisa answered. Chairman Jenkinson sat down. In fact, mentally he was very tired. He sat thinking and constantly sighed deeply. Typing is a pain in the ass, Chairman Jenkinson said. I didn't want to burden him even more, said Mike. Mike sat and played board games. He was in a good mood. What is road control? Who even came up with such nonsense? Mike asked, very indignantly. You guys are out of luck. You have total control from all sides. Everyone is looking out for you. Even if Princess Vermi is strong, why control all of Seoul? Told you, Mike. It hid the details of the princess's movements, to make it difficult to track. Have you finished your beer? I've already finished mine. I'll go get some more. If you want, I can take it for you, too. While leaving the apartment, Inspector Johnny noticed strange smoke. This smoke resembled dark magic, but for some reason it smelled of very tasty food. This is what stopped the inspector. At this time, Katie was frying food in a talking magic frying pan. The food was a little burnt, which is why all this smoke was coming from the kitchen throughout the apartment. What is she cooking there? The inspector thought. Is it even possible to fry anything in a magic talking frying pan? Johnny didn't understand this. Police Inspector Johnny returned home. Mike, let Katie keep this frying pan. It seems to me that it will never be washed off. Inspector Johnny laughed. Enough chatting. Let's get on with our game, said Mike. At that moment his phone rang. Who can take such a decisive moment? Mike asked and looked at the phone. What does she need at a time like this? Police Inspector Johnny began to ask who it was. Who? This is a good-for-nothing elf who got himself into something again. Michael was explained that he should appear near the Grey Mountains as quickly as possible. So Mike and Larisa Valentinovna stood near the large gate, on which was written B39. These were the same warehouses. The door to the warehouse was slightly open. Unfortunately, I didn't see anything myself. A little fairy was flying near Mike. Even a fairy who can communicate directly with the spirit world is unable to find clues, Mike said indignantly. So we have no way out of the situation at all, asked the little fairy. Mike approached Larisa to chat. What have you already tried? Have you tried anything else besides talking to spirits? Mike was interested. Larisa Valentinovna began to answer. Not much time has passed since the fire was extinguished, so I didn't have time to do much. But I called one person with psychometric abilities. True, this didn't help either. Mike stood attentively, looking at the large doors of this warehouse. Residual thoughts can be easily erased with magic, Mike said confidently, especially with such large-scale spells. Looking at it is a protective barrier. It seems that the spirits could not even come close to this place. They would simply be carried away by these spells. The surviving animals ran away, and there was no one left around. Well, what about animals that are already dead? Mike had a lot of questions, but didn't have answers yet. He took his magic knife in his hand. Mike, as always, held the knife in his palm. He ran the blade hard across his arm and cut it. Mike began to use his dark magic. Instantly, everything around him turned black and red from his palm. Blood flowed and spread in the wind. A very strong wind began to blow. The wind became very hot. Everything seemed to be heating up. Larisa Valentinovna was practically blown away by the wind. What it is, I don't understand. Larisa Valentinovna screamed loudly. A strong clatter of hooves was heard in the forest. Soon a large, beautiful deer stood in front of them. He had simply gorgeous horns on his head. The horns glowed red and pink. Larisa Valentinovna and Mike stood looking at the deer. "What it is? I don't understand anything. Please explain," Larisa asked loudly. "This is the spirit, to whom the souls that died in suffering conveyed their pain and resentment. Even if magic is involved here, sweeping away the remnants of thoughts and even souls in its path, they will always remember the moment of their death, at this time in the city." It was a nice, warm, calm evening in the city. The sun was still shining. Small clouds floated across the sky. The action takes place in a tattoo parlor. How I missed those times when only the human race was called people. The tattoo artist was tattooing a design on an orc. The orc constantly screamed, "He was in pain. You can be more careful." I asked you to be more careful," the orc client shouted. "We've already had enough of it with our tolerance. Who will fight for our rights? To human ones," the master thought to himself. The client was constantly grumbling and complaining that he was in pain. The orc client was very dissatisfied. He was angry. "Damn it, it still hurts, but no one stuffs anything anymore. He came for the sake of a unique sketch. I also paid some money. Yes, for such pain they should do it for free." The orc was indignant. When the orc left, he said a few more ugly, insulting words to the master. "Hey, master, God forbid I get blood poisoning. All responsibility will be on you. Just know that," the orc said. "Yes, of course," we agreed. The master smiled and said, "Only now you can't drink, smoke, or go to the sauna for a week. And most importantly, apply the ointment that I gave you." The tattoo artist's name was Do Yong-seok. It's crazy how many prohibitions there are. The orc client continued to be indignant. "I myself would try for a week without drinking, smoking, or washing, simply in human conditions." The orc was indignant. "Dirty animal," thought the tattoo artist. At this time, near the police station, something began to happen. Cars began to arrive, police officers one after another. A very large number of green goblins were detained. One of them was on his knees, holding his palms together in front of him, and simply begged him to let them go and forgive him. One policeman waved his baton in the goblin's face. He threatened him with violence. "Come on, get up and quickly. Go to the bus, I told you." The policeman shouted loudly. "Sorry," the goblin answered. "Oh, you green creature. Get up quickly, I told you." The policeman yelled even louder and swung his baton violently. A police inspector approached the young policeman, put his hand on his shoulder, and stopped him. "What are you doing?" asked the police inspector. "Oh, Inspector, you misunderstood." The young policeman made excuses. "I also heard that goblins are like young children," said the young policeman. "That's enough," said the inspector. They began to talk quietly so that no one would hear. "Never say anything like that again." "Remember this once and for all," Police Inspector Johnny said. The inspector fed the goblin, and the young policeman realized that it was not so scary. Suddenly the phone rang about Policeman Johnny. It was Mike. "It's strange. He's never called before," thought the police inspector. Mike spoke. "Remember, among all the violators we had one with a tattoo." "Yes, but I'm not talking about him now. I'm talking about his tattoo," Mike said to the inspector. "You can find out from him where he stuffed them." "Yes, of course. Without problems," Johnny said. Mike was reviewing some documents. "So that's it," said Mike. "This tattoo inscription turns out to be in one very ancient language. Translated means..." Suddenly Mike fell silent. Police Inspector Johnny also fell silent. He understood that the task was not easy to find out the tattoo parlor in which this tattoo was filled. But he really wanted to help Mike. In general, the police inspector was serious. That same nice, warm evening, the action again takes place in a tattoo parlor. There was not a single person on the street. It was very quiet and calm. The tattoo artist was sitting in a chair and just relaxing. "Today is an important day," he said. "Maybe we should close the salon early today. There are no more clients anyway, and hardly anyone will come," the tattoo artist said. The tattoo master came out and began to lock and chain his workshop, his tattoo salon. The area was troubled. Therefore, it was necessary to close the interior securely. This is a long chain, metal, which was used to wrap the handles, and then a large barn lock. The tattoo artist was indignant. The old crows again turned up the entire trash can. Those crows ruined his mood. There was trash lying around. Immigrants from other spaces only take away the jobs of our citizens. Remember that immigration policy is designed to support for the mastery of slavery as an important economic factor. And of course remember that those who decided to move to us, somewhere far away, have a home, but land is all that people have. And if we lose it, we simply will have nowhere to return. There were too many of these harmful, dirty birds. They sat on the wires and shit down on the road and on the cars. They fought in the air and flew straight to the ground. Indeed, feathers very often fell straight from the sky, like snow, or like fallen leaves from trees in autumn. Mike caught one of these feathers. He held it in his hand and looked at it. Large black and gray crows circled right around Mike. They weren't afraid of him at all. Some flew up to him and landed directly on his shoulder, like old friends and acquaintances. The master then returned home. Something was constantly being said in his headphones. He always listened to it. With quick steps, he moved home, tired and irritated. And while we have more and more allies, we can fight this propaganda. For now, the greatest threat to us comes from two races. Absolutely right, these are dragons and orcs. At this time, near the doors of a large hotel, Bradley stood there with a small woman. "I look forward to our cooperation during your stay at the hotel," the little woman said. "This is a translation. My name is Olga. I am a translator." "I'm very glad to meet you," she said. So, Olga is a translator, a dwarf woman. Bradley was very pleased with himself. It had been a long time since he had seen or met gnomes on his way. And here is a dwarf woman, Bradley thought. "Follow me, Agent Bradley," said the dwarf woman Olga. The two of them walked along the long, beautiful corridors of this luxurious hotel. Bradley asked, "Tell me, how is Princess Vermi feeling?" "To be honest, the princess is very worried right now. I think you are aware of the important negotiations between the Korean Committee and the Kingdom of Galanko regarding the level of security, right?" Olga spoke. Olga continued talking. "We are very pleased to be able to appoint such a professional as you, Agent Bradley, as head of security. But she still believes that security is insufficient," Bradley said. "The main thing is not to think badly of her," Olga said. They approached a large brown door. "I'm afraid I have to leave you here," Olga said. "The princess is in this room. Come in, but first you need to knock." Bradley started knocking on the door. The answer was simply silence. He knocked again and again. There was silence behind the door. Then Bradley knocked again and simply opened the door. Bradley went into the hotel room. He saw in the distance, near the window, some kind of lump of white sheets and towels. It seemed as if someone had gotten out of the shower and was simply admiring nature through the window. Then Bradley noticed a green tail, like a crocodile's, lying on the floor. "Let me in. Let me in," Bradley said. The answer was also quiet. But at that moment this huge crocodile's eyes were already burning with yellow fire. It was clear that the crocodile was unhappy with the uninvited guests. Very suddenly the crocodile jumped out from around the corner of the room. The crocodile opened its mouth very wide and began to scream. He made incomprehensible and very disgusting sounds. Saliva sprayed in all directions from his mouth. Mucus dripped from my mouth straight onto the floor. Then, in all its glory and full height, the makeup artist appeared to be one healthy crocodile. Drool flowed and dripped onto the floor from his mouth. It was Princess Vermi. Rasa is a joker. Olga and Bradley stood covered in spit. This is her expressing her joy at meeting you. Olga spoke and apologized. She looks forward to working together for a long time and fruitfully. Olga continued. "Okay, I understand. Reassure her that I agree. She has nothing to worry about. Night has come. It was quite quiet. There was not a single star in the sky. The action takes place in one of the small houses on the outskirts of the city. By Yongzaeok, Nim, your check is almost complete. If you successfully complete it, you will immediately become one of the members of society. Great, that's good news. But before that, I would like to tell you something. This is important information and should be listened to carefully." The tattoo artist took the photo in his hands and began to examine it. He already understood a little what was going on. These were photographs of the same type. There were orcs on them, with his work and his tattoos on them. Yes, we will talk about those tattoos that you gave to the orcs. What's the problem? The tattoo artist asked. These are inscriptions in an ancient language, right? They literally mean the following: slave, genitals, shit, animal. Yes, indeed it is. And as I understand it, the orcs don't even know about it. In the dimensional past, they were treated like slaves. And the level of illiteracy, among them it was equal to 99%. This may make it difficult for me to join a fraternity, the tattoo artist asked. I'll be honest with you. To be honest, I had suspicions that we might get caught, or an even worse scenario. Or perhaps someone will find out about this as easily as I found out. However, everyone eventually agreed that it was quite funny. And now about the main thing. These are serious things that you have to do. There is simply no other way. Please don't leave any more evidence, and your salon will have to close. Don't worry, open it in another place after a while. This room looked like some kind of warehouse. There were 2 sofas and a table between them. They sat on them and talked. We will help you with all the necessary equipment. Trust us, and don't worry. Okay, I understand, thank you. The man's face was not visible. He covered it with a dark cloth. He was dressed in a gray jacket with a hood. It was either the main man of the Brotherhood or one of them. Then let's get started, he said. It's time to go through the stage of joining the fraternity. The tattoo artist had been waiting for this for a long time. He was ready for anything that could happen to him. He was here, and therefore he was already happy. His face was completely beaming with happiness. Yes, I'm ready, let's go, the master said. First, a huge rat appeared. It was gray. Her eyes glowed purple. Her paws were so powerful, it seemed like she was just working out in the gym. And then different drawings began to glow on the wall. They were pink. These were various pictograms and a 6-pointed star. It was a hexagram. It is a star with 6 corners, which is formed from 2 equilateral triangles superimposed on each other. The tattoo artist was more focused than ever. His glasses reflected everything he saw. Everything around was dark, but due to the burning fire it seemed that the whole room was illuminated. One of the fraternities approached the tattoo artist and handed him a knife. I hope you understand what needs to be done, the man asked this. In the center of this room was a cross on which an orc was crucified. They offered to kill him and sacrifice him. The tattoo artist hesitantly took the knife in his hands. People from this brotherhood shouted at him. Let's show your anger, and let justice prevail, they shouted. I can think, master, it's like killing a rooster. Orcs are not people. They themselves almost killed me several times. Everyone will be better off without them. The master continued to think. He was attuned to what he was asked to do. Let's get together. Don't delay this, these people shouted to him. Org lay tied to a wooden cross. They gagged him so he wouldn't scream. Tears flowed from his eyes in a stream. He was not guilty of anything to be treated so cruelly. The tattoo artist was holding a knife with both hands. He swung it very hard. The knife was already behind his head. He wanted to thrust it straight into the orc's heart with all his might. Just pay them back in kind. People from the Brotherhood shouted and supported him, and so he began to strike. The tattoo artist closed his eyes so as not to see all this. The hands were already above the orc's body. Suddenly something hit his hands. The master opened his eyes and saw that he had no hands. What can't this be? The tattoo master shouted. He looked at his hands. His hands had been cut off. Blood oozed from them. He immediately turned pale. It was the biggest pain shock in the world. Then the tattoo artist looked at the floor. It was on the floor that his severed hands lay. He screamed very loudly from shock and from the pain he was now feeling. Fraternity men who wore gray robes. They didn't understand what happened. They didn't understand who did it and how. Who did it? Did anyone see what happened? They asked each other. I didn't even notice a single crack in the protective field. I don't know who this is, but I can say for sure with complete confidence that these are definitely high-ranking wizards. Hey, since you were able to track us down and destroy our defenses, it seems like you know too much, said one of this fraternity. I think you understand perfectly well what can happen to you if you decide to joke with us. It was quite dark near the entrance doors to the room. The light from the fire did not reach there. A tall man appeared at the entrance. At the moment his face was not yet visible. And what did the man say? So what will happen then? Continue. I'm interested in the whole list of what you can do with me. It was clear from his voice that he was not afraid at all. He's very confident. And his eyes glowed red. At this time, the action takes place with Mike and Larissa. They are still in the forest, near the mountains where the warehouses are located. I'm only doing what a press secretary should do. I understand you perfectly, Agent. That's why I ask. Now you can't trust anyone. His subordinates are still alive, Mike thought. It seems Jackinson has lost his touch. Even dragons have no control over time. Don't you know what kind of people they are? Even the elders couldn't cope. Do you want me to take them on? Said Mike. No, I just wanted to ask you to find their traces. I hope you can do this before the chairman returns to Earth. Larissa answered. And when does he return? Mike asked. About a week later, Larissa responded. Agent's spatial terminal may be closed for today, but we can't let them get rid of the evidence in the meantime. So very interesting. What happens when the terminal is blocked? Mike asked. But I haven't heard anything about it. Very strange. Mine continued to think and reflect. Maxim listened and began to agree. I understood you, but you must understand me that this will not be easy, Mike said to Larissa. Larissa was very happy. Her happiness knew no bounds. The little fairy flying nearby was also happy and smiling. They achieved their goal. Mike agreed. I'm sure you're aware, but I'm demanding compensation, said Mike. Of course, Larissa said. I'll prepare everything for you. She was holding a brown box in her hands. Larissa Valentinovna opened this box and showed what was inside. Inside was a blank check with a signature. This is a blank check. You can use it for both Earth currency and dalents. It is already signed, Larissa said. Mayak looked at Larissa Valentina in surprise. Then he looked at the box containing the signed check. It was a tempting offer, but in all his 800 years he had never received one like this. This is a blank check for me, and it's already signed, Mike asked. Does Jenkinson really trust me that much? Thought and reflected Mike. At this time, Larissa and her little fairy assistant were very happy. Did it really work? They spoke to each other. They were very happy that everything was going according to their plan. I can't use this. I'll contact you as soon as I find something, Mike said and left. I don't know who's in charge, but this guy caught my attention. Well, I'll visit him and try to find out something. He must have some information, said Mike. All the people from the Brotherhood stood and watched carefully. They only asked one question. Who is this? They had never seen him before, and they didn't understand what was happening. The more I find out here, the more zeros I can write on my blank check, Mike thought. His eyes began to fill with red light. Mike stuck out his hand. Red smoke and fog began to fly out of it throughout the room. It was clear that Mike began to work and turned on his dark magic. He saw how one orc had already been sentenced to death. He lay practically exhausted, groaning. His arms and legs were tied. His mouth was tied with a rag so that he could not be heard yelling. There were burning candles around this green orc. Everything was prepared for the ritual of sacrifice. Mike clenched his fist very tightly and slashed his arm. As his blood flowed out, his power became stronger. After this, the blood turned into a red stream of smoke and scattered throughout the room. The poor, exhausted orc lay and looked at everything that was happening around him. This simple orc had never seen anything like this in his life. He ended up here purely by chance. He was simply caught on the street. Mike was his only hope for salvation. Mike approached this orc. He picked him up from the floor and sat him down. The entire fraternity stood and looked at Mike. They were very scared. The orc was very pleased that he was saved. He just didn't know the name of his savior and who he was. Mike looked at this green orc and said, "Now you are free. You can go. Do not be afraid of anything." The organization quickly gathered. I got dressed and ran away from this hell. What kind of spell was this? I don't understand how this is even possible. Someone from the crowd shouted, "T-shirt, brother." The man who stood in the middle shouted to everyone, "Calm down." People from the Brotherhood began to communicate with each other and talk. It seems he is a master of everything that concerns magic. Others said we couldn't defeat him even if we attacked him all at once. One man from the Brotherhood party began to say T-shirt. "I'll tell you this, without many words. You will still regret that you crossed our path," said this man. "We secretly received a magical shield from the witch community. Now, with its help, we can reflect any spell back to the attacker." A crowd of fraternity men began to advance on Mike. "Now, no matter what spell he casts, he himself will suffer," the man from the Brotherhood said, and suddenly above his head disappeared and blood began to flow upward in a powerful fountain. It was Mike's dark magic that began to work. The crowd of frat people stopped abruptly. One of them was missing a head. Everything was covered in blood. Those standing nearby were also splattered with blood. One of them said, "Brother, what happened?" Although it was already clear that the head was no longer there, Microsoft was casting his dark magic throughout the room. He radiated fire. "Remember, one mouth will be enough to get the information you need," Mike said loudly. Mike began to destroy these people one by one. There was a lot of blood around. He simply used his magic to rip their heads off. Those who were still alive stood in one place and did not move. They were completely confused and terrified. Mike continued to take revenge on them for their bad deed. "No one had the right to make sacrifices with orcs. This is punishable by law," said Mike. "He was able to break the witch's defense." The men shouted at each other. "If he's not a dragon, then we can definitely defeat him, right, guys?" "Friends, could it be that he is actually a dragon?" They started asking if they were with each other. Everything around Mike was on fire. He stood confidently on his feet. His eyes glowed red. He was ready to take revenge. And at this time, interesting events also took place in the hotel where the princess was resting. The princess consumes 20 kilograms of raw meat at one time, 6 times a day. Olga said, "Please, please, please, let the security chief check that the food is not poisoned. Please do not forget that you will be staying at the hotel for a few days to rest from the trip." It was a very large living room. In the middle she was sitting on the sofa. The princess had a table nearby, fresh meat lay on the table, and Bradley and Olga stood near the door and looked at the whole thing. "Princess and something else," Olga said. "Once a day, when the princess lays eggs, no one should be near her. There should not be a soul within at least a 10-meter radius. At this point, the princess is emotionally unstable. Keep that in mind." "This usually happens around 8 o'clock in the morning, yes?" Bradley asked. "And one more thing. Due to the difference in time zones, this may all happen irregularly. In other words, it is a sacred ritual for the production of the precious metal gold." "Did you understand?" Olga asked. "Yes, I understood everything." "I'll be careful," Bradley said. "Black magic is much more powerful. When the caster feeds it with his own pain, I'm going to get out, no matter the cost. The most powerful black magic still remains the very offering in its original form. Brother, I'll buy you some time, transform myself, and do it like this." This demon's head looked like the head of a large lizard. Huge teeth in 2 rows closed in the paste, an elongated nose and deep eyes that burned with red fire. Tongues of flame appeared from its mouth. Years of life in exchange for salvation. A curse made of my flesh and blood. "I understood you." "Well, if that's the case, then it's your own fault," said Mike. Mike turned on his black magic to the fullest. In a split second, a volcano began to erupt from one of the men's heads. Flames of fire protruded from his severed head. "No, brother, that's not what won," and the pillars cried out. "It was already too late. We will avenge you. Don't worry, brother." Other people from the crowd were shouting, "I don't understand what's happening. It's simply impossible." One man spoke. "Damn it, how did you do it? This is beyond magic," he shouted. In fact, it was a terrible sight when the heads were torn off and fiery lava erupted from this place like a volcano. Max stood very calmly and confidently. Red smoke came from his hand. "But he was going to breathe fire anyway," Mike said. "And I just cursed it to make it more flammable. That's all. It's very simple, but I see you don't understand it," said Mike. One of this community was very indignant and shouted, "You're just crazy. You are a crazy maniac. You're a butcher," he shouted. But brother still bought me time." The man continued to scream. Mike spread his fingers on his palm and touched them to those pictograms and the six-pointed star that was drawn. It still glowed pink and purple. I completed my last spell. You must know about him, since you call yourself a magician, one of the community shouted loudly. He was too confident in himself. This is a monster that absorbs everything material and spiritual. How do you like that? He asked. A large head of a monster with teeth and light eyes appeared throughout the room. It shimmered from black to light purple. It was a shadow monster. One of the people in this community looked at Mike. He looked very frightened. There was pure fear in the eyes. Unless, of course, you are a real dragon, he said. Eh? I hope so. There was red and white light all around. It was like a glow. The temperature was heating up, so it seemed that everything would actually burn and turn into real ashes. There were flames all around. We stood very confidently around him. The fire was blazing and sparks were flying near his body. It went. I'm glad it finally dawned on you, Mike said. Now it's time to talk. Everything calmed down and went out. He defeated everyone with his magic. It was all over quickly. He took this guy who screamed the most, and he sat him down opposite him. Well, you finally woke up, Mike said. Mike sat on the couch opposite him. He had a lot of questions to ask this guy. So, it's time to talk. I'm tired of waiting for you to wake up. Why is the Oslo school principal against the Human Rights Alliance? Mike asked. Oslo. This is the master of the Oslo school, and the Black Poppy is notorious. I think you've confused me with him, said Mike. Well, everyone has the right to make mistakes. Mike put his finger forward and a happiness bug flew out of his fingers. The guy, of course, immediately inhaled it through his nose. The bug began to spread throughout his body, penetrating directly into the brain. This guy was shaking all over. Then he became very ticklish. Then he became very ill. He tried to blow the bug back out with his nose. After some time he succeeded. The bug actually flew out of his nose. Heck, even the lucky bug doesn't work, said Mike. And you are stronger than members of society. Don't waste your time and just kill me, the man shouted. I may not be as strong as you, but I'm still a dark magician too. You must understand that even under torture I will never speak. Mike was really angry now. He put his hands on his belt and spoke loudly. So that's what you decided, right? Then I have only one thing left to do, torture you so that you finally speak. Mike said loudly, although it would be easier to stick a worm in your brain and let him die in peace. Told you, Mike. Can you bluff as much as you want? The man answered him. Knack held his sharp magic knife in his hands. He looked at this man. I recently met a dragon, Mike said. Our 1,000-year-old gentleman was trying to escape to another dimension. Of course he was followed. But he died because he was just one day late. That's why I considered him the most pitiful creature in the world, said Mike. Why are you telling me all this? I don't understand where the logic is, the man asked in fear. In fact, the logic here is very simple, said Mike. It seems to me that now you will take this title from him. This man's face became very frightened. Many wrinkles appeared on the face. Mike brought his purple knife right up to the man's face. Close, very close. What is this facial expression, Mike thought. The knife almost touched the bridge of the nose. The pupils became very large from fear. The eyes filled with tears. Tears immediately flowed down my cheeks, and you will regret that you were born. Then Mike caught a taxi, got into it, and went about his business. He took out his phone and started calling. These were business calls. Hello, this is Agent Mike. Remember me? Mike spoke on the phone. Unfortunately, I was unable to obtain any information about that incident in the B-39 storage facility. Due to the specifics of the organization, I cannot know the details of operations in which I am not involved. May continued driving his yellow taxi along the large, busy highway. However, today has brought its fruits. The Human Rights Society is going to throw something up today. I don't know if it will be a murder or a kidnapping, but their exact next target is the princess. She hired so many security guards for a reason. She feels danger and is afraid, and if it's worth something, it means it knows something. to prevent the eighth mass immigration. Their important people will also take part in this. Among them, there will clearly be a vault thief. Agent got you. But can I ask you? Can I ask you something else? What? Mike answered. Okay, no problem asking, said Mike. Mike continued to think and reason. It seems to me that their request is becoming more and more common. Well, then I'll just start charging for my work and for my answers. And if I don't have enough money, I'll just borrow it from someone. Mike arrived at a large, beautiful hotel. There he was already met by a mustachioed woman. This is Olga, dwarf. Hello, you are Agent Mike. My name is Olga. I am a translator. Operations. I was surprised that the Immigration Bureau suddenly cut down the security personnel. They say you are the highest paid agent in the Korean Immigration Office. The princess is also completely satisfied. There was a knock on the room. Princess, this is Olga. A new member of the security team has arrived. Olga opened the door. They entered the room. The princess and Bradley were sitting on the sofas. Bradley was very surprised to see him. He was a little confused. There was panic in the eyes. He stopped from his chair and asked loudly, Mike, what are you doing here? Mike stood with his hands in his pockets. He slowly looked from left to right and assessed the situation. Then he simply said hello slowly, quietly, monotonously. Hello, my name is Agent Mike. Nice to meet you. The princess raised her head and looked at Mike. Saliva dripped from her large green crocodile jaw. The princess looked at Mike very carefully. There was a short pause, and no one understood what was happening. It seemed that the princess had stopped breathing. What's happening? Mike thought. This crocodile, that is, the princess began to feel embarrassed. Her cheeks turned red like a girl's from embarrassment and the awkward situation. The drool from the jaw began to flow even more. There was a specific smell in the air. Mike sniffed. He began to recognize this smell. He discreetly covered his nose with one finger. What is this pheromone? Mike thought. The princess stood in the middle of the room near the table. She was very excited. She looked like a girl who had been asked out for the first time. She actually had a strange smell coming from her. Mike felt that he could even hear the sound of his rapid heartbeat. The room was indeed completely filled with a pheromone with a pungent odor. The princess looked very pleased. She simply devoured Agent Mike with her eyes. This was noticeable to everyone. The pheromone turned the air around her pink. She looked at Mike and smiled. It was the smile of a happy princess. Mike stood and looked at the crocodile. He understood that this healthy big crocodile covered in drool was the same princess who hired a lot of guards. He understood that the princess most likely fell in love with him at first sight. Are you kidding? Mike thought to himself. Suddenly the princess spoke. It seemed to everyone that it was just a set of beech trees. Jik Gorim will give Opal Kavan Dost, the princess said. Oh my God, this is so sudden. The princess spoke for the first time in front of strangers. The translator said. Bradley jumped out of his chair in surprise. He was excited. Oh God, quickly translate what the princess said, Bradley said loudly. She said that this man would work for the production of gold, the translator said. What? How is this possible? Have you already done this morning or not? Or I'm wrong, Bradley said. Bradley didn't know how to react to a princess who looked like the biggest crocodile he had ever seen. Yes, but something happened, the translator said. The princess stood in the middle of the room. A yellow light streamed from her belly. It was more like the color of gold. The princess folded her paws over her stomach. It is very interesting, Mike thought. He came closer to the window. He liked to watch and observe nature, and from this high floor of a beautiful hotel, the whole city was in full view. The view was very beautiful. The weather was wonderful outside. It was nice and warm like summer. The sun brightly illuminated everything around. White clouds slowly floated across the blue sky. Scorpions now lay eggs even when the sun is at its zenith, Mike thought to himself. The sun was really very high, which is why Mike was watching. As far as I remember, it used to be different, Mike thought. It's unlikely that he came closer to Mike. Mike, I didn't know that they would send any of your agents to help me. Bradley, my friend, don't worry. This agent turned out to be me. He smiled and said, Mike. and the Bradleys stood near the large window that looked out onto the balcony. "Olga, we'll talk and come back. It won't be long." "You won't get bored, I promise," said Mike. "Yes, of course. Go without any problems," Olga answered. Mikey Bradley walked out onto the balcony. They went out there on purpose so that no one would hear them. Everything they say is, of course, a secret. "What is a human rights community?" did Bradley ask Mike. "Hush, you can talk more quietly," Mike said. Bradley began to speak very quietly, almost in a whisper. "I, of course, have long suspected this. But for them to actually do this?" "Yes, it could ruin everything," Bradley said. "It seems that it began to dawn on me, and I understood everything," Bradley said. "Yes, that's why they sent someone like you here on purpose. So you think this is the princess's secret?" Did Bradley ask Mike? "Everything is possible here, all options," said Mike. Bradley thought and began to scratch his beard. "Wait, then I need to double-check the terms of my contract on this case. We need to reconsider carefully," Bradley said. "Yes, in general, nothing like that, just nonsense that the princess came up with," Bradley said. "Are you serious?" Mike answered. Mike began to think and reflect. "It seems to me that I have already encountered something similar before," Mike thought. Mo continued to think and reason. He remembered every detail down to the last detail. Those screams that I heard before arriving on Earth, Mike remembered. These screams. "We were in pain," Bradley said. The women of Sultan told what they had to go through almost every day, a curse from nature. Every day was this how Mike always thought. For some reason, I don't think so. Talk to himself, Mike. He continued to think about them. Where does this knowledge come from? Whose is it? Why do I know all this? Mike has been asking these questions for a long time until he found the answers to them. Mike, Mike, Mike constantly sounded in his head. He very often heard his name called. But Mike didn't understand where these voices came from and who was calling. Mike stood, thought and admired nature. "Mike, friend, what are you thinking? Did you even hear what I said? Where do you fly?" Bradley spoke. "Sorry, I got distracted," said Mike. Bradley and Mike remained standing on the balcony and talking. The conversation took a little longer. The translator Olga sat down on the sofa and simply waited for the security service to talk through everything they needed and return. In general, if we are talking about work again, the next day, a lot of people gathered near the hotel. Large luxury cars and limousines stood outside the hotel. There are a lot of people from the security service. I was confused. There was a long red carpet. Bradley and Mike stood on the street and watched the entire security service. Suddenly, like a flash of bright light, Bradley was blinded. "What the hell is this?" Bradley shouted. He saw practically nothing. Bradley's eyes itched. From the bright light and flash, he was still standing and could see practically nothing. Mike was simply shocked by this outfit. This is a very bright and pathetic appearance on the red carpet. Mike, as always, stood very calmly and watched everything that was happening. Bradley stood and still scratched his eyes. They still hurt from this outbreak. Translator Olga ran out to Bradley and Mike. "Agents, wait," she said. "I need to tell you something important." Mike and Bradley stopped to listen to Olga. A huge armored military truck appeared behind the agents. Suddenly chose transport instead of teleportation. Bradley smiled. "I prepared a good car for the Sultans," Mike said. Bradley presented a finger to box his beard. "Well," he sits and thinks, "maybe the princess will change her mind. Maybe she would like to take a walk around the city," Bradley thought. "Is it true that the princess came for mass immigration? Seriously? Isn't she trying to be the first to see what a suitable dimension for immigration looks like?" A cortege of armored vehicles gathered along the street where the hotel is located. "Look, we split the diplomatic delegation, and the security personnel were also divided. I have also completed the deployment of your crew. Fully report to the agent on the work done." Bradley, as he became older, the order, he found it. Bradley began to give orders to everyone. He indicated who should do what, where, and when. "So, the translator, me and my friend Mike will go in the princess's car," Bradley said. "Boldy Rev Horde Villas, Smith Balzac." Translator Olga began to translate for the princess. It was clear from her that she was a little worried about how everything would go. The princess raised her head high. It was clear that she was happy and smiling. "Zalandos!" the princess said loudly and nodded her head. "It will be done," Olga said. Translator Olga approached the two agents. The princess told her something in her language that only a translator could understand. "So, agents, pay attention to the question. Only I want to know the truth. Not me, of course, but the princess. So I won't delay. The princess is interested. Of course, I apologize 1,000 times. The question is this. Please tell me which of you two is stronger?" Olga asked. "What?" Bradley asked indignantly. So the satisfied princess rode in her large armored car. The choice was obvious, of course. Between Bradley and Mike, the princess chose, of course, Mike. She was driving her armored truck and beaming with happiness. Opposite the princess, Mike and her translator were sitting in a chair. Mike, even sitting in the chair of this armored car, put his hands in his pockets. The princess was very embarrassed, but sometimes she turned away to the side so as not to look into the T-shirt's eyes. Her cheeks were pink again. Cheeks were pink. Mike looked at the princess and reasoned. The princess doesn't like to be upset. She wishes to minimize the number of people accompanying her. And suddenly they sat down, so Bradley was transferred to another car. All positive vibes. All pheromone. All this was directed towards, of course, Mike. He was fragrant with all the smell that was directed at him. Suddenly the princess suddenly opened her mouth, extended her tongue, and began to cough loudly. She seemed to be really suffocating. Perhaps she choked on something. The princess folded her arms across her chest, coughed, and groaned loudly. "Princess! What's wrong with you, princess?" Translator Olga shouted excitedly. Olga began to speak a foreign language. "Odalun, Badralik, Algaz, Quantum. Princess, tell me, is something bothering you?" The translator Olga asked. "Agent Mike, listen to me. I already told this to the princess. Now I will tell you. I always adhere to the ethical standards of working as a translator. I always translate the truth and also tell only one truth. I never add anything on my own. I always only convey the words of the princess," Translator Olga said. But she looked confused, slightly frightened. At the moment, Mike didn't know what to expect from the situation. He had never experienced such situations before. The main armored vehicle, a truck, was driving from the middle of the motorcade. Other light armored vehicles were driving from all directions, accompanying the princess. It was for the sake of the princess that even traffic in the entire city was blocked. "Let's agree this way," said the translator Olga. "I will tell you everything verbatim, and then you will forget it all. And then I will forget these words too. So, Mike, please rest assured that nothing will spread. Not a single word should come out of this car. I think you understand the seriousness of the situation and the situation," Translator Olga said. "Money, of course, is the root of all problems, but what should I do in this situation?" "Okay, just try to play along with the princess," Mike thought. "But I'll interrupt if she suddenly starts to cross the line." "Your name is Mike?" "Yes, princess, my name is Mike." "Have you ever been to the Galanko dimension?" asked the princess. The princess was very embarrassed. Her cheeks were still pink from embarrassment. "Unfortunately, no." "Princess, I wasn't there. Tell me about Galanko? Then I will know too," Mike answered the princess. The princess liked this conversation. She smiled very widely. "Mike, it's very beautiful there. I will try to tell and describe to you everything that I saw there." The princess said, "It's always a silver-blue night there. Just imagine, the sky is decorated with 2 moons. One is big and the other is small. There it is relaxed. Amphibians and plants stretch out. And her 4-winged bird, enjoying the scent of flowers, begins to sing its magnificent songs as soon as spring comes. Trust me, this place is simply amazing. And I'm very lucky to call it home," the princess said. Mike and the princess sat opposite each other. "I heard that you are a quarter elf, and that you were born and raised here on Earth. What about your age?" "Which?" asked the princess. "I was born not so long ago. I was born in 1945, yes. This is exactly the biography the committee came up with for me," Mike thought to himself. The princess laughed very hard. "My God, Mike, you seem so young. Your age is not even half of my age." The princess laughed very loudly again. The conversation took on a friendly atmosphere. "Mike, Please tell me, how long do quarter elves live? Asked the princess. To tell the truth, I don't know myself, Mike answered. The princess continued to ask questions. Mike, have you ever thought to live in some other dimension someday? Asked the princess. Mike didn't know what to answer. He understood only one thing. This performance needed to be stopped. Mike was looking for words to say. Grow up, of course, but... I'm sorry, princess. Told you, Mike. The princess hugged her tail with 2 paws and laid her head on it. Her cheeks were pink from embarrassment. It was obvious that she was shy. Mike is just to plant everything I said, the princess said. You're just adorable, the princess said. From her mouth, drool began to drip onto the floor of the car again. It's just the first time I've met someone as beautiful as you, the princess said very shyly. So please forgive and forget all the nonsense I told you here. The motorcade of armored vehicles continued to move. The cars were moving at very high speed. Especially for the princess, traffic was blocked, so it was easy to drive. There were no cars. The princess continued to speak out. She really enjoyed talking to Mike. I had never been in the same room with a man from another dimension before. What, of course? Obviously, for a modest lady like me, the princess said. Therefore, individuals and ladies like me can get confused in their emotions. And please don't think badly of me. Think about my behavior today as if I was a little confused. I'm a girl, I can, the princess said. And Mike, please forgive me if I caused you any inconvenience, especially if I made you uncomfortable with my emotional confusion, the princess said shyly. Don't worry, everything is fine, answered Mike. Girls like you must have difficulties in relationships. You are subject to the pressure of the cult of fidelity. You're right, Mike, the princess answered. How long have you had such traditions? Mike asked. It's strange, I've never really thought about this before. Since then, since the history of the Joker was destroyed in the race wars, Princess Michael answered, I am the formula, the life, the soul. At this moment, Mike was thinking very hard. You began to reason again. Then it turns out that our traditions are at least 800 years old. Something doesn't add up, Mike thought. Shutan's political power has sunk to the very bottom of the Galanko dimension. The dialogue continued. That's why, princess? Many inhabitants of the earth believe that the Shutans visited us to prepare for mass immigration. Is this true? Mike asked. The princess listened carefully to Mike. These rumors reached me too. All this happens only because you don't know us well, the princess told Mike. The diameter and infrastructure of the earth is not suitable for us. You are right, even judging by this car, said Mike. It's hard for you to breathe. This is a small star, unable to accept us. Even if we were preparing for immigration, it would take us a lot of time, effort, and resources. Zala, princess. Mine was very surprised by this story. This is a very frank truth that the princess told him. So what are you doing? Is the princess really here on business? Mike asked. The princess opened her mouth, smiled, and ran her tongue over her teeth. It looked more scary than sexy. Yes, I'm here on business. You are right. If, of course, I manage to solve one of my problems here. If I solve my problem, I will become fertile. That's when I'll be able to give birth and get ahead of the other princesses. The princess began to open up very much. Mike continued to reason. If I remember correctly, once a Shantana woman lays a fertilized egg, ovulation stops for decades. Nature, they're just trying to get rid of nature's curse. And the princess? Yes, there were still many questions. The cars were driving very fast. We radioed almost on the spot. We are practically at the Gondok stations. This is what you were talking about. Bradley was driving another car the whole time. Please provide our exact location. He contacted all security services. The princess decided to sit down. Mike, I heard Bradley was worried about where we were going. I'll tell you a secret, so tell it to everyone. Please convey my words to everyone, the princess told Mike. We are now heading to the Korean pension fund. The princess said clearly and confidently. The cars did not turn left and drove straight, where the princess directed them. Mike began to worry a little about the princess. Asked when Mike asked the princess, I wonder if this is, of course, none of my business, but do you have some kind of meeting scheduled there? If you just show up there, they might not let you in. I did it on purpose. This is my plan, unexpected. Agree, yes, Mike, the princess said. Surprising them is part of my plan. I really love unexpected surprises, the princess said. At this time, everyone in the pension fund began to run and fuss. Panic set in. One man spoke on the phone. That the princess is coming to us? How can this be? Why am I only finding out about this now? This man spoke indignantly on the phone. Why did they warn us about the princess's visit only 5 minutes in advance? What can we accomplish in 5 minutes? We won't even have time to remove the paper. Contact management quickly, one of the employees shouted. There was panic in the pension fund office. Collection of long-term outstanding debts. This is the reason for my visit to Earth. It's very simple, Mike. Only we agreed on this, knowing that it was just you and me and translator Olga. All employees went down from their offices to the first floor into a large spacious hall. They were waiting to meet the princess. To say that they were worried would be an understatement. The entire pension fund was lined up on the ground floor. Tension hung in the air. They were very afraid of such high-ranking officials. It is simply impossible to prepare in 5 minutes for the arrival of representatives of this rank. The princess entered this large, spacious hall. In the pension fund of the people in front of the princess there were about 100 or 200. Everyone was very worried. By and large, they were simply afraid of the princess. A very impressive retinue lined up behind the princess. These were guards of various ranks and levels. There were everything from humans to orcs. All the guards lined up behind the princess. They blocked all entrances and exits. Most importantly, they monitored the safety of the princess. Mike began to reason, and the princess really took them all by surprise. Initially, the Gondok station was not even close to the government route along which the princess was supposed to travel. These people don't even suspect that the princess is here to repay her debts. The princess was so tall that the people below seemed like just ants. They were already short in stature, but here there was such an elevation above them. They stood with their heads raised and looked at the princess. Just by the looks and eyes, it was clear that the princess was not in a very good mood. To put it simply, she was very angry at this pension fund. At one point, the princess could not stand it and simply opened her big mouth. She screamed loudly, "Bring your boss here. I want to see him." Michael went outside at that moment. He wanted to see what kind of tall glass building this company, simply called the Korean Pension Fund, had built for itself. For what money? This was incomprehensible to him. It was obvious to him that this fund was not easy. It was some kind of company. Otherwise, where did they get so much money to build such a skyscraper and call it by its simple name, the Korean Pension Fund, so that no one would guess? At this point, the CEO returns to the company. So far, everything is quiet and calm. There are no signs of trouble. Yes, you looked at your watch. He was a little surprised. It's already too much time. They should have arrived long ago, Bradley thought. Bradley was so focused that his eyes barely moved. He tried to hear everything and not miss it. It seemed to him that he could even hear the hand on his watch ticking. The princess was waiting in the boss's office. Bradley stood opposite her. Footsteps were heard through the office doors in the corridor. There was a knock on the office. "It must be them," Bradley said. The doors opened, and people entered. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Princess Vermi," the old man said. Out of fear, he lowered his eyes down. "Hello, Princess. I am the director of this company," the old man said, and looked at the floor with his eyes. Then the old man plucked up courage and raised his eyes upward and looked forward at the princess. He was surprised by what he saw. So, the director of the Korean Pension Fund is Mansik. "Teacher Mike," the old man said. The director of the pension fund recognized Mike. He didn't expect to see him here. Translator. Olga did not understand what was happening. She wondered how they knew each other. "I checked security so the agents can wait for us outside." "Understood. Will be done. Do you allow me to do it?" "Do it." Bradley and Mike left the office. They were waiting in the corridor, although most likely it was a spacious, large hall. Bradley sat down on the couch to rest. Mike leaned his back against the wall and stood waiting. Mike thought and began to reason. "I knew it was alchemical. The company found itself in a difficult situation due to biosynthetic gold. It turns out that Mansik was one of Princessa's debtors. but the princess leads the market for the biosynthesis of ethical gold. Mike continued his reasoning. Mansik most likely took on a very large debt from the princess. Why did he decide to borrow from competitors? Mansik may, of course, be old, but not so much as to make such stupid and childish mistakes. Mike continued to think. He was holding his phone in his hands. Michael was holding his cell phone, and he continued to reflect and think. Did he really not know that this was a princess? What could have happened? Maybe the lender changed halfway through. Michael continued to think. He had a lot of doubts this time. Damn it, I shouldn't do a job that wasn't assigned to me, but can I say that it's not a job of my own request? Mike said to himself. We continued to talk. Hello, Mansik. We have known each other for a long time. We are friends. So be it. I'll make an exception and take up this question of yours, saying that accidents are not accidental. What do you say, Make? He asked himself. Katie read the messages Mike sent her. Korean Pension Fund. It was about him. Give the government information and let me know their reaction. Katie thought strange. I thought Max was standing near the wall in the corridor and constantly thinking. Katie is a very smart girl. She should understand what I mean. Katie needs to know what to do about this, Mike thought. The government knows that it is better to help than to watch aliens take over a Korean company. In essence, we are simply defeating the purpose of escorting, but the offer was too attractive to refuse. Princess contacted us and told us that our debt had been sold to another party, said the director of the Korean Pension Fund. Then tell me the name of the creditor? Princess asked harshly. Shutanskaya, Princess of Vermi. She was a very tough business lady. She was pulled and relaxed only by emotions next to Mike, because as a woman she fell in love with him. She had never seen anyone more beautiful than him. And as for business and doing business, it's better not to joke with her. The director of the pension fund stood and looked at the princess with frightened eyes. It is obvious that he was completely afraid. I think you're telling me some kind of nonsense. I'm not a girl who can be fooled. I have been in business and in the office for many years. I did business not only in this dimension, the princess said. The princess became very angry once again. She opened her mouth and screamed. Drool flew in all directions. In my entire life I have never heard more nonsense than from you now. The princess spoke. So many unprepared lies. Of course, you only had 5 minutes before I arrived. You didn't have time to think of anything or prepare. You don't have answers to my questions. I don't believe a single word you say, the princess said. We did our best, the old man said. I don't believe it, answered the princess. In general, you either pay off the debt on the spot, or you simply accept our terms, the princess said to the director. Is this your condition? He asked Olga, the translator. The director of the Korean Pension Fund took the tablet and began to reread all the conditions that were written on it. Every line he read, his eyes widened more and more. He was shocked. In an instant, the director of the pension fund became furious. He started screaming loudly. Doesn't that just mean giving you the company and that's it? What are these conditions? Why would a joker need a company that produces gold? Said the director of the pension fund. I'll tell you only one thing. Gritting her teeth, the princess began to speak. Basically, this doesn't concern you at all, she said. The company to which the shares will be transferred is officially and legally established on the land, the princess said. The old man stood and read the documents. The princess began to get a little nervous. She began to walk back and forth in the office. I've already discussed this with lawyers on both sides, so there can be no legal problems. I can assure you of this completely, the princess said, completely upset and heartbroken. The director of his company stood and looked up at the tall princess. You thought? What do you choose, bankruptcy or transfer of shares? She asked loudly. Princess, if you choose the latter, I guarantee your jobs will be saved. The princess continued talking. I will retain the jobs of current employees. The princess continued. So that you understand, in any case you will not be able to get away, she continued. The director of the pension fund did not know what to do. He stood and looked at the documents. Princess, please give us time to think about this. said the director of the Korean pension fund. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow at the same time. Be ready, the princess said. She left the building and got into her armored car. She was sitting in her favorite chair. Olga, I'm hungry for something, the princess said. I understand you. I'll organize everything now. Translator Olga answered. Olga opened the container with food. There was fresh meat there. Don't worry, princess. I brought some snacks with me. Translator Olga said. The princess greedily began to eat this raw meat. Was this her favorite food? At one time she consumed about 10 kilograms of fresh meat. She ate it and chewed it with great desire. The whole car heard a crash. Drool flew all over the car. It didn't look aesthetic at all. The princess placed the container of meat directly on her lap. I ate as if I hadn't eaten for 3 days before. Michael had never seen the princess eat before. This spectacle was not for the faint of heart. The whole car smelled like raw meat. The stench was terrible. Mike had no way to open the window or get out of the car, so he simply put his finger in his nose so as not to hear this terrible smell. Satisfied, the princess sat and ate everything that the translator Olga had prepared for her. Then another stinking smell was added to the smell of raw meat. It became completely impossible to breathe. This second smell definitely did not come from meat. The princess, of course, did not smell this smell. It was very tasty for her. She ate the food and was very pleased with herself. More than anything in the world, she loved to eat deliciously and a lot. Max sat in the armored car and simply covered his nose as best he could so as not to hear this stinking smell. He understood only one thing. This is not a jokey pheromone smell. And then Mike remembered. Exactly, it's similar to the pheromone that beetles secrete when communicating, Mike thought to himself. But why is this smell suddenly coming from the princess? This was not clear to Mike. It was almost impossible to breathe in the car. Mike just held on with all his might. He tried to breathe every once in a while. These smells may be similar, but they are definitely something different. Could it be a specially manufactured chemical? And upon contact with air, it oxidizes to this pheromone. No noble metals are present in the elemental composition of the pheromone. It was as if something had seeped into the princess's body, Mike thought, and in the course of simple chemical reactions it changes inside it. Markin could not stop thinking about this terrible smell. Something was definitely wrong. The princess has a piece of large meat stuck in her mouth. Of course, she could live to swallow it. But looking at her, the mother understood that her strength was leaving her too, and she could not cope with it. Something is wrong with her, Mike thought. He ran up to the princess and began to try to pull a piece of meat out of her mouth. Princess, I will help the devils, screamed Mike. He jumped up to her and began to try to pull a piece of meat out of her mouth. What are you doing? What do you allow yourself? Who are you to do this to a princess? Are you crazy? The translator Olga screamed and was indignant. Tears flowed from the princess's eyes. Now it became clear that something was going wrong. She was losing strength right in front of Mike. It was necessary to act very quickly. The princess began to lose strength. She closed her eyes and closed her mouth. Mike tried to open the princess's mouth to pull out this piece of meat. Mike grabbed the princess by the mouth with both hands. He tried to carefully open her mouth. This was very difficult to do. It was impossible to use your magic here. You just had to press the jaw with male force to make it open. Mike tried to open her mouth. Nothing worked for him. He stood very close to the pasta princess. A terrible smell came from her mouth. He was so terrible that Mike's whole face was twisted to the side. Mike turned to the translator. Olga, quickly tell the princess to open her mouth. Translate what I said quickly. There's not a minute to waste. Shout out loud, Mike. The translator Olga was very scared. Okay, I'll do everything, Olga said. The translator did not understand what was happening in this car. She didn't understand what happened to her princess. Mike's mother knelt on the princess's knees to reach the height of her mouth. The translator ran up to the princess. Princess, please open your mouth. Agent Mike is asking us for this, the translator said. At that moment, the driver of the armored car looked ahead to see what was happening on his road. He grabbed his mouth very tightly in horror, opened his mouth and screamed, God damn it, what is that on the road? A black cloud was approaching the car through the air. It consisted of some dark insects. There were such a large number of them that there seemed to be several billion of these insects. Behind the cloud of these insects, cars and houses were practically invisible. The insects began to attack everything around them. At first glance, they looked like large, long flies, with blue eyes and large transparent wings. Mike thought it was a trap. Something had to be done urgently, but Mike didn't have a single plan yet. As long as they did not enter a closed, armored vehicle, they had a chance to escape. These insects began to attack the car. They hit the car body and exploded. Did you insert it? During the flight, these insects left behind a white and blue trail. Each impact on the body of the armored vehicle left behind a blue and white flash. The committee classified the creature as a first-degree threat. This is the Manhwa hornet. They are especially dangerous. The length of a thumb, they have a large, durable exoskeleton inside. Such ordinary ones are used in the construction of spaceships. They create a magnetic field by spreading their wings and diving at high speed. And this mini spaceship with a plasma engine crashes into you at great speed. There were a huge number of these insects. The hornets were joining a large flock. After a while, they looked like a huge tornado that swirled around the princess's cars. The metal and armor of the car simply could not withstand such pressure. All the cars stopped, of course. They couldn't move. The wheels were broken. The car suffered a lot of damage. Metal and armor flew off the car in pieces. Mike understood what to include in his black magic. He cast a spell, cut his palm, and magic. She began to act. A purple liquid began to spread throughout the car. The princess lay in the car, exhausted. She no longer had any signs of life. Mike had no choice but to crawl under the princess, grab her in his arms, and lift her up as far as he could. Mike began to turn purple all over. There was a confined space, which bothered him a little. It was possible to escape upward from the armored vehicle. "Well, Mike, you can do it!" Mike shouted at himself and encouraged him. Mike gritted his teeth and pulled upward with all his might. It turned out that the princess was not such an easy girl. "She's quite fun." Mike held the princess in his arms and flew up into the sky, as high as possible. He wanted to fly so high with the princess that he would be higher than all this cloud of insects. Mike had to circle in a spiral to keep the insects from keeping up with them. This prevented them from attacking the princess and Mike. At that moment, this was the only plan that Mike had in his head. Agent Mike flew very high. It took time to look around. He understood that there was no point in attacking them one by one. There was simply no time to deal with them one by one. At that moment, a new plan matured in Mike's head. He had time because insects could not reach the height he was at. Mex looked down and saw that the entire sky was strewn with these insects. It was just some kind of hornet insect infestation. Mike thought, what if I took a big breath and then blew my magic out on them? It was necessary to act very quickly. Mike took a deep breath. He let it all out with all his might. It was a stream of wind mixed with fire. He was flying to the ground at crazy speed. The fire knocked down and burned all its way. These insects may have a hard shell, but their insides are definitely not, Mike thought. This plan should have worked. He had never used magic like this before. Mike directed so much fire at these insects that nothing alive should have remained after this. He wanted to douse them with fire so that their insides would boil and burn. That was his plan. Fire on the verse of these insects. Right in flight, their wings burned out. Most of them immediately fell to the ground. Many burned in the air. Then Mike took a closer look and was shocked. "What?" Mike shouted. "How is this possible? How?" "I don't understand." Mike was very indignant and looked at how the insects were coping with his fire. "We continued to spread our purple magic across the sky." He tried to fly even higher so that the insects would not reach him and the princess. At the moment, he was a little vulnerable because he was responsible not only for himself, but also for the princess. Mike began to notice that. Insects began to fly through his fiery barrage. Some more time passed, and these insects just flew through his fire and didn't care. "This is what's happening. What's happening? What the heck? Do they care about my fire? This simply cannot happen." I was outraged very loudly, Mike, because his power stopped working on insects. These insects have acquired a gray-blue color. As I knew, they are filled with mana, not life force. They are probably filled with mana from the one who controls them, Mike thought. "These creatures are very tenacious," Mike thought. The insects constantly changed their color. They adjusted to the magic that Mike used against them. His magic hasn't helped yet. Ordinary people on the street stopped and began to look at the sky. They were shocked by what they saw. There were at least 5 or 10 tornadoes circling the sky that were made entirely of insects. The security that remained on the ground shouted loudly into the sky for Mike. "Mike, you can hear us. Fill them in. The main goal is the princess. Be careful. I understand that they came only for her," said Mike. "Exactly. Why didn't I think of this right away?" said Mike. "This fresh meat, this pheromone, it was all for a reason. It was only necessary to compare the facts and think carefully," Mike said to himself. Mike held the princess very tightly so that she would not fall down to the ground. It would be too expensive a gift for those who ordered this insect crime. It was necessary to find the customer. The princess opened her mouth slightly. She cried in pain, tears flowing from her eyes. Mike supported her with all her might, although he understood that she weighed too much. But he had no choice. He was now responsible for her. He's a security guard. "I can't fight these creatures and protect the princess at the same time," said Mike. "First, I need to find a protective barrier for me," Agent Mike thought. Mike saw his home area from above. This was his home and bookstore, where his elf friend was. "There," Mike said, looking at this place. The boss turned on the shield and shouted loudly, "Agent Mike?" At this time, the elf was sitting in his room and reading a book. He heard this voice. Whose voice was it that he heard? Mike landed on the ground and with a strong clap of his hand, hit the asphalt. Energy waves scattered in different directions. It seemed that a crater was forming at the site of the impact of his hand, like after an aerial bomb. The elf already understood who was asking him for help. "Mike, the roof needs to be protected," the elf shouted loudly. The elf looked at the ceiling and began to turn on his magic. He began to cast his spells, all that he knew. Mike flew up to the roof and began waving his arms. His violet and fire magic worked. He placed a protective barrier on the roof of this house, such that no creature could break through it. He pointed his palm towards the roof. There was continuous fire around his hand. There was also a large, powerful energy field. Mike shouted to activate the strongest barrier in the building. Suddenly the whole sky sparkled. It seemed as if the sky was simply on fire. She was all on fire. There were fiery flashes and energy waves fanning sparks throughout the sky. There was a continuous fire around the house. The temperature rose simply catastrophically. Mike stood on the roof and observed that these insect creatures could not break through this energy fiery field. The defense worked. The hornet insects fought against the fiery dome and could not fly inside. Mike was pleased. Now you could exhale slightly. He succeeded in this main thing. A fiery dome formed over the house and bookstore. The next layer was energy waves. This is double protection against all insects that exist in this world and in different galaxies and changes. Finally, Mike entered the house. He went to the window to see what was happening on the street. He opened the blinds and carefully watched how his defense behaved. "And the sub-gallant Schmargang Jungi," she said loudly, "Princess." She came to her senses. "Hey, I don't understand a word. What is she even saying?" Outraged, the elf asked. "I do not understand too," Mike said, and continued to look out the window. Mike walked up to his elf friend. "Don't think about it for now. Then we'll deal with the translation. Most importantly, I'm sorry for dragging you into all this." Mike said to the elf. "Yes, we're fine. Don't worry, Mike, but of course, thanks for your concern," said the elf. At that moment he had a baby orc in his arms. The kid, of course, was very scared. He was not used to seeing such horrors and so much magic. "Friends and I sent a request to the Bureau, so everything will be cleared out here soon," said Mike. "That's very good, Mike. We need to cover our tracks. I think the whole city has already seen what is happening here," said the elf. Mike looked at the princess. Try to talk to her on a mental level, Mike thought. "Hurry, princess. If you can hear me, please try to remain calm," Mike said to the princess. The princess opened her mouth and screamed something in her own language. Of course, no one understood anything, but she screamed so loudly that she deafened almost everyone. "Don't worry, princess. Help is on the way," said Mike. "We need to find out where the chemicals came from in the princess's body. All of her food goes through rigorous testing, so all this is clearly not accidental. Since the hornets did not attack other Shutans, this means that this chemical is not spread by airborne droplets. It turns out that this is only what one princess came into contact with. Judging by her reaction, she knows what I mean. Mike thought, is there really no way for the princess to answer me? We thought about them. Agent Mike was approached by his elf friend. Listen, friend, do you happen to need a translator? Asked the elf. Of course we need it, Mike said. What can you translate? Mike clarified. No, I can't translate. I'm no help here. But there is one thought. Baby, bring me that thing from storage, said the elf. Yes, boss, I'll bring it now, the baby answered. Bring that thing. From storage. Why are they even talking? Today there are only questions all day. Why are there so few answers? Mike thought again, and began to reason. The baby orc returned to the room. I brought hold, boss. Mike saw that the baby was holding that magical talking frying pan in his hands. His face was simply shocked. How from? It's a frying pan. Yes, if we just knock her out with a frying pan, she'll definitely shut up, said Mike. But still, I would like to hear something more from her. So we'll turn it off later. No, what are you even talking about, elf? Mike, have you forgotten what that frying pan was always talking about? This thing has a mental communication function. Have you forgotten? Said the elf. Mike immediately remembered their first encounter with the frying pan. Then Police Inspector Johnny was still next to him. She definitely had a recording function, and she knew all the languages of the world. Forget about misunderstandings. After all, I understand you on a mental level. The frying pan spoke. Long time no see, handsome. You missed me. Tell me quickly. Ask for a frying pan. Mike will be rude again today? The frying pan woke up. Bad boy, I love those. I'm really on fire. A frying pan that has been kept for all nonsense. Oh, how I missed you, my handsome man. I thought we would never see each other again. I wanted us to be always together. And you just left me and forgot. The frying pan continued to talk. On the street around the house, there was still a dome of fire. This was a strong defense against these insects. There was no way they could break through this defense. Therefore, for the moment, our heroes were completely safe. Matthias took this magic frying pan in her hands. She waved it like a real mistress. Okay, princess, get ready. Now we will try to establish contact with you. Here we can understand each other, said Mike. Princess, remember, you came into contact with someone. Perhaps you simply touched something. If you pick something up, remember it. It is very important. Told you, Mike. Hey, frying pan! Are you my friend or what? Why are you silent? I promised to help. Let's help. Frying pan, let's translate everything I said. Mike spoke to the frying pan. The princess brought this frying pan to her head. The frying pan actually began to make some sounds. The princess listened carefully. All this took some time. It was clear from the princess's appearance that she was very angry. She was angry, but no one understood what was happening. What could make her angry? The princess opened her mouth and screamed very loudly in an inhuman voice. It was such a loud scream that it just went off scale. She screamed louder and louder and uttered some incomprehensible words. Mike didn't have the strength to listen to this, so he urgently quickly plugged his ears with his fingers, so that his eardrums would not burst from this scream. It was simply unbearable to listen to. After a while, the princess calmed down and fell silent. She continued to hold this frying pan in her hands. Mike moved closer to her again. Princess, I ask you to remain calm, Agent Mike told the princess. To reassure the princess, Mike extended his hand and placed it on the princess's hand, on the same hand in which she held the frying pan. The princess again blossomed with happiness. His eyes became cheerful. She began to smile, and her cheeks turned red again from embarrassment. It was the first time she had been touched by a man she liked. Princess, now is not the time for embarrassment, said Mike. So the frying pan quickly says what the princess said. You promised to help. I'm waiting. You can't waste time, frying pan. Let's talk, Agent Mike asked. Mike continued to stand near the princess, holding her hand. He understood only one thing. It made her feel safer. In this case, she does not scream or open her mouth. This was already a small victory. But he was waiting for the frying pan to start talking. Finally, the frying pan spoke. Oh, forgive me, please. I was daydreaming a little. This lady is so interesting and lively, the frying pan said. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. I have already begun to forget these wonderful feelings. Frying pan, please answer quickly. We don't have that much time to wait, said Mike. The princess is very expressive, but I liked her, so Frying Pan stopped talking nonsense. Let's get down to business. What did she say? Please translate. I'm waiting, said Mike. So I'll give you a few minutes. And you begin to tell me everything that you said to you, princess. Otherwise you have no idea what I will do to you. I am very glad that you understand me well, said Mike. That the Frying Pan was scared. You are threatening me? Do you want me to lie in the dirtiest corner of the dark closet, the Frying Pan said, offended. And the cheerful princess continued to wave this Frying Pan. It seemed that they had already become friends. It was immediately clear that they found a common language. Mike took out his phone and began to look at what messages he had received. It turns out there are quite a few. She sent me messages here. Well done, girl, did a good job. You can immediately see that he is a professional in his field. At this moment, Katya said, it would be great if it let me know you're alive. This would be the best letter from you to date. Offended, said Katie. Katie, sorry, I haven't had time yet. Totally agree with you. There's just a lot of things to do. Forgive me, please. I know this is smart. You will understand everything, said Mike. Korean Pension Fund. Government assistance and loans. I have already studied everything. Yes, the pension fund and government assistance does not look like a simple task. The government doesn't seem to like them. Annual payment of fines for the same thing. Failure to complete assigned tasks on time. That's why the government doesn't want to help them. In short, the same problems every year. Mike, do you know about the racial quota system in employment? It's very interesting there about the limit in companies. Kazala Katie, companies exceeding a certain limit must hire gnomes, orcs, and trolls in a certain ratio, but this company employs 97% of people, 3% of elves, and no one else at all from other times. In simple words, there is no one in this company, except people, and a couple of orcs. They put themselves above everyone else, and discriminate against all other races different from people. But at the same time, they accept elves, calling them good and useful. But they don't recognize any other time considering that they don't measure up. They explain this with all sorts of nonsense, like they are too short and multiply very quickly. Others are too tall for them. They evaluate them only according to the criterion of danger to people. Well, how did Mansick do it? I just can't understand, Mike reasoned. Something is wrong here. We need to understand everything thoroughly. Too many confusing stories. Mike walked up to the princess, who was still holding the magic frying pan. Well, Frying Pan, you remember everything. Everything you were told? Now let's tell you. Mike carefully began to take the talking frying pan from the hands of the magical princess. He does it carefully so that the princess is not offended that he took the game away from her. Okay, I'll tell you. The bottom is on me hard. She said she didn't touch anything today. I haven't touched anything like that all day today. The frying pan said. She only had contact with a few people. Who exactly did she talk to? I asked for a frying pan shirt. With whom exactly? I need names. The frying pan is sweet, please remember. Perhaps she spoke, Mike asked. Well, at first, Agent Mike caressed her very gently. The frying pan said, it wasn't like you were crazy, so look at me and her. She, like a woman, took it and came up with everything. And who else was there? Was there anyone else? There was one more. Who's his name? I honestly don't remember. Either I don't remember or she doesn't remember. We need to figure this out. The frying pan said, we come back to me. Maybe I'll remember. I'll tell you everything. At this time, Bradley was driving a beautiful new black Mercedes. The weather outside was very cloudy. It was raining a little, so the car skidded a little on the road. The wolf sat in the passenger seat and checked the news on his phone. Today was a very difficult day. A lot of nerves were lost. By telephone he received a message that the princess was safe, and immediately received a new task. He had to find out who was behind this attack. Everything was clear and understandable. Maybe the princess was attacked by something unknown. But there's nothing we can't track, Bradley thought, as long as we have your ability in our pocket. Bradley's ability includes clairvoyance, plus the ability to see through objects, the light that reflects from his eyes. Not magic at all, but a path made into the physical world by thousands of arriving beetles. Thoughts on transforming Hornet's Manova. Simply brilliant. That they probably thought they were safe. because the caster has no reason to show himself. But they just didn't know about my secret. I will 100% catch these scoundrels, Brandley thought and reasoned. He was very focused now. If I help identify the highest officials from the community about protecting people's rights, then maybe they will give me a bonus of 5,000 Delanas. I only have 10,000 left to pay, and I can pay half. My total ransom amount is 70,000 Delanta, which compared to others is just small pennies. Therefore, I have a little freedom left. That's when I'll get my memory back. Here, I definitely won't turn out to be such an unthinkable criminal as Telesia, who killed herself out of guilt after the time when she took and remembered everything. Let's go through the tunnel offered to you. The limit sign stood at 110 kilometers per hour. I just have a very good feeling. Finally, I began to feel it. God, what a pleasant feeling this is. This is freedom, he said. How expensive this freedom is after all. They drove him into the underground parking lot. They raced through the tunnel at high speed. There was not a single car at the meeting. The road was just great. All the black cars stopped in the underground parking lot. A lot of security came out. Bradley was ahead of everyone. He was always a brave guy. Ahead of him he saw a man. Bradley stopped, and his entire security retinue also stopped. There was a pause. Everyone was silent. They were waiting to see who would start first. In front of them stood a man. He was wearing a long brown cloak with a hood. He kept his hands in his pockets. His face was not visible. Therefore, from afar, it was impossible to understand who he was. "It is he," asked one of the young guards, but the answer was silence. No one knew. Moreover, no one was 100% sure that everyone would remain alive, and nothing bad would happen. Why is he standing there alone? Most likely he was just scared. He was afraid that we arrived a little earlier than he expected. But these are the realities of life. "No, it's not that simple. Unfortunately, he was waiting for us," Bradley said. "Now I understand for sure that it simply won't happen here," he said loudly. The real man opposite him extended his hand from under his cloak. Then he extended his hand forward, and red smoke started coming out of his index finger. It was immediately clear that magic was working. The policeman couldn't see him. "Lord, where are you from?" Where Bradley screamed. "Is this Mr. Agent?" asked a young guard standing nearby. The situation was gaining momentum. It was clear to everyone that now it simply wouldn't happen. Bradley screamed very loudly, "Belit, get out of here quickly. Run as fast as you can. I'll try to stop him." Panic and fear were in his eyes, and immediately fiery rays began to scatter throughout the underground parking lot. It was like lightning that penetrated everything in the world on its way. Everything they touched immediately burned to the ground, whose underground parking began to be covered in red light. It was difficult to see anything. Panic set in, and everyone began to run away in different directions. Someone tried to leave in a car, but lightning struck them, and the cars played. The young guards stood rooted to the ground. They couldn't move. They couldn't move. They looked at what was happening with wide eyes of fear. Finally, they saw his face. He appears to be a young man with white hair. He has a thin face, bright white eyes. I can help took it. Most likely he was taking revenge for something. Charles cars drive through the city at breakneck speed. Please, the speed was so great that they could even outrun the wind. Houses on the left and right flew by quickly, like movie slides. Mike was driving the car. The speed was very high, so for safety reasons, Mike decided to fasten his seatbelt. He was holding some kind of card in his hands. "The day I stopped at the Witches' Society," he remembered. He reviewed recent fragments of his life. Everything that happened to him, he rewinded it all back like a film reel. A moment about a lawyer came to mind. I asked for a business card for the stock company. "Can he take up a special case?" The business card said Youngnam GYU Law Office. Lawyer Youngnam GYU. On this day, Mansik hired a troll lawyer. That's why I never considered him a chauvinist. Well, was he really the only one pretending to be like that for his own reputation? The reason he ignored the law to employ other races. He hid his past. And he even kissed the Joker's hands. All this was just to preserve his tolerance in the eyes of everyone. The car stopped very abruptly. Mike arrived at his destination. It was necessary to go out. He arrived at the Korean Pension Bureau. The chairman of this fund stood in the pension fund and read his documents. "I believed," he said, "I believe that I will stop the encroachment of foreign companies on our market." He spoke. "I believed that I could protect our market. I always believed, even when other companies closed. I continued to push my alchemy even when it was difficult, even when others said it was simply impossible. I still believed and continued to work, because if jobs disappear, then our alchemists will simply up and go abroad. There will be a so-called brain drain. What if all our talent continues to leave? This will be bad for the economy and politics. What will happen to our Korean gold market then? It will simply be crushed by the foreign market. I did everything for the sake of our country, our people, our workers. That's why I'm still afloat." The director of the pension fund became very nervous and worried. He sharply crushed this document in his palm. The only trouble is that all efforts can be ruined by just one document, just one piece of paper. If you take it and think carefully, those freaks who proposed MPF, they simply don't understand what they are doing, that everything is highly dependent on foreign imports at such a low price. The chairman of the foundation spoke. "Simply put, these freaks were in cahoots with the princess. It was just a trap on their part to swallow my company. Destroy me, and just crush him as a person. They don't care about people or jobs. The main thing is that they have this profit and money in their heads. Just at this time, the Community for the Defense of Human Rights came to visit us. For some time now, we have been quite interested in Mr. Chairman, and in particular in the Korean Pension Fund," said human rights defender. "How do we do this, you ask? However, it's simple. We will do this as ordinary people who fight for human rights. Chairman, I have a proposal for you. I propose to show Princess Vermi all our anger towards her." The representative for the fight for human rights spoke. The chairman sat listening to him very carefully. "I think that's one of the reasons for Princess Vermi's trip to Korea. This must be his personal duty, which includes the duty of Mr. Chairman." "Then why, of all the countries on earth, does she come to Korea? This is not clear to me at all. Why did you choose us? After all, we are not the only ones with debts. What is the point of coming to Korea now?" "We only need a little bit from you, Mr. Chairman. Believe me, and don't worry, there won't be any evidence left. You don't even have to think about it," said the representative for the struggle for human rights. "Don't worry, everything is under control by professionals. We'll take care of the rest." They shook hands. Thus, the oral agreement and the deal were formalized. The chairman sat in his chair and thought, if this happens, everything will go according to plan. The human rights community promised to take care of the rest of the debt. I think this is a good offer, even in financing. I can continue to practice alchemy. In this case, the gold market will be preserved in this country. Mr. Chairman's phone rang in his office. The chairman was very scared. The day was already very busy. There should be no business calls today. This call took place over the office internal line. The chairman of the pension fund pressed the button and asked, "What are you saying?" They started talking on the phone. "Mr. Chairman, we have a very big problem. We don't want to upset you, but the Immigration Bureau is already on the ground floor." "What?" the chairman asked in fear. The chairman was frightened, turned pale, and sweat appeared on his face. At that moment, a lot of Immigration Bureau employees were already in the pension fund building. They spread throughout all the corridors and floors. "Search every corner here. Make sure you don't miss anyone. The publication should not be published by anyone. Such commands were issued by the Bureau." The chairman remained sitting in his chair. He thought a lot and discussed what to do next. Of course, he had few options. You just had to choose the right one. "How? Why are they here? We may not promise," and said that there would be no evidence left. The chairman was completely at a loss. Now he didn't know exactly what to do. He was confident because those people promised to protect him, his and human rights. He was very excited from fear, and sweat dripped from his face. "I've heard a lot about Immigration Bureau agents. This is a true professional in his field. They will even find something that never existed. And because it's connected to the human rights community, it's obvious how this will all turn out. If they catch me, they will torture me to death until I tell them, until I say what they want to hear. And they succeeded in these matters. They are the best at these things, and if I suddenly survive, I will beg for death. I'd rather take my life into my own hands and leave quietly and calmly, thought the chairman of the Korean pension fund. He held green poison in his hands. It was the most powerful poison. The instant poison will kill me as soon as I take my first breath, as soon as I breathe it in. The chairman of the Korean pension fund was very decisive at that moment. He was already determined to die quickly and painlessly. He only had half a step left, and get it over with. And if this is so, then I will leave quietly. Suddenly, long brown ropes appeared throughout the room in which the chairman was. There were so many of them that it looked like some kind of large octopus had released its tentacles towards him. They approached the chairman at breakneck speed. He froze for a second at what he saw. These numerous ropes quickly tied the hands and feet of the chairman of the Korean pension fund from all sides. They squeezed him until he started screaming in pain. He didn't have time to do anything. All this happened in just a few seconds. The chairman of the Korean pension fund looked at who was entering his office. He was very surprised. In front of him he saw a familiar face. He knew this man very well. "Why are you here? What about the hornets?" the chairman asked. Opposite the chairman stood Agent Mike. He held in his hands the ends of these brown ropes that tied the chairman's hands and feet. "Chairman, if you are talking about exchange hornets, then don't worry. The Immigration Bureau has successfully eliminated them all," Mike said confidently. Mike leaned over the chairman and began to look him straight in the eyes. Agent Mike was very serious. "Mr. Mansick, right now you will tell everything you know about the human rights community. I'm not a stupid person. I know very well that you were in contact with them." "Teacher or Agent Mike, I don't know what to call you now," the chairman said. "Excuse me, of course, but I have the right to remain silent. But I say don't have it," Mike said loudly. "You should have expected this when you made your plans." Mike continued talking. "In accordance with the Fourth Amendment of the Korean Constitution, your rights as a citizen of this country will be partially limited." "And why is that?" asked the chairman of the foundation. "Are you studying towards aliens?" The chairman of the pension fund continued speaking. The chairman was very angry. "Of all the 7 mass immigrations, we the people at least accepted you elves. No one else has done this anywhere. But you, although it's already possible for you, why do you choose the side of these monsters?" The sign thought and began to reason. "We accepted the elves." "What does it mean? Accepted? Why accepted?" "If publicly, then my race is a quarter elf. I'm human and only a quarter elf. Even when I'm literally 75 people, he still calls me elf." The chairman of the Korean pension fund was simply out of his mind. His face literally changed with anger. He clenched his teeth tightly against his eyes. His eyes glowed white. Not accepting even the slightest fusion of blood from other races. Human suprematist. The assessor remained seated, completely bound in his chair. Mike stood near the table and talked to him. "I think I have begun to understand you. This is why you work with the human rights community," Mike said to the chairman. The chairman could not give him an answer to this question, because their ultimate plan, get rid of every race on Earth except humans, drive them away or kill them. "Do you know, Chairman, how they treated other races on Earth? And what? Who cares whether these creatures on Earth die or not? Why should I care?" "I don't even care about people," the chairman spoke. "I have no desire to arrange an interrogation," Mike said. "However, I think it's better for the dragon to do it. He will do it very simply for me," said Mike. Dragons can use some pretty weird and very nasty magic. There is such a magic that can bring the work of the brain to its maximum. And everything that you cannot even remember will be fully revealed. The place where you met with representatives of the human rights community, their voice and what they were wearing, you will tell me everything absolutely verbatim. A group of people entered the office. It was the security service of the Migration Bureau. They took the chairman by the arms and began to lead him out of the office. "Of course it will be a very painful process," Mike said, "and most importantly, you will not die until you tell us everything. Besides dragons, there are agents with strong holy power. They will take care of saving your life." At that moment, Mike's phone rang. He picked it up and looked who was calling. "I'm hearing you," said Mike. Agent Mike received a call from Blair. She told him something for a very long time. Mike listened carefully to the conclusions. Agent Mike stood in front of the window. He admired nature, as always, and talked on the phone. Blair asked him to come urgently. She will send him the geolocation addresses by message. Mike went to the meeting. It was already late evening outside. It was raining very heavily. This was Mike's least favorite weather. He didn't want to work in this weather at all. After some time, Mike arrived at the meeting place. Blair met him there. It was an underground garage or an underground parking lot. The main thing that Mike noticed was that everything around was simply covered in blood. There was blood on the walls, the ceiling, the trash can, the curbs, the road, "I hope you called me on business," Mike asked. "Is this about what I asked you to check?" "Yes, of course," Blair replied. "A report from the agent whose agent was sent for verification." This soul of Agent Bradley. The soul had already left this place and was no longer visible anywhere, Blair said. That's how Mike said very interestingly. The committee uses miraculous magic, which transmigrates the soul of agents, another body. A small committee needs a lot of effort and resources to use it. Therefore, even they cannot find the soul that has left the body. It's simply not in their power. Mike's agent looked everywhere. He understood that he could no longer find anything good in this place. We've already done some work here, which means only one thing. Bradley is dead. Bradley's dead body was in a sitting position, leaning against a pole. The body was covered in blood. The walls, pillars, floors were all covered in blood. Instead of Bretta's head, unknown red flowers grew. At that moment, a man hugged Bradley from behind. He was glowing red all over. This stranger put his hand on T-shirt's shoulder and began to say something. "How do you like Mike? Isn't this wonderful? This bouquet was created especially for you," he said. Red fog began to fly throughout the underground parking lot. Everything around was covered in blood. The suspect deliberately left traces in the spirit world. Mike began to think, this was all left here for a reason. It seems that someone really wants me to notice this. It was written in red letters, "I missed you. Now I'm happy." Okay, let's see what comes of this. There was still magic in the air. Mike constantly heard a nasty voice. He spoke barely audible. "Baby Mike, I missed you. Soon I will tear you apart if you catch my eye." Mike made a sensible proposal. "We urgently need to send the princess back to us. It's simply not safe for her to stay here. Any moment something can happen. I think the terminals are most likely closed. But if we talk to Jenkinson, then most likely he will make a small exception for us," said Mike. "Let's hope so. We plan to use the princess as bait for the leaders of the human rights community." "Yes, it is. But this situation is slightly different from what was planned," said Mike. "They hired foreign mercenaries. This means that we have no chance that the leaders themselves will show up here. So let's stop this dangerous game, a game of cat and mouse. As long as I accompany the princess, she is safe," Mike said. "But please be prepared for the fact that the princess may return home much earlier than planned," Mike said, "so that I don't have to protect her anymore. Because of this, I don't have enough time for my work. Told you, Mike. And then I can concentrate all my strength on killing this creature," Mike said harshly, at the same time in the dimension of the second terminal. "What you said?" "We are simply distortions of the Earth. What are you trying to tell me with this?" So, to put it simply, I'll tell it like it is. We have a problem that needs to be fixed urgently. So, our distortions remained intact after 5 jumps into the dimension, but one still broke. Or it is mechanical damage. Or someone had a hand in this. The repair will take 3 days. 3 whole days? Are you an idiot? Damn it, why now? After all, we are now when I decided to visit Secretary Blair. What about us and other seekers? Are there really no spares at all? Find something quickly. Sir, everything is ready. Do not worry. I've already found everything. Give it here to me. I'll see for myself. You can't trust anyone. You have to do everything yourself. What is this, anyway? You understand that if we install it, then we will have a lot of transfers. How we'll waste too much time. We'll have a very long road ahead. Why does a passenger of this race go alone to Earth? Look. What's happened? An important message has just arrived from the ground from Chief Secretary Blair. Blair, I hope there is at least some good news. Hello, Chairman Jenkinson. The glowing hologram spoke. Blair is speaking to you, Campbell. Chairman Jenkinson listened very carefully. I specifically contacted you. I hope you will approve this request as a matter of urgency. What is your request? Jenkinson asked. Mike was standing in the parking lot next to the police car. Blair ran up to him. Agent Mike, we got it. I didn't believe it, but we did it, hooray. Did he allow it? Mike asked. While she was running, she was very tired. Yes, we did it. He allowed it. The chairman himself took it and contacted the committee directly. We can only take off if it's one of the spatial distortions, the one the princess used. When we move out right now, said Agent Mike. Right now. At this time there were a lot of people, orcs and elves and others on the street. This message is for all the magicians involved in this plan. Currently Princess Vermi, an escort from the jester. The order is that they will move by teleportation. An orc in a strict black suit and tie stood holding a large multi-barrel cannon. Mike understood that it was urgent to save the princess. First, he was worried about her life. Secondly, she prevented his spontaneity from fulfilling his duty and work. Destination. This is the international airport on the island. It was a very beautiful and mysterious place, truly something cosmic. It was a closed facility for all earthly and mortals. There was a special entrance for the elite. These doors were opened only for VIP persons. There were a lot of guards near this entrance. All of them were armed with machine guns and wearing bulletproof vests. There were also guards with military dogs. The princess really liked the frying pan. She became friends with her. From the outside, it seemed that these were two girlfriends who had known each other for a very long time. The main thing is that the frying pan and the princess understood each other. This frying pan said something about a mental connection. This type of translation is called bolqua. Bolwa is a type of interpretation of sound out loud, the principle of reading the speaker's surface consciousness. If, in other words, and more simply put, then this is limited mind reading. Although the instructions did not even have such an explanation, there are rumors that most of these pans were destroyed because one day a court declared them illegal. Could it be that she is the last one in the entire universe? Well, in general, I could put such a unique ability into a normal and a little strange one. Frying pan, I have met so many people in my 800 years of life. But the only one with such talent may have been Bradley. It's Bradley. If this is his rare ability, then he could live very well, even after leaving prison. Well, who would have thought that he would die a dog's death? The princess began to talk. "B volume Ogley," the princess said, looking at Michael. He obviously wants to tell me something, Mike thought. Mike approached the princess and took her hand. The princess became embarrassed again. Now it was one whole. The frying pan acted as a guide between the princess and Mike. The princess spoke. "I heard that your best friend recently died. I offer my condolences. I'm really sorry, Agent Mike, that this happened because of me. Please accept my sincere condolences," said the princess. "Thank you. But it's not worth it. It's not your fault at all, princess. You don't have to apologize to me. We're just doing our job. It's not the simplest. But no one will do it for us." Agent Mike. I heard that racism is rampant in this land, but I couldn't even think that something like this could happen, the princess said sincerely. Mike hung his head down. Unfortunately, this was to be expected. We have had 7 mass immigrations in such a small, short period of time. But no one deserves to die just because they are different, because he is different from others. He's not like everyone else, said Mike. "No one deserves it," said the princess. "To be honest, it's the same with us. Maybe in the Galapagos dimension everything is not as bad as on Earth, but throughout history it has experienced many mass immigrations. We also went through race wars. It's horrible. And of course, as always, the local residents suffered the most. We are the jokers." "I've heard that much of the history of the race wars is lost," said Mike. "There were actually some stories, but they were passed down from generation to generation," the princess said. "Sorry to interrupt, but this is urgent." "What's happened?" Mike asked. "Breaking news. We have to wait a few more hours. Before you start using the spatial distorter, We can coordinate this with the committee so that we are not suspected of human smuggling. They say that the weight of the ship when taking off from the ground is much greater than what it was when landing on the ground. The princess says that she bought jewelry, so the weight has increased. Well, now it's clear. Everything must pass quickly because vital energy has not been detected. Just think, it only bought so many things that it could even affect the overall weight of the ship. Started to think, Mike. But she's a princess. She can afford it, Mike thought. My job as a bodyguard will end in just a few more hours, only after I return the princess safe and sound. And the next mission will be the scum that killed Bradley. I will find him and end his life. And at that moment, something incomprehensible began to happen at the airport. It seemed like there was an earthquake. Everything began to shake very violently. Then he appeared. Terrible tinnitus. All the people began to cover their ears because it was impossible to listen to it. It was impossible to tolerate. Some fell to the floor and screamed in pain. One of them began to see bloody drops of sweat directly from the skin on his face. It was terrible. It looked like he was just melting away, like a candle. One of the guards was very ill. Indeed, his face was simply dripping. His hands were also dripping. From the outside, it seemed that he was simply melting like plastic. This is a terrible poison. Quickly bring me the antidote, he shouted loudly. Also bring the detoxification manuscript, he shouted loudly. The pain was just terrible. Mike was leaving the airport. Agent Mike, it seems to me that something happened there. You hear some noise coming from there. This will save me time looking for her, Mike thought. I will definitely find you and tear you apart. My revenge will be the most cruel that only you could imagine. At this time, the Dark Mark simply smiled. Now he was out of reach. Mike had no idea where he was. For him, it was the ultimate dream to cause damage and not be punished for it. 26 governments and 8 elders are chasing him. He is the most evil dark magician. Everyone wants to catch him, but no one has succeeded yet. His name is Theo Christensen. This is the most evil and merciless black poppy. For him, there is no framework of decency or law. This poison and zombies are only needed for one species. After all, I really wouldn't want our meeting to be interrupted, Agent Mike. Wild sounds and screams came straight from this airport. It was just terrible. Energy waves permeated everything around. 1453. He's feeling really bad. Let's hurry up. We need to act faster. Let's not stand still. Open the antidote immediately. And urgently move the patient. Damn, what's going on? The chief orc was angry. He was holding a large machine gun. A belt with cartridges hung over his shoulder on his chest. His white teeth stuck out in all directions. The eyes were simply crazy. This is all so damn creepy. So you still don't see anything at all. That's just terrible. This is the worst state to protect. He was sitting on the floor. He held his chin with his hand. This is Carl Hood, Republic of South Africa. Joined Agent Mage. His main weapon is a zoom gun. Tell me, have you seen a photograph of this place? The elf asked. No. Why? Carl answered. I've been an agent for a long time, but I've never seen anything like this. This is enough to understand. Bradley, who died, was simply lucky. All the rest were brutally tortured to death. She continued. Damn it, this culprit must be a black poppy, right? She asked. Heck, there are rumors that if you contact them, then your next 3 generations will have a very difficult life. Carl said sadly. What if they hold a grudge? Then, believe me, they will get it out of the ground. You won't even be able to destroy them because they are like cockroaches. Carl crawled out and said, But we should be fine, right? Certainly, it simply cannot be any other way. Today with us is the one called Legends, a true legend. It was he who completed many grandiose and difficult missions with the Elder Dragon. This is what legends are about. Many people are afraid of him. He is respected even more. Zombies began to appear around. There were a very large number of them. Firecrackers and Molotov cocktails flew in different directions. Rockets and fire grenades were exploding everywhere. Many fiery rockets were fired towards the airport. The security did not have time to fight back. A little panic was sown. The effect of surprise worked. The military fired back and fought back as best they could. There were simply a very large number of zombies. One of the soldiers shouted loudly, Zombies are advancing from the shore. Quickly rank and contact agents. Yes, sir, the radio operator answered. He immediately set about contacting agents. Attention, attention, can you hear me? The radio operator spoke. This security unit is attacking us right now. We are being attacked by zombies right now. Can you hear me?" The radio operator kept talking. Suddenly his hand was simply cut off by something and blood began to flow. Everything around was just in smoke. Visibility was practically zero. The enemy was visible only within a radius of 5 or 6 meters. "Ah! My hand! What's wrong with it?" the radio operator shouted loudly. Carl saw everything and heard how the soldier was suffering. He took his machine gun and started shooting as hard as he could. "There is only one bridge leading to this island," said the Carl. "The idea that everything would be fine if we protected this place was a mistake, because mass teleportation is simply impossible, and he made the zombies think so much while crossing at low tide." "Damn, we're in real trouble here. Zombies are attacking. We don't have enough soldiers. We do not have enough manpower and weapons. Also, black magic works everywhere. I repeat, black magic all around." "This concludes my briefing on the current situation," Mike said. "What should we do, Mr. Agent Mike?" "You must take the Shootins onto the ship and fly away immediately," said Mike. "I will tell the committee everything myself. Let's hurry up without delay." "But the committee is not yet an emergency code, a bender. I know you're right. There was no panic, but I felt a lot of tension." The princess stood nearby and was simply silent. She was with her friend Frying Pan. Mike turned around and began to speak. "Usually the chairman always does this, but since we are in another dimension, then he had to leave it to you, like the chief secretary," said Mike. "Agent Mike, I was just wondering how you know all this. How do you know this?" the secretary asked. "Yes, this really is true, created by committee, and can only be used with their permission. This is a spatial bender. Therefore, permission is always required for each use. There is simply no other way. And in order to operate it, you need to know the exact permission code of the bender. Only in emergency situations without their permission will the emergency code be provided by the terminal manager. Many people don't even suspect this," the secretary continued to say. "But who is he?" This question was now haunting Agent Mike. He stood and thought. Agent Mike's phone rang. It was a very quick conversation. He was assigned a task by management. It was necessary to act quickly. "Yes, okay," Agent Mike answered on the phone. Carl handed out tasks. All agents that are able to move, they will accompany the princess and her servants to the warp. The Syllables found out about this and were happy. They understood that this was good security, and they should be completely safe. Agent Mike left the office. "Chief Secretary, I leave the princess to you. Take care of her as you do yourself. Perhaps even more." "Okay, Agent Mike," the secretary replied. The princess followed Agent Mike with her gaze. It was clear from her gaze that she was worried about him and was worried. "Princess, everything will be fine. Don't worry, I'll be back soon," said Mike. Michael was walking around. There was wind and a little smoke. If we definitely meet," said Mike. He put his left hand in his pocket and walked forward with a confident gait. Before going completely outside, Agent Mike stopped. He had a feeling. He didn't like this complete silence. He understood that it could just be an ambush at the very least. But it gave way with a huge bang and appeared on the road, a large crater, like after an explosion. There was a white ice rod sticking out inside. Mike realized that someone was challenging him because it's nothing but magic. Mayak decided not to think long and grabbed his purple sharp magic knife. He was ready to meet the enemy. He guessed who it might be, but so far he had not seen anyone around him. Mike began to include. He began to remember and reflect, so he told me to find it myself. "Told you, Mike. The freak who mercilessly killed Bradley." Agent Mike perfectly remembered what this bastard looked like. He promised him that he would tear him to pieces if he met him. "I'll definitely kill him," Mike said. The reward for his murder was 200,000 Delanta. It was a good amount. Suddenly a very strong wind began to blow. Mike's agents were simply blown away. He turned on his magic at almost full power. It began to glow with a light purple light. He held his knife confidently in his left hand. Everything around was painted green. It was this light that shone with the zombies that attacked the airport. They walked shoulder to shoulder. There were so many of them that they simply couldn't be counted. "This reminds me of the time you destroyed my school." The killer shouted loudly. There was a hood on his head. A green fog dissipated around him. "Even though you were once with the Elder Dragons." But I just don't care about that. The verb was the past tense. Therefore, this is a well-forgotten old thing. You must know who you are. You're just a parasite who lives off dragons. For me, you are not an authority. I am not afraid of you. I will destroy you with real black magic. Mike picked up his sharp purple magic knife. He brought it to his palm. He began to cut his palm to let the blood flow. That's when his magic begins to work. This is his strength. And this time I will be the one. It will tear itself apart. You are a freak and a scumbag. You are not worthy to live in this world. You have no right to walk on this earth. Mike clenched his hand into a fist. Blood oozed through his fingers and dripped in all directions. The killer simply laughed at the words Mike said. He was painted black and green. There was a lot of green and light green fog and smoke around him. It was his black evil magic. "Theo Christensen!" the killer shouted loudly. Everything around the bridge gradually began to turn red. It was clear that it was Agent Mike's trail. The killer stood, illuminated with green color. There was just a million-strong accumulation of zombies around him. No one has ever seen such a large number of zombies. They all made disgusting sounds. They all inspired great fear. Suddenly there was a large, loud explosion. The entire large cluster of zombies turned sharply bright red. The red rays simply pierced through all the zombies. There was a terrible scream and yelling. "Is this all you can do?" Agent Mike shouted. There was fire all around Mike. His eyes glowed red, rich, bright. He was in complete control of the situation and what was happening around him. "As you wish, Mike. Today is all for you. I have prepared a lot of treats for you. I hope you like it," he said with a smile. A murderer. Now his eyes were tinted with a bright blue light. His fingers glowed red and emitted sparks and fire. Two magics collided. Two elements collided. The element of fire and the element of poison. The two confrontations are not life and death. Who will win, red or green? "I have created dozens of types of real black magic just to kill you." He said he was a murderer. Magic circles with stars were flying around him. All this was painted in green and light green tones. And now the most important thing. "Agent Mike, I won't let you die until you've tried every one of my magics. I will test them one by one on you. Alternate them, and then use it for 2 and 3 magics at the same time. One by one, step by step, I will destroy myself." And then there was a big green explosion. The blast wave rose straight into the sky. It was colored green and white. It looked like some kind of nuclear explosion. "Wonderful, just great. How pleased with myself." The killer spoke. The smile of pleasure never left his face. Chemistry and poison were everywhere. Suddenly the killer simply froze. He stopped and looked into the distance. The green fog was dissipating. He saw someone approaching him. After such a nuclear explosion with chemicals, nothing living could survive. The fog cleared, and the killer saw Agent Mike approaching him. Michael is safe and sound, but anger, resentment, and revenge overwhelmed him. He wanted to avenge his friend Bradley here and now. "I'm asking you, is that all? That's all you bastard can do? These are just children's games. If you have anything else, I'll wait and see. Come on, show me everything you came up with against me," said Mike. This must be a life and death battle. Agent Mike was fighting not just a killer, but a maniac who was obsessed with simply doing evil to everyone everywhere. The killer wanted to swipe his hands and direct his dark magic at Agent Mike. "Damn it, what's going on? I don't understand. I can't raise my hands." "Is there something wrong? The real magic that's in store today? This is the best magic for this day. None of this works on him. I thought that I would be ready for any development of events. I was ready for anything. But even this amount of dark magic was not enough." The killer looked at his hand. "Just look what happened to my hands. Over the past months, I haven't even had time to treat my wounds." The killer screamed. "I trained so hard for this fight. I was preparing for our meeting with you. I trained, I killed, I prepared, so that the screams of the victims still ring in my ears. The air was simply heated to the limit. It seemed that now everything would begin to melt. Sparks and lightning flew in all directions. There were tongues of flame all around. The killer walked and thought, why doesn't he succeed? He tried so hard, he made so many sacrifices in order to become stronger, to become even stronger than Agent Mike. But why? Why can't I do it? The killer asked himself the question, why do I spend so much effort and so much magic and nothing works? He looked at Mike, who was absolutely fine. Agent Mike just stood there and waited for this killer's next move. This time he was very serious. Agent Mike was filled with a sense of duty for his friend Bradley, Theo Christensen. This name was given to him by his pious parents. Contrary to the meaning of his name, his talent is God's gift for dark magic. It was like a slap in the face for God. We are transported to ordinary slums. These slums are somewhere in Europe. Gray houses and gray streets were all around. The air pollution was simply off the charts. There were goblins and orcs. Tell me, you will truly provide us with food, water, and work. Will you give us things? Are you really going to help us? They asked. Of course, yes. Come inside. Thank you very much, sir. Your heart is simply better. You have the kindest heart. It's not that he hated orcs and goblins. Eh? Where are you taking us? It's dark and damp here. We don't like it here, they spoke. He just didn't want to be disturbed while researching his black magic. So many. There were many corpses in that room. Everyone was there. And people in all other classes. Orcs, elves, goblins, and others. Everything was simply covered in blood from ceiling to floor. Tell me, please, what about food? What about work? You promised us still warm clothes. A little confused. But the goblin still continued to ask. Was it clear that he was very afraid? But he didn't want to believe that the same thing would happen to him now. The killer simply smiled and said, "It was a joke." And he killed him. After all, no one will care if orcs and even goblins disappear in droves. Who even counted them? Nobody cares about this. Even when a group of goblins disappeared in Eastern Europe, the European alliance is doing nothing. Only mass strikes and chants were shouted from the street through a loudspeaker. They don't care about socially disadvantaged goblins, and they don't care how they live or what happens to them when they die. People, we too may find ourselves in a similar situation. Wake up, think about it. They called for a speaker in the square. Next time we may be in their place. Just think about what is happening to all of us. Maybe, just as soon as those bad monsters left, it immediately became much more pleasant to walk along the clean, free streets. Whose side are you friends on? Let's answer only the truth. Are you on the side of the people or the monsters? They asked questions loudly on the street. We must create a community where the weak are protected, and at that moment he'd already approached him. This was his next victim. He grabbed his hand and pulled. The guy was scared. What's happening? Who are you? What are you doing? Where are you dragging me? Let me go. It's freedom of speech. What do you want from me anyway? The guy shouted. The killer made a conclusion. Everything that happened in the city was to his advantage. Why does this benefit me? Because thanks to such people, I can explore my dark magic without any obstacles. Dragons flew across the sky above the city. Some did this every day in order to monitor what was happening to people on Earth. They were older. They were caretakers. A detachment of military men approached the house. Everything around was covered in red smoke. There was a lot of fire and it was very hot. All the soldiers were armed. Each of them was wearing a bulletproof vest. They watched the lights out. Theo Christensen is here. Agent Mike was also here. He watched everything that was happening. It seems to me that all the small pawns in this game have already been removed, Agent Mike said. The fire dragons stood and waited for orders. These were some of the most powerful warriors in this army. What about Christensen's theory? One of the fire dragons asked. We're looking for him, but haven't found him yet, Agent Mike replied. They went inside his house. It was the most terrible picture anyone had ever seen. There was blood all around. There were corpses lying around. It was just terrible, considering that many of the corpses are still fresh. We must conclude that he escaped. They said soldiers. He sacrificed himself a lot just to get out of our trap. He knew we would come, so he killed everyone. We'll have to be content with getting rid of his school. We urgently put him on the wanted list. Wanted on all our channels. We will offer a large reward, and will offer to pursue Theo. The killer walked and thought. I couldn't even imagine that they would be worried about some orcs and goblins. It was too much of a mistake to kill too many goblins. Have you heard that the school was destroyed? Have you heard such news? I heard that the Immigration Bureau and Elder Dragon were working together this time. But even they failed to capture the leader Theo. I really hope he's caught and killed quickly. There was too much such news in the newspapers. Photos were posted everywhere. Every page of every newspaper had a photo of the killer. It is very difficult to resist the Immigration Bureau and even an Elder Dragon. That's what it said in the newspaper. I must destroy them, starting with the weakest. I'll start from the beginning. Migration Bureau Agent's Mike. He is a dark poppy like me, as someone who betrayed his kind to live as a parasite under the dragons. You will be the first. To take revenge on him, I need stronger power. And, of course, more victims. That is why cooperation with the Union for the Defense of Human Rights was so suitable for me. After all, we both wanted pain and the blood of monsters. Bodyguard Princess Vermi, I will take care of him. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. There was already a lot of blood around. And when I received a request regarding Princess Vermi from the Alliance, I did not have a single reason to reject such a lucrative offer. It's time to take revenge on this bastard. My revenge will be the most cruel that humanity has known. Even the Red Dragon, who always protected him on the ground, was not there. Thank you, God. Thank you for being there and helping me, this killer Theo screamed. But he was pleased with himself, smiled and shouted, Thank God that you are always there. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, said Theo. This is complete nonsense. It's not worth what you do. Stop it. Take note. It's just crazy what you're doing. Why are you teaching me? I don't need to be educated. Do you have any idea how many sacrifices I've made? I will go down in history with this number. Everything around lit up purple. A strong wind rose. Circles and various figures were drawn by magic in the sky and around the body. Mike stood quietly and calmly in the country. He hid his left hand in his pocket, and he extended his right hand forward, and a violet light shone from it. It was clear that this was his magic working. Theo was thrown back and fell on his back. There was a green light burning in his chest. There was white and gray fog around his body. It was immediately clear that he did not expect such a blow. I'm tired of you, bastard, he shouted. I don't understand how you can still be alive. No one had ever survived after using such powerful magic. Who the hell are you? I can't understand, Theo shouted. Black magic is an art that relies on murder and sacrifice. It should not be created through self-sacrifice, as you are doing. And Mike stood at that time, alive and well. You should have been dead a long time ago. How come I don't understand? Exactly. Well, of course I understand, Theo shouted. Most likely, you sold your body at a high price as a dragon. Apparently this is the only reason you received such a powerful life force. Theo's killer was very angry. Can you even call yourself a real dark magician after this? Theo shouted loudly to Agent Mike. Mike took his purple sharp magic knife and placed it in his palm. He was ready to start doing his magic. A real dark magician. Are you asking me this? Agent Mike said. Of course I do. Agent Mike once again cut his hand. There was blood, oozing through all fingers and flowing out. He clenched his fist tightly and his eyes lit up with a violet light. He was ready to fight. Tomorrow, dark magic was originally created for this, Mike said. You're a fool. All this time you haven't understood anything. What kind of dark poppy are you after this? You're just a stupid fool. Who doesn't know how to use his power? Said Theo Killer. If you seriously asked Theo, exposing his hand with claws, do you think it should be used like that? Once again, everything has already turned out this way for us. Then I'll try too. What did you say, Mike? Real dark magic? Let's try. For me, this is real dark magic, just over the edge. Theo began to separate his chest with his hands and claws. The zombies have woken up again. They are reincarnated. They rested and went into battle again. It seemed that they had twice as much strength as before. Their eyes glowed green. Attention, everyone. They start to break through. Let's try faster. Curve already ahead. Even if the mana is greatly depleted, we still have no other way out, they said. We need to act right here and now. Let's be bolder. And don't hesitate. So, the wars are mine. I order everyone. We listen to everything carefully. I won't repeat it twice. I order everyone to add fire and charge the bullets with magical elements. Go to hell! You get bastards. Here's to you all. They started shooting magic bullets from fire at everyone. It seemed that everything around was exploding and burning. The 6-barreled machine gun simply became red hot from the shots. There was a lot of smoke coming out of it, but he was quickly reloaded, and he started shooting at the zombies again. "You are such a cool Carl. You are a real general. Thanks to you, almost all of mine were destroyed. There is very little left. Let's shoot, guys." People were screaming. "We didn't expect anything else from you, sir," said one of the security guards. They were finished off. "Everyone?" he asked. "Of course, friend May, just don't raise any flags in honor of victory," he said. "Wait, I think there's still something moving ahead of us," one of the soldiers said. "Damn, these zombies are filled with magic. That's why they didn't rise up again and attack us. How many of these zombies did they bring here? And they are simply impossible to count. There really were so many zombies that they didn't understand where they ended." She tore the piece of paper, and everything around began to glow with golden light. "We need to get out of here quickly. Let's get moving," she said. She asked Sveta, who was surrounding the princess. These were her servants. "Does anyone have any more antidote scrolls? Share with me. I just need them." The servants looked at each other and said, "What is she even saying? We don't understand her." Okay, good, great. We've almost reached the fighter. We have only a short way to go, and all this horror will end." On their way there was smoke of an unknown color. At first it was white. Then it turned into purple light. But it was chemistry. It was poison. When the servants said, "But we can't just run through the toxic smoke. What should we do now?" A rolled-up roll of paper fell in front of their feet. A loud question came from afar. This is my personal emergency sweater." I shouted very loudly, "Carl!" A fierce battle was going on around him. There was fire. Everyone was shooting. Zombies fell and rose again. "I can still hold out here for a little while longer," Carl said. "I'm a very tenacious troll. Just pray for me. Wish me luck," Carl said. "So use my scroll and leave," he shouted loudly. "Agent Carl, hold on," she shouted. And they remained on the battlefield. They lined up to hold off the zombies. They shot back as best they could until the last bullet. They burned the ground in front of them so that the zombies could not pass through the fire. Everything. The guards of the retinue and the princess's servants shouted loudly in one voice, "Thank you!" They quickly ran to the spark generator. They all ran up to the large gray doors of the distorter. The doors were closed. The red light was on. Together they turned the lock counterclockwise. They opened this door. The door inside immediately caught fire and turned green. It was clear that we could climb inside. One after another they began to quickly climb warp. They supported each other and gave a helping hand. "Princess, come here quickly, take my hand, hold on. I will help you." Carl and his soldiers shot back as best they could. But the onslaught was simply crazy. The number of zombies was simply hundreds of times higher. They were just everywhere. "We can't stand here any longer. We can't stand it any longer," General Carl shouted. "Hurry up and... Wow! Oh, how painful it is." Carl was seriously injured. Red blood flowed from his mouth. It was a very serious, fatal injury. "Carl, hold on. We are coming to your aid." All his soldiers screamed and ran towards him. He was already on his knees and practically falling to the ground, exhausted. The princess's retinue and servants saw all this. One of them said, "Let's quickly help this agent. He practically laid down his life for us." And the servants rushed forward to help Agent Carl. The servants ran up and took Carl in their arms. He was practically exhausted. He was dying in his arms. Carl was bleeding and losing a lot of strength. The servant ran very quickly and carried the bloodied Carl in his arms. They shouted at him from the open doors, "Come on faster. Hurry up, there is very little left. Bring him inside quickly." Carl was laid on the floor. He was wounded and was practically without strength and consciousness. "We are too poisoned," someone said. "Even if he is a troll, being in this toxic smoke for so long is very dangerous. But with his innate troll tendencies, putting others first and giving us his scroll. Something doesn't feel very good to me. I'll go to the cockpit for now. So please keep an eye on him," she said. "If we continue to hesitate, we'll all just die here, that's all," the secretary said. "The Galanko dimension now. What's happened? This strange sound, what is it? I cannot understand." The secretary stood around her, and blue circles began to spin. The sound intensified. She couldn't find her place. "Just a second. I know. This sound is a protective function. This is a kind of alarm. This ship has smart intelligence. How could I forget about it?" This is a security feature built into all chairman treasures by Jenkins. Surely only the chairman can do this. This is his special lock. I'm sure that this sound definitely comes from the containers where the chairman's treasures lie. This lock specifically makes a low sound to appeal to the middle races. We couldn't hear, however I was trained about it. You just need to concentrate and remember everything. So don't disturb me. Complete silence, she said. I was trained directly about the chairman, so I can hear him, hear that sound. Yes, it definitely comes from treasures. These were large cargo containers that glowed with blue neon around the perimeter. The sound definitely comes from Chairman Jenkinson's treasures. So I'll take a look now. Well, of course everything is clear. There should be storage here below, she said. I think we'll have to wait a couple of hours before we can use the space bender, because the weight of the ship has increased significantly due to the number of people in it from the moment of arrival on Earth. There are no signs of life for you there. They must approve our request very quickly. The secretary said she was very focused on this matter. She was really useful now. Of course, in a normal situation, the committee would have checked everything thoroughly, if there were no such emergency as now. But why is this on the princess's ship? That's the question. No, that's not important right now. Why are you hanging around here doing nothing? The princess's servants asked. I'm the one walking around here doing nothing. I found the vault. Now I have to check this storage, the secretary shouted indignantly. The very fact that the treasures of the chairman are located right on this ship. Services began to communicate with each other in their own incomprehensible language. What she says, I don't understand anything at all. To be honest, me too. We don't think she's yelling at us. Friends, colleagues. Can anyone transfer this girl? I don't understand a single word, she says. Perhaps the way this is very important information. I don't even know what to do. Even if we die at the hands of zombies. I definitely won't die until I check what's in the vault, the secretary said. In what situation can I not trust these jokers? She thought to herself. We need to find someone who can help. Effect Agent Carl. Of course not. They are very serious early. He is simply exhausted. Maybe other agents can help? No, they are already busy keeping the zombies at a great distance from us and allowing us to fly away calmly. Lord, is there really no one else here? Saints, what are you doing there? The servant shouted in an unknown language. At that moment, a bright thought flew into her mind. All you have to do is just take another minute. Think carefully and everything can be done correctly. The secretary was pleased with herself. No, there is someone. Someone who can definitely help. Perhaps this is the person who has already helped us many times. Anyone at this point continued. The most brutal confrontation between two dark magicians, one of whom was on the good side, and the second was on the evil side. Mike looked at Theo. He was simply amazed at his madness. He's just obsessed with killing. It was very justified cruelty. The main thing is not clear why. The difference in strength was simply enormous. This means that it will be simply impossible to escape today. I'll probably be tortured like hell if I get caught. Yes, most likely this will happen. Beat, you smiled with all your red big mouth. It's a shame because I just wanted to explore dark magic forever, he said. Well, I just really don't like suffering. So if it is a little more and longer, then until the end I will make you suffer to the fullest. I will make you suffer for allowing me to escape to Europe. I will make you suffer for not killing me today. Believe me, you will regret this forever, the killer shouted loudly. Everything around was burning with red fire. It seemed like it was just a volcanic eruption, where hot lava scatters in different directions. A few hours before, the following events took place in the terminal of another dimension. The big green worm was doing something, doing its job on a transparent blue monitor. He built holograms. A green worm with many legs and one eye on its forehead began to speak and write. Hello? The green worm continued to type some words on the monitor with its small paws. He typed the word one letter at a time. Hello? It was very slow, but sure. Sorry, I got busy and didn't notice you. This happens, unfortunately. After all, I don't have 100 eyes to see everything, said the one-eyed worm. It's okay, the woman answered. I understand. It's okay. No offense. I won't distract you and work. I came to you for the code, the bender. The committee has probably already approved it. Yes, indeed, everything has already been approved, and the cat was given out, said the green one-eyed worm. But I'm not sure that you are aware of all the events. said the worm. At the moment, the committee has announced a partial blockade of the land. I guess you weren't aware of this? This information may not have reached you. It's easy to get there, but moving in the opposite direction is much more difficult. You just can't predict it, trust me. You will not be able to predict when you will be able to leave there, even if you enter. Are you happy with this turn of events? The worm asked. Yes, quite excellent, the woman said. Take it ready. Something good has happened since you look so beautiful, said the worm. Now 1 second. Clearly it was not a person. Lisa, why does this race go out of its way just to turn into a human? This is very inconvenient. Sorry for the wait. Here is your chip with the inverter code. We thank you very much for this. Okay, that's not my problem. Whomever you meet in this vast universe. Everyone wants to appear better than they really are. This is the whole problem with both the worm and man. The worm screamed loudly. Wait, it seems your call sign is not registered in the measurement database, because your ship is private, not commercial. I can, of course, point out something about the time, but however... Maybe you have a favorite preferred name, the worm asked the woman. She stopped and thought. Yes, there is such a thing. My name is Dell. Dell is Agent Mike's ex-wife. At this time, a young stranger in a mask and a white shirt stood near the large screen and looked at photographs of all participants in this process. He receives a call on speakerphone. Hello, Regional Manager. I am calling to inform you of the current situation. A stranger in a black mask stood with a glass of wine in his hand. Then the message continues again. The mercenaries just handed it to me. That you took and released poison and zombies at the airport. He said that he would do it himself, since the exchange failed with the Hornet. Like this. And there is one more thing. Do you know about the vault on Pukan Mountain? Remembering something about the storage facility on Pukan Mountain? This is obviously a failed plan. Is there anything even more interesting than this? To be honest. The conversation continued. I was told that Jenkinson stole something from there. It was on the same day that we were going to carry out our plan. Then there was a forest fire. Yes, it was a controlled forest fire. But to get through the barrier created by Jenkinson, he got angry, if this is true. Why did this have to happen when our brothers were there? The timing was too precise to be considered a coincidence. Listen to me. Can we make Jenkins focus only on us? How dare they even use us and mention us anywhere? The man was very angry. Who are they anyway? At this moment, the princess's servants presented the barrel of a pistol to the secretary's head. She was very scared. This was the first time for her. Just don't try to scream. Shut your mouth and enter the code slowly and quietly. Otherwise your brains will scatter all over this wall. I don't think I need to explain all this to you twice, the servant said. The game pointed the muzzle of the gun directly at the secretary's head. The barrel of the gun practically touched the back of her head. What is this? The secretary thought in English. If you don't want to get a hole in your head, then do what you're told. If you decide to scream, you will immediately swallow this bullet. Clear! Open it quickly, the princess said. I'm not going to play games with you, girl. It's your business. Enter the code and open it. Everything must work. We must fly away. She began to speak English. How is this possible? I just don't understand. Typically, nobles use a translator to maintain their image. That's right. Why teach you a completely unnecessary language? The secretary began to press different buttons. She needed consistency. You better hurry up if you don't want me to shoot you in the head. Speaks very fluently. I thought it was a secretary. Korea, of all, and what they said was a lie, is that they are not considering mass immigration. And the use of debt to get into the alchemical workshop was necessary not only to increase one's fortune. The real goal was to diversify the gold mining process. Vills, creating a beachhead on the ground where they can safely settle. But the committee and the land will not be very happy about their immigration either, especially if it is a Galanko measurement that they are treated like animals. They own 15% of the gross domestic product, but have rather weak power, an alligator stalking a golden egg. So the dimension is Dutch, and they won't let them go so easily. They won't give up the gold. Wait, why did they steal the chairman's treasure then? Their secret immigration plans will be easily exposed if caught. I have too many questions, but I am sure of one thing. We're screwed if we just go to the Galanko dimension like that. I really didn't want to use it. But now is not the time to think too much. Help! and the secretary formed a golden cloud near her. It was a small ball of fire that illuminated everything around. It looked like a small ball lightning. "Let's fly quickly," she spoke. "Find and quickly notify Agent Mike about our situation on the ship. He will definitely understand everything and quickly help us." A ball of fire rushed into the distance. Agent Mike continued his battle with the evil spirits. This enemy did not want to give up, so he used his new magic each time. "What the heck? Where does this fireball come from? What else have you come up with?" he shouted loudly. There was just fire around him that was practically burning into the world. Energy waves did not allow him to move either left or right. He couldn't even fly up high enough to deliver his blow. Suddenly, the whole sky turned purple. It was unclear whose magic was winning now, because Tail also used this color. Mike didn't understand what he was doing. It was a kind of sacrifice. He used the same magic as him, and therefore could immediately kill himself. Mine was very focused now. He understood that this was not easy, right? He uses his own body and magical power as a sacrifice for the final blow. He fell down at high speed, and white fire was visible from his chest. The black magic has become much stronger compared to what he used before. The speed of their reproduction is much faster than the speed of killing these creatures. This is the simple truth of black magic. We stood and looked at the sky. He watched what Theo did and what magic he used against him. He figured out his cunning move long ago. But what if I don't stop them? It will fill all the cities. And then all the countries, and then all this land, Mike thought. They will wreak havoc everywhere. There will be death violence everywhere, fire and ashes. The earth will simply turn into hell. It will be impossible to stay and live here. Of course, I can't stop them alone. Thought to myself, Mike, we urgently need to come up with something. Otherwise, there will be trouble. Mike Shaw walked quickly and held his purple sharp magic knife in his right hand. Since Jenkinson is not here, I will have to ask another dragon for help, Mike thought. Removed the shirt and saw something very strange. Why are you surprised, Mike? What kind of stupid race would use a spatial bender? Especially at a time like this. Okay, that's their business. I don't have any time to think about it. I just need to focus on blocking these things, Agent Mike said. If I want to do this, it seems to me that at a minimum, you will have to sacrifice one of your hands, said Mike. He raised his head, looked, and assessed the situation. Mike already wanted to cut off his hand with a purple, sharp magic knife and continue. Using your magic. Well, suddenly the sky became an incomprehensible color. We raised our head up and just looked at him. Heaven, I don't understand what's going on there. Many began to look at the sky. The sky began to turn purple. Light, purple, and pink spots appeared all over the sky. It was felt that the electrical voltage was coming directly from the stars. What it is. People spoke while looking at the sky. What the hell is going on there? Mike said loudly. Then he began to reason again. When I first became a prisoner. Then for me, having lost all memories. They were the ones who explained the whole situation and told me where to move next. Those who monitor the endless dimensions, races, and prisoners. They are the committee, said Mike, one of the founders of the committee. This ancient race. Endelion. Endelion is the most ancient race that exists in dimensions. It is most often used in primary sources and chronicles of history. Why is Endelion here in such a distant dimension? For Mike, it was still a mystery. Or maybe he flew through that distorter. Mike asked himself the question. He looked at the sky. He had not seen the sky like this for 500 years. He didn't see purple and pink spots just falling into the sky like ordinary flakes of snow. Another question is, why did he use such a small ship? Mike thought. Why a ship and not a race distorter? These insect creatures burst through the purple sky. Mike saw them flying towards him. Mike stood with his head up and looked at the sky. He saw something in the distance. Wait, maybe inside that black hole. There may be an abyss inside that black hole, said Mike. He stood with his head raised up. I looked at the sky and tried to understand what was wrong with it. He tried to understand what was happening. A place where even the committee refused to explore. A place where once you enter, you can never leave. This is the hell in which prisoners are thrown, whom even strong labor cannot correct. That's just terrible. But this is the truth of life. But the most important thing about this black hole is that, noting each of these bugs, it absorbs them without harm to the surrounding space. It's even so easy to open something as dangerous as a black hole. Although they are grateful, the committee can still remove them. He looks like someone who is very difficult to deal with. Okay, calm down, Mike. No need to focus on him, he told himself. Wow, what is this? Said Mike. Mike looked carefully somewhere down, because a red lump was approaching him, and a fiery golden train was flying from him. Is this some kind of unknown, strange spirit? Why is he so small and so funny? Strange? I've never seen anything like this before, and I've been working for 800 years. A strange little spirit flew up to Agent Mike. He touched it, and he said quietly, "Help me, please." What he heard was a familiar voice. "Now I will help you, Princess Vermi," said Mike. They took off from the ground and flew upward together. Mike confidently held his purple magic knife in his hand just in case. "The damn alligator," said Mike. Together they flew as high above the ground as possible. The smoke began to clear, and they saw the outline of the airport. They saw the gate. But there was not a single living soul around the airport or inside. Suddenly the shooting started. Grenades and shells flew to the side. The sky again began to be illuminated with a fiery color. What the hell? What's going on? I cannot believe my eyes. I've never seen this before. Stop looking and concentrate on the zombies. Did the soldiers talk to each other? Fear appeared in people's eyes. Look at them. I don't know what happened to them. But their movement became simply stupid. It's like they're falling asleep. They move, not knowing where to go. Now we can definitely hold out until the princess leaves. Everything will be ready for them soon. Friends, we only have to hold out for a little while longer. We will succeed, and we will win. Together, we are force. The soldiers shouted. All the guards saw that something was happening in the distance. Something white and purple is moving towards them. This movement became faster and faster every minute. Then the man simply landed on the ground. There was a large, bright flash. The blast wave floated in different directions. He was alone, and there were zombies on all sides. "Mike himself," the guards shouted. "Agent Mike is a zombie behind you. Be careful." Everyone began to prompt the agent. Mike turned his magic on full blast. Blue smoke began to fly out of his eyes. This was his special magic. He didn't use it that often, but it always brought him success. Michael flew higher and made circular rotations around his axis. Then, with his powerful force and blast wave, he blew off the heads of nearby zombies. All the guards stood and watched him deftly do it. Finally, they began to smile. They realized that they were now definitely under the good protection of a real legend. "Thank you, Agent Mike. Now we are definitely safe. Now we are saved." People began to shout in his honor. "Quickly, stop the ship!" Screamed loudly Mike. He held a sharp magical knife in his purple hand. He was ready to run straight towards the ship. Suddenly it became very light. There was such a bright white light, as if all the floodlights in the football stadium had been turned on at night. This white bright light blinded almost everyone. Mike tried to cover his eyes with one hand and see what was ahead, who was shining. He saw many planes parked near the airport gates. He carefully examined everything that was on the runway. "Is GODLIKE gone?" "We're going on at all, I just can't understand," Mike said. "No, now the distorter is more important to me. Where are you going in such a hurry?" We stood and looked at the almost white sky. Nothing was visible. The white bright light blinded his eyes. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared in this bright light. He had white hair and short haircut. Her dark jumpsuit highlighted her beautiful figure. "And you are still the same even after so many years," the woman said to Agent Mike. Mike just froze in place. He stood there and was silent. His eyes became wide with surprise. "Hello, honey," she said. "Dell, is that you? How did you get here?" "Darling. Well, of course, on the ship, yes. That's exactly the ship she could have been on." Mike thought, "No, it doesn't matter at all now. Damn, they're almost a sparkler," said Mike. "Dell." "Sorry, honey, but we could talk to you a little later," said politely Mike. Mike immediately quickened his pace and hurried about his business because there was no time at all. "Mike, are you completely crazy?" Dell said. "She is a warehouse." She tried to grab his hand, but he broke free and ran forward. "I think this is too much," said Dell. "Mike, can't you be with me now when we haven't seen each other for so many years?" Dell asked. She was very angry. Dell held Agent Mike's hand. He looked at her again. This woman is driving me crazy, Mike thought to himself. Mike abruptly pulled her hand away from him. Sorry, Dell, let's talk later, said Mike. The woman's eyes glowed red with hatred and resentment. Mike quickly ran to the airport runway. He ran towards the gate through which he flew away, the distorter. Dell, I'll definitely think about your offer. We will definitely talk to you. Now, excuse me, I have to run. There is absolutely no time anymore. A little more, and the distorter will fly away. I can't let this happen. Now I need tentacles. He has 60 seconds left before departure. All passengers are asked to fasten your seatbelts. The princess thought that if everything worked out, the Shutan tribe would be free. How do you relate to the land as an object of exile on the periphery? You just have to pay the appropriate price. Then I will go to the committee with a proposal, the princess said. At that moment, Dell reached out with her tentacles, grabbed the ship, which was already trying to fly away a few seconds later, and returned it back. Honey, is this ship really more important than I said? Dell. And that Endelion. It was me, Dell said. Even when I regained my body and memories, I came in these clothes and in this body just to see you. This is for you to remember what I looked like when we first met. You know, it seems to me that I began to remember. Yes, my memory definitely began to return. Lord, how did you do this? I always knew that you were an extraordinary woman. Now I understand that you will help me regain my memory. Everything will be as before. This is the best ending to this day. Now let's go. Let's talk. We have so much to tell each other. To be continued.